back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch.
All right. So we will call the special meeting on the second day of our planning session, second day of the special meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. Lori, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Schofield. All right, today is a fun, energetic, full day, and the presenters have a lot of Q&A and conversation built into their presentations. I'm going to read you the agenda, and then Hardy's got something he wants to say quickly. But we're going to start with the legislative update, federal panel, and then state panel, and then a moderated panel, which has opportunities for you to interact with the panel. Then we'll take a break, and we'll have economic development. And then we'll take a break, or take our lunch break, and then we'll have recreation. After recreation, we will take another break. And I'm letting you know these breaks because some of these panels are pretty long, so know that you have these breaks coming up. Then we'll finish up the day with broadband and climate resiliency presentations, and we'll recess at 4:55. And then Hardy, you were saying something about the Q&A.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I just wanted, it was a great day yesterday, and we just, we want to make sure, I just as one board member want to make sure that it's an unspoken rule that we deeply appreciate everybody coming here, and we want to say thank you, but the time is so valuable and it's so short that we really want to dig questions we don't have time or an opportunity to ask in other venues. And so I just want to remind everybody that at least for one board member, and I think I share others on the colleagues, that we're here to dig into the issues and really get some answers, because that's the valuable guidance that staff needs to get the next step in this project work done. So I just want to remind everybody of that, and that's how I'm there. But I just want to let everybody know that thank you is an unspoken piece that is sitting here in the background.
Thank you very much for that input. Now I'm going to turn it over to our leaders of this, which is Ariel and Jeffrey.
Well, good morning, board members of the public. My name is Jeff Thorsby. As you know, I'm your senior management analyst. I'm here with Ariel Lovett, the CEO, project administrator. And we're thrilled to be joined here by this powerhouse panel, both virtually and in person today. We are excited. We have representatives. We have your legislative advocates. We have representatives from RCRC, CSAC, Sierra Business Council, Mountain County Waters Resources Association, as well as the National Association of Counties. And so before I begin, I just want to say thank you to all of you, both virtually and in person, for the time to be here in person. I know you're incredibly busy, especially where things are sitting potentially in the legislature. And so thank you for taking the time. So I'm going to kick it over to Ariel to give a quick overview, and we'll talk a little bit about our program overview. And we're going to get straight into the Q&A, because I think that's what we want to do here today.
I'll advance the slides, but I don't know if it really matters. But anyway, if you were looking at the slides, you would be seeing a slide that showed the agenda. So again, we're so stoked to be kicking off day 2 with this awesome legislative advocacy panel. And just a quick overview of what to expect over the next 80 minutes. We'll provide a very brief program overview of our legislative advocacy work, followed by an update from our federal legislative partners at Paragon, who are joining us remotely. Again, thanks so much. And then our state advocates with Karen Lang with Shaw Yoder. And then we'll have about an hour to have enjoy the panel discussion with these 2 organizations, plus 5 more that we have with us, including NACO, SBC, RCRC, and CSAC, and the Mountain County Water Resources Association. So you can find their bios. We're not going to take time to read through them. They're in your binder after the second blue divider. And just want to note, we encourage you to ask questions at any time. We'll allow 5 minutes after there's your quick overview. We'll allow 5 minutes after each of the federal and state updates, and then questions throughout the panel. So kicking it back to you, Jeff.
Perfect. Yeah. So real quick, I just want to give a quick overview. And this slide here, I think, shows kind of the 4 tables of our legislative affairs program, which are critical to our success. That includes obviously you as our elected officials, as well as the other elected officials in the county organization and across the community. Of course, our senior executives, your department heads play key roles. They're members of their own associations and raise issues as we need them. They're on the ground. Then we have of course, our jurisdictional partners. That includes our towns and our city. We heard from yesterday, as well as other jurisdictional partners like NID or Nevada County Transportation Commission that all play pivotal components on our legislative platform, including our fire folks. Then, of course, our legislative advocates, who you're going to hear from today, both at the state and federal level, and then our associations who are represented here today. And I think these are important components that allow us the capacity to respond quickly to unfunded mandates, potential threats, and to advocate for resources that are needed. And I think I'd just be remiss also just to say the important role that the board plays in the legislative affairs program. And I'm not going to go through in detail, but I will just quickly highlight that the amazing amount of work that we have from Chair Schofield for many years on the CSAC, as well as working as a treasurer and being at the state level with Supervisor Hall, your work at CSAC and NACO, as well as Civic Well. And then Supervisor Hook, as your role and as chair, you met with the Governors Association, also now representing the county for RCRC and also Mountain Counties Waters Resource Association. And Supervisor Bullock, helping to develop and increase our one-to-one relationship with our state and federal delegates, including the visit with Megan Daly. And I want to give a shout out to Yolanda Cookson, who's here on behalf of the Assembly Member Daly's office. And then, of course, Supervisor Swarthout, we're excited to have you on board as the newest member of our board, but also you bring with you your experience working with the league and from the city perspective, which is absolutely valuable. So maybe just a little bit more overview, and then we'll get into, I think, what the presentation.
Yeah, again, I want to keep this really brief to get to our guest presenters, and also because we kind of provided an overview at the meeting, January 10th meeting, when you adopted your legislative platform. But just a couple highlights. Our staff meet monthly with our federal and state advocates, and really to further the priorities that you've identified in that legislative platform. Also this year, we really enjoyed engaging in more robust partnerships with our jurisdictions, specifically the town of Truckee, the city of Grass Valley, and the city of Nevada City. And we really look forward to deepening these partnerships and aligning our advocacy even more to drive more powerful results. A couple other quick highlights. In 2022, we submitted 50 actions, including 16 letters of opposition, 17 letters of support, and coordinated various meetings and visits in partnership with our board members, which Jeff highlighted some of those, the day with Assemblymember Dolly, our sustainability summit, an excellent visit with the Governor's Office of External Affairs focused on priority issues for our county. Also met with Congressman Feinstein's office, advocating for our Ponderosa West fuel break, and we're ultimately successful in securing that $750,000 earmark, or congressionally designated funding for that project. And really just wanting to say these things as a way of affirming that our federal and state partners are really key in creating these opportunities for Nevada County. So that said, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to introduce Paragon.
All right, so we're so thrilled. And so we have Paragon, your federal legislative advocates. I'm not going to read through the bios, but they are in your packet. But we have Joe Cron, Tom Joseph, and Hassan Sorsur. And I just want a quick background is we've been engaging with Paragon since 2021. And I think, as Ariel mentioned, we've had some great success. And I just want to say, this is some of the best of the best, and we are absolutely pleased to be working with these guys. So Joe, Tom, Hassan, I'm going to kick it over to you guys.
If only I could unmute. All right, can you hear me okay?
We can, we can.
Excellent, excellent. Well, first off, Jeff, thanks for that warm welcome and introduction. If you're looking for a side gig, we'd like to hire you as our full-time intro or walk-up guy, but we can talk about that after today's workshop. But I do want to thank the board for having us on. We enjoyed last year's discussion. We've been looking forward to this year's. A quick run of show for us. I'm gonna actually turn it over to Hassan in just a minute to kind of do a quick look back and set the context for the outlook, which is what Tom and I are going to handle today, which is a little bit of a legislative preview and outlook for the 118th Congress. And to Supervisor Bullock's point, we are going to try to be brief and targeted. I think we've got about 15 minutes for this, so we'll try for about 10 minutes of comments and then 5 minutes of questions on the federal side of things. And again, we'll be on for the panel later and happy to discuss any and all federal issues at that point in time. But Hassan, let's start with you, please.
All right. Thanks, Joe. And good morning to everyone out there. Also, thank you to the board for having us on today. As Joe mentioned, and Before we dive into the outlook for the 118th Congress, I'm just going to give a quick recap of some of the big accomplishments from the last year. It really was a Congress of big bills, if you will. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to get into the nitty-gritty details or hit on everything, but I'll try to quickly move through some of these and keep it pretty high level. So beginning of last year, we were right on the heels of the bipartisan infrastructure bill being signed into law. I know we've spoken a lot about that law over the last year, but I will say the agencies have been hard at work at getting a lot of that infrastructure money out the door and to places where it's needed. So that's really good to see. To be honest, I don't think anyone was expecting another bill of that magnitude to pass anytime soon, especially in an election year. But somehow and some way, Congress was able to approve the Inflation Reduction Act. As you know, that was another big priority of the Biden administration. It's actually considered the largest federal investment in climate change and clean energy programs. The other big accomplishment last year, and this came at the end of the year, was the $1.7 trillion omnibus appropriations bill that passed right before the holidays. Now that bill funds every federal department, agency, federal program, everything like that. And when you think about it, that's really a basic duty of Congress. It's something that's supposed to be wrapped up by October 1st of each year, and that's when the federal fiscal year begins. But that deadline, it always seems to slip. And I would say this year there wasn't much threat of a government shutdown, but there was some concern that we could actually be stuck with a full year continuing resolution, which nobody really likes. So the fact that they're able to get that done is huge. And looking at the numbers, it was an overall good budget for Nevada County. In many ways, it was sort of an all boats rise type of budget. We did provide a detailed report to staff on that package, but I do want to highlight the fact, I know it was mentioned earlier, the county was able to secure that earmark, the $750,000 for the Ponderosa West project. That is the second year in a row that the county has been successful on earmarks, which is very, very impressive. I have to attribute that to the strong teamwork with the board and county staff. You've put together some really, really good projects, and your folks in Congress have been very interested and engaged. So kudos to you on that. And you've gotten funding from both parties. So it's nice to see kind of the bipartisan cooperation on that front. I also want to quickly hit on the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. Now that's a pot of money from the American Rescue Plan Act. It was set aside for public lands, counties, and tribes. I'll keep this brief, there was a lot of uncertainty with how the money would be divvied up and who exactly would be eligible, but working with NACO, CSAC, RCRC, others, the way the funding ultimately went out worked in favor of the county, and that program will actually bring in over $700,000 in very, very flexible funding to Nevada County. You should have already received the first tranche of that by now. The second is expected to be released sometime soon. I have a list with a lot of other things on here that I want to touch on today, but I want to make sure we have enough time for Tom and Joe to kind of look at the outlook for the 118th Congress. So I'll end there and I'll turn it over to Tom.
Actually, I think I'll start, Haas, and then I'll turn it over to Tom. Yeah. So no worries at all. So real quick, and I think that's a great setup, sort of a great lead into our, where do we go from here? 2023, here we are. It's divided government, obviously on Capitol Hill. If you kind of read the pundits and some of the news media outlets, there's sort of two schools of thought looking at the first, or I should say the unified 118th Congress. We're into the first session, right? One school of thought is, again, divided government, a winner takes all presidential election on the not too far horizon. This is going to be, as some would say, it's likely to be a do nothing Congress. It's likely to be very partisan, and you've heard all about the debt ceiling debate, for example, that's coming up, and there's your outlook for the year. That's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is, look, you've got members of Congress, a lot of new members of Congress, including your own, come to town, who want to, individually and collectively serve, their communities. And so, needless to say, there, of course, are going to be opportunities for things to happen this year and next year in the 118th Congress. There are going to be opportunities for bipartisanship. There are going to be issues of interest to Nevada County and county governments as a whole that are going to be moving. So again, there's always a sort of two sides of the coin when folks start doing an outlook of what's in store for a new Congress. Just a couple of things before I turn it to Tom. There are some big picture things, some things that the press has been talking about that debt ceiling fight that's probably around the corner, talking about, how are they going to get a new budget done? But if you look at it, you know, there are things that Congress is going to start to move on here at some point in the not too distant future. Things, for example, like a new Farm Bill reauthorization package and a Federal Aviation Administration reauthorization bill. As you probably know, and I think as we've talked about in the past, Congress is reactive. They're good at sort of, well, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. But when they have a deadline or a target, that's when you start to see action on the part of Congress. Both those bills that I mentioned, Farm Bill, FAA, they expire at the end of the current fiscal year. So members are very much gearing up for that. The committees of jurisdiction are talking about that. We do expect hearings and hopefully some kind of definitive legislative action. I'm sure we're going to have opportunities with Jonathan and others to talk more about the Farm Bill, but that's a big one. Obviously, we're talking about agricultural policy. There's a forestry angle to that. There's a nutrition angle to that. And again, the FAA bill is pretty big in its own right. So we are going to see legislative movement on those. I can't promise that they're going to pass, but those are going to be some of the big ticket items in Congress. And then again, as Hassan talked about, you've got the budget, which funds, of course, you know, all the programs of interest to the county. One thing I want to mention, speaking of new members, our team was up on the Hill, Capitol Hill earlier this week and had a chance to meet with Congressman Kiley's legislative staff. We had a very, very productive, good introductory meeting with the Congressman's legislative director and legislative assistant. So kind of laid out the Nevada County program for them. Again, really looking forward to working with that office. It looks like they're hitting the ground running. By the way, the congressman, he has his committee assignments. He is going to be on the Judiciary Committee and the Education and Workforce Committee. So those are going to be his two committees. We've also been previewing some of the county's priorities, of course, with our senators and the staff as well. So I think I'm going to leave it there. Again, as Hassan said, tons of issues to talk about today. Want to be respectful of time and want to have that give and take on questions. I'm going to turn to Tom just to talk a little bit about those big picture issues, the debt ceiling and what's in store on the budget.
Thank you, Joe, and good morning, board. Yeah, last week, as you all know, the Treasury Department announced that it had reached the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling. And in order not to breach that ceiling, it was going to undertake what it calls extraordinary measures. Those measures are essentially accounting measures that will help Treasury continue to pay existing obligations, but those measures will essentially be exhausted by sometime this spring or early June. At issue right now, as many of you know, the House Republicans have argued that they will not approve an increase in that debt limit unless it is accompanied by federal spending cuts. Depending on the member that is interviewed, those spending cuts could include cuts to Medicare, Social Security, block granting of Medicaid, absolutely no tax increases, and cuts to domestic spending. Speaker McCarthy, for his part, has said that Medicare and Social Security are off the table. Democrats, for their part, have said that they would not adopt a debt ceiling package unless it was a clean debt ceiling increase. Within the next couple of weeks, the president and Speaker McCarthy are going to sit down. The president has invited the speaker to the White House to meet with him prior to the president's February 7th State of the Union address. That meeting has not been calendared yet, but that's forthcoming. And last night, in some late-breaking news, there is now some discussion of suspending the debt limit until about September 30th. Suspension of the debt limit basically would mean that the Treasury Department and Congress would look the other way for a while and continue to meet those obligations. But the Republicans, some are arguing that it should be tied to the spending package that of all federal appropriations that are due on September 30th. And as we all know, they rarely, if ever, meet that September deadline. So it's very much in flux here on debt limit, lots of discussions through the media and no sit downs yet with Democrats and Republicans on it. With that, happy to take some questions in the time that we have remaining.
Heidi, our CSAC and NACO representative.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. It's great to see you up there, and to know that you're busy trying to figure out what the heck is going to happen in the next year. Bypassing all the craziness with the debt limit and all the other nonsense that's going on there. Everything I'm hearing about the farm bill is that is where, significant funding for programs that we care about here is going to happen. Can you explain the process, how you work with the folks on that, how you figure out what to tell us what's going on, how we get the information to you, and so you know what to be advocating for on a bill like that? Can you just walk us through that process a little bit?
Yeah, I'm happy to thank you, Supervisor, for those comments. Happy to kick that off, and then I'll defer to Hassan on some of the substance in the bill. But in terms of the process and gathering priorities, works in many similar ways to kind of how we develop priorities for other issues, and that it's very much a collaborative process. Obviously, deferring to the board and the staff as you set your priorities, for the county. In the case of the Farm Bill, since it's a bill that comes up once every 5 years, it's one of those things that, once it does pass and is implemented, you get further away, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, there's another one on the horizon. We do have, and Hassan can probably speak to this a little bit more. We do have a meeting coming up that your staff, the intergovernmental staff, Jeff, and others have organized with some department folks to talk about ideas, again, collaborate and develop what those priorities would look like. It's a good time to be doing so. Again, Congress will start hearings at some point. We may want to, again, once we have more specificity identified, obviously provide that to the committees of jurisdiction in both the House and the Senate. As far as if there's an opportunity to testify, of course, needless to say, we'd love to be able to do that. We can submit written testimony and take it from there. And again, the key really is, I'll go to the all politics is local adage here, is getting those priorities that are developed within the county, to our members, to our new member of the House, and to our two senators. We do work very collaboratively, obviously, with CSAC. As you know, we represent CSAC directly. Our CRC is a great partner, as is NACO. So we're all kind of working together, and I'm sure, Nevada County's priorities are going to be shared by those other associations. So Hassan, hopefully I didn't steal all your thunder, but if you want to add to that, please.
Stole a little thunder, but that's okay. I'm happy you mentioned the meeting. So we've been planning this for a while. We've got some stakeholders, staff. We're going to walk through sort of some of the big priorities for the county, identify where we want to, make change. I will say that Senator Padilla has already put out a call for policy priorities. It's a formal process through his website. So one of the things we're going to do in this meeting is kind of identify where we want to attack, if you will, and we'll put in those priorities to Senator Padilla's office. Senator Feinstein's also asking, I don't know if she's opened up a formal process like Senator Padilla has, but it's something that everybody's interested in. It's something that may move this year. So I think a lot of folks are kind of pointing to this as an opportunity.
The only other thing to add is that the Senate Agriculture Committee has announced some hearings beginning next month, including a hearing on SNAP, CalFresh, and nutrition programs, which is part of my portfolio. And as a reminder, in terms of the Farm Bill, 80% of the Farm Bill spending is on SNAP and nutrition programs. So I've reached out to Senator Padilla's staff on those particular programs to get a sense of where the senator will be, and we had that conversation yesterday.
Supervisor Hook, our RCRC representative. Okay. Hardy, are you ready?
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question on the Farm Bill. There's this little piece, administrative leasing privilege with federal agencies, the Forest Service being one of them. And we're looking at this housing concept where we could enter into a master lease agreement. And that's one of the pieces that I think housing has been a huge conversational piece. And if there's anything inside the Farm Bill embedded that we're not aware of or that we can advocate for directly, that would be something I would be interested in. And then on the SNAP piece, anything for rural and disadvantaged, obviously disadvantaged communities, anything set aside to handle some of the smaller communities we have, the town of Washington comes to mind. anything embedded in those bills that we could grab onto or help you advocate for from our elected position would be helpful from my standpoint.
Thank you for those comments, Supervisor. Absolutely. This is the opportunity to try to secure those priorities through the Farm Bill. It is a massive piece of legislation on housing. I think, yes, there are opportunities. I know, for example, some folks are going to be looking to, for example, attach the Farm Workforce Modernization Act to that bill. It's sort of an immigration piece, has a housing component. There are going to be different members who are going to be looking to kind of broaden the Farm Bill as much as they're able to. And so we think there'll be sufficient opportunities to work with you on those priorities.
Chair Schofield, we may want to move.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Otherwise,
Sure.
we're running out of time, but I'll leave it up to you.
Well, I'm good. If Lisa, Sue, are you? Okay, fine. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks again to Paragon. And like you said, we will have an opportunity to hear from them again in the panel discussion. But right now, we'd like to turn to our state advocates, and it's my pleasure to introduce Karen Lang. Again, her impressive bio is in your packet. And I just want to share, getting to work with Karen for the past year or so that I've been in this role, just how amazingly responsive she is, and same with Paragon. But we can text really anytime, day or night. I mean, it's from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., not usually before or after that, but still, and get that immediate response. And the other piece I think we've enjoyed recently is also getting to know some of your other team. So we've started to be able to bring in some of our leaders, like we had, Trisha and Robin, our transit services manager, in a couple weeks ago to really talk about some of the specific challenges, for example, around our fleet electrification and what those requirements mean for rural communities. And then Karen bringing in some of her team that have specific subject matter expertise. So again, just awesome to work with you. And Karen's going to chat with us a little bit today about some of our priorities, some of the new dynamics in the legislature, including we're all interested in care court, organic waste, SB 1383, wildfire funding, homelessness, and all of those key issues that are important to Nevada County. So with that, Karen, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I've got sort of a lightning round list of topics to run through, and I'll try to do them justice. A couple of things. The legislature is back. They were sworn in on December 6th. They basically take the month of December to organize themselves, hire staff. They're going through the same thing you're going through, which is that there's not a lot of qualified applicants that want to come to work and put pants on. So they are still hiring. It's very rare to see the governor recruit in the morning report, which is sort of our own version of the classifieds. That's how hard up folks are to get staff in. So it'll be, I think, a pretty interesting year from a staffing perspective. I know that they just are having the same problems you're having. There's one committee that has no consultants right now, and they're supposed to be starting to analyze bills in another month. They're trying to get settled. There are 30 new members this year, and then the real turn of the tide will be in 2 more years. This will be the first time in 2024 that the full 12-year term limit change takes effect, and so some members will just get washed out, and we'll have really a very young, experience-wise legislature. That is already kind of playing out right now. For those of you that are political junkies, you know that there was a miniature version of the speakership fight. I mean, the Kevin McCarthy thing was like, that was like Academy Award winning television, but we had our own version of it in Sacramento with the Speaker of the Assembly. He's going to be termed out, but he was challenged for his speakership role by Assemblymember Robert Rivas. He tried it once in May of 2022 and it didn't work out very well for him. And then once the new legislature came back, they went into an offsite meeting, the Assembly Democrats did, and they had to pick a speaker. And so what they ended up doing is agreeing that in 6 months, Robert Rivas would take over as the speaker. And that's a long time to keep the peace and add in a budget deficit, which I'll get to in a second. And it's already started to fray. One of the so-called Rendon allies, Speaker Rendon is the speaker now, Arambula, he's a doctor actually from Fresno County. He has started making rumblings that he actually wants to be the speaker. So whatever the deal was that was made is not, is not over yet. And I want to point out to you, the budget is the largest piece of policy that the legislature passes every year. That's where we spend our money. That's the ultimate expression of priorities. The new speaker is supposed to take over right after they're done with the budget in June. And we have a deficit, and the governor doesn't want to spend any of the reserve. So you're going to have a speaker coming in that might not have as tight of a hold on his caucus as he possibly could have, going right into a lot of things potentially being cut or postponed that their caucus cares about. The Assembly is, I think, going to be pretty messy for a while. And so the Senate is almost boring by comparison. They have a very steady situation. Senator Atkins is the pro tem. She will term out. If I were to make a informed hazardous guess, I would say right now it looks like Senator McGuire, who's actually former Sonoma County Supervisor, which is always good for counties to have someone in leadership have county experience. He's the majority leader right now, and there's a theory that he would take over as the pro tem, almost as a caretaker role, until Lena Gonzalez, who's a little bit younger, newer to the legislature. She's been in for 2 years. She's from Long Beach, and she would take over as pro tem in a couple of years, and then hold on to that for quite a bit of time, given the longer term limits. So there's a lot of dust still settling, and we're in the period right now. Last Friday was the bill drafting deadline. Right now, members are starting to introduce their legislative packages. So your department heads will be getting a lot of emails from me, from the other people at this table, flagging high priority bills. And then, of course, the governor on January 10th, he laid out his version of a budget. And it's not a secret, but it's not real common knowledge that the Department of Finance databases were hacked. So the as the governor was trying to put together his Gen 10 budget, they didn't have all the information they needed. Like their systems weren't able to talk to each other. And so the budget that came out on January 10th was a little different. The governor usually has like a 500-page summary of what his budget does. And this year it was like less than 200, which that's like a red flag right there. You know something's wrong. And in his Gen 10 budget, he does not propose to spend the reserve. And that is a very notable decision that he's making. What he's trying to do is defer some of the investments that they included in our massive current year budget to deal with the $22 to $25 billion deficit that we're facing as of right now. But I think it could get worse. On the 10th of every month, the state controller releases the cash receipts report. I know I've talked about it before. You can get a monthly real-time sense of how things are going to get ugly because, as you know, the state catches a cold, you all get pneumonia when it comes to finances. So the 10th of the month is a notable date every month for us. We always check to see what it's looking like. The personal income taxes for the month of December were absolutely abysmal. And the way that our tax structure works, the vast majority, over half of our general fund is based on the richest people in California doing well on the stock market and making a lot of money. So, while the stock market isn't the economy, the stock market is our general fund. Just think of it that way, because capital gains is an enormous contributor to how we spend our funding, and it's not doing well because people aren't having these overnight millionaire successes down in Silicon Valley, and that has an immediate impact on our general fund. So I think it's probably going to get a little worse. If you listen to the morning tickers on the stock market, those have huge implications for our budget in particular because of the way that our budget is structured and the sources of revenue. All this to say, I wouldn't marry yourself to anything that was in the Jan 10 budget. One, it was not perfectly informed. And secondly, you have a very messy assembly that knows there's over $30 billion in reserves available to not cut some of the things they care the most about. So I think you're going to see some pretty rigorous debates in the budget process over what the final version of that budget looks like. And for those of you that have been following along, we basically do two budgets. We do one in June to check the box so everybody gets paid and can go on summer break. And then there's another budget in August, or what will end up being September for this coming year. And then that's when like the final budget gets done. And that's a lot of time to have more revenue understanding. So there could be a bigger gap, and there could be a much greater pressure on the governor to give in and pull down some of the reserve. The thing is, if you watch historically how our revenues ebb and flow, it's never just a one-year thing. And so I think the adults in the room, I'm hoping, will prevail and make sure we don't blow through too much of the reserve at once, because we're going to probably need it next year too. As far as hot topics of things that are being chatted about in the Capitol, of course, Care Court is the biggie. It was a little interesting. At the end of August in 2022, LA County, at the end of negotiations, walked away from being in the cohort 1 group. And that was, I think, cataclysmic, I think, for the administration, because if they got LA, they basically had half the state, and then they could say they had half the state. And then they walked away over the fact that LA County insisted on an actual true-up of the costs associated with implementing the program, and the Department of Finance and the governor's office said no. So they walked away, and then we have the 8 counties that are in. Well, the governor hinted at the fact that another county was going to come in when he gave his Gen 10 budget. And then all of a sudden, like a week ago, LA County was just announced that they're going to be in. Unbeknownst to their lobbyist. Please don't do that to me. I was talking to their head lobbyist. He had no idea what they'd agreed to. We had to go meet with the governor's office to find out what exactly the conditions were under which LA County is going to be joining what's now being referred to as cohort 1.5. But there's been a certain amount of funding out the door to the first cohort counties. You're not in it, for those of you who don't know, to start implementing the program. And LA County is its own thing, right? I mean, that they're like the largest entity in the room on any given discussion, and so they usually get the largest chunk of money. There's no money, and they're not doing a budget right now, so I don't know how LA County is going to get money for this, but they're doing it. And they're going to be, I think they'll be a little bit later, but they're going to try. And so then tomorrow is actually a big deadline for counties that are in cohort 1, and frankly, all counties should be paying attention. Judicial Council is not under the control of the legislature. They are their own thing. It's, you know, the third leg of our government structure, and they have their own forms, and they're going to have a lot of say over how care court plays out in their courtrooms. And the comments on their forms are due tomorrow. And I saw a thing last night that like one of the forms is like, where's the person's address? Well, some of these people don't have addresses, so how are we, you know, like these things matter. So I'm assuming that your staff are directly engaging with their peers in the counties that are in cohort 1, because as this goes forward, what happens in cohort 1 matters a lot to the cohort 2 counties. And so the legislature needs to be responsive to it, and how Judicial Council behaves will be critical. And then, you know, there's 58 county court systems. And so how are your judges going to engage with you on it? It's not just counties and the individuals that are going to be subject to the care court. The courts are going to have a huge role in this, and it'll be critical to see how they actually engage or not with counties to make sure that the program is as successful as it can be. There is going to be a vehicle for cleanup legislation carried by Senator Umberg. He's the chair of Judiciary, and one of the places where like conservatorship legislation's been hung up, and some of these more meaningful reforms to help folks that are struggling. Good bills like that go to die in Judiciary Committee. The most notable thing that happened again in the Assembly, so still messy, could change. But Assemblymember Brian Mainshine, who actually changed his party registration once he was elected, he's from San Diego. He's been on the Judiciary Committee for a while. He's pushed conservatorship reform legislation. He's now the chair of Assembly Judiciary Committee. That is a big switch. And on top of that, Umberg is the author of the care court legislation. He's the chair in the Senate. So I think you're going to see a lot of activity around conservatorship, which, you know, it's a contentious topic, obviously, but it's very expensive for counties to implement conservatorships at all. Your adult protective services are probably underfunded like everyone else's. And so those kinds of bills are going to be something that your staff is looking at, responding to, and trying to figure out what it's going to cost, particularly given the fiscal picture that I laid out. That's the big one. As far as a couple other things that happened last night, because I know I've got a time issue. A couple things. So remember when we almost, like all of us had to not run our air conditioning in August, and then the state like concurrently was saying we're all going to drive electric cars in 2040, and then we don't have enough. The grid is not growing fast enough. We don't have enough renewable supply to actually meet that demand. So then all of a sudden the legislature extended the life of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, gave permission to do it. You know, we don't get to do it on our own. There's a federal entity, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, has a lot to say about what happens at Diablo. When PG&E was still thinking of maybe keeping it open before the deal got made, they had some forms that they had thrown over the fence to the NRC years ago. And then the state said, no, we're going to close it down. And then last year they decided, no, we're going to give PG&E like a $1.4 billion forgivable loan and keep it open. And then I think that, you know, I'm not really sure. I don't want to, you know, impugn PG&E. But yesterday or 2 nights ago, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission said, this is not going to work for us. Go back to the drawing board. So they have to resubmit all these documents to keep it open. So it's not exactly the slam dunk we thought. But on any given day, when the wind's not blowing and the sun's not shining, that power plant provides like nearly 10% of the state's grid, like the demand. It's not small. And so whatever happens there, pay attention, because our grid in certain places in the state, for those of you participating, I think especially in our CRC, you know, there are parts of California that there's no room on the lines themselves to put more energy to help build out communities. So in Southern Humboldt, for example, they can't build a new hospital because PG&E does not have any power lines to run to it, and there's no more room on the grid. So this this overarching effort regarding moving off of carbon-based emissions for energy, for cars, et cetera. There's a lot of catching up that's got to get done. And actually, to your point about the, we had a conversation with some staff from my firm who focus on transit and transportation. There's been the Advanced Clean Fleet, ACF, is a thing that ARB is doing to move public and private fleets over to electric sources, or like non-carbon based sources of energy to move the cars around. The ARB in the last 2 days looks like they're going to make some changes to those regulations, at least for the publicly owned utilities, because if you can't charge your car, you can't charge your truck. How are you going to get to somebody and help them? And I think that that would affect the mountain counties quite a bit. And so it's just starting, but there are legislators who are, very progressive legislators that are sending a letter to the ARB and asking them to redo the regulations as it relates to utilities, as far as what kind of fleets they have to have because of what it could mean and how it could harm people needing to get help or to provide service delivery if you can't charge your car at the yard. You can't go do the work. So they're going to be revising that, and I just wanted to flag that for you. Additionally, totally unrelated to anything we've talked about so far, the fast food referendum. I'm sure this is like sort of in your general awareness. There was legislation approved in 22 that would set up a council through the labor commissioner that would set up the standards and pay for fast food workers. And the rumor would be, they'd go to $22 an hour. And obviously, it's an incredibly contentious bill. The fast food companies and the Restaurant Association teamed up, and they have now qualified a referendum. So that bill actually goes, all of that goes into like, in hockey when you have to go to the penalty box. It just, they have to sit there for a little bit. So the law is not operative until the voters get a chance to speak on that. So, all right, and then water bonds, jumping around here a little bit, you're going to see bonds. Whenever the state gets broke, we put bonds on the ballot because that's the only way we can spend money, right? So I think you're going to see a couple water bonds. I think the San Joaquin Valley supervisors and legislators, I think, are going to try to do something specific on levies, which we were talking about with the supervisor because of what's going on in Consumnes. I think there's going to be a larger, regular kind of water bond that has more of the, a little for everybody. There's already 2 school bonds in print. Those are also, huge policy discussions and generate a lot of debate. And then, of course, with what's been going on in the last week and a half, there's probably going to be more gun control related legislation. I don't know how much farther California on its own can go. And I think you've probably seen that in the press with the governor kind of frustrated with the national debate on it. But I think the legislature just is going to try to do something because I feel like usually when this happens, they try to react in some way and lead. And so there'll probably be more of that going into 23. And then I can just skip around homelessness, affordable housing, and upcoming threats. Homelessness, Governor, you saw it, right at the end of the CSAC conference, it was ill-timed meeting of all time when you guys had to go to Sacramento and meet with him when you're all in Southern California meeting with each other. There will be, I would believe that there will be trailer bill language that will try to turn the heat up on local governments related to the visible homeless. I think it's probably the number one vulnerability when it comes to polling for the governor is probably that issue. He has higher aspirations. He says he doesn't, he does. So I think homelessness, there will be more to try to hold other people accountable for it. And that's going to be tied to your HAP money. He did not propose to take any money away. I think he's just going to try and make it harder for you to spend it without literally visible changes in communities. And then on affordable housing, they're going to keep going. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of projects in the pipeline. It just takes forever to get to the place where you're swinging a hammer. So he didn't really take much of a scalpel to the affordable housing funds that go through HCD, and then the state treasurer's office allocates tax credits. Those really didn't take much of a haircut at all because it's a reflection of his priorities. And then finally, upcoming threats. I will say it again, when the state's revenue picture looks bad, that's about the time you all look like you can do something better and cheaper, and here you go. And so you always have to worry about what the legislature will shift to you because they can't afford it or they're not doing it right. You've seen it recently with juvenile justice. You've seen it with some of the realignments. There might be more coming. I think that you've had a lot to do with a very little amount of time and not enough money. And I know that in many, many counties, you're dealing with a vacancy rate of potentially double digits. So as far as upcoming threats, it's pay attention to what happens on the 10th of every month on the state treasurer's website or controller's website, because that'll be your indication of how bad it's going to get. And I'll stop talking. Thank you.
and micro overview in 15. Really, you took like 16 and a half minutes, but but that's okay. So Chair, we have a few minutes for questions for Karen before we open up the panel.
I don't know. We could keep listening to you, Karen. Any specific questions? I think we can move on.
Awesome.
All right,
Jeff?
perfect. Well, thank you so much. So we can go and take down the slide and we'll go and pull up. And again, I just want to, real quick, I'll just go ahead and introduce everyone real quick. And then, so starting off, we already saw from our Paragon team, and we have Jonathan Sheffield from the National Associations of Counties. Of course, we have Karen Lang. We have Tracy Ryan from RCRC. We have Catherine Freeman from CSAC. We have Steve Frisch from Sierra Business Council. We have Justin Corpuso. Hopefully I'm saying that correct. I'm probably not. My apologies, sir. From Mountain Counties Waters Resource Association. I apologize. So before we begin, we do have a number of questions that touch base on a lot of the priorities, including homelessness, wildfire budget, a lot of those components. But this is your workshop, and so I want to just encourage you, board members, to feel free to interject if you have questions. We have plenty of questions, but we want to make sure that you have an opportunity to ask directly. But maybe I'll just go and kick it off, but feel free just to go ahead and chime in. I'll be scanning in case you want us to interject. So this is really your discussion. We'll make sure you get the best out of it. So
all right.
First question.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So our first question will be for you, Catherine. We'll start off, and also panelists, feel free to jump in. We'll probably target questions to certain panelists, but certainly if you want to add more color. So the first question is, recognizing homelessness is a top priority for CSAC as well as for Nevada County. In the governor's January budget address, he's demanding accountability and transparency from counties to unlock funding. What does this actually mean for counties, and what can we expect from the legislature?
Well, I think it's complicated. And I will admit that I am the ag, environment, and natural resources person, but I say that because CSAC has made this the top priority of our organization. And every single person in the organization is working on that, including myself. We've hired somebody from the governor's office, Keely Bosler, a friend of mine who's fantastic. Sorry, I'll be louder. Because what we're looking for, I think it got turned off. So we're gonna get this. Oh, guys, I think it's dead. Yeah, that's dead. All right. Well, I killed something already today. Okay. Is that normal? Probably, actually. Have you seen me ride a mountain bike? It's not pretty. No, so what we're doing is we're trying to attack this from the perspective of what does a comprehensive solution look like? What does it mean for the governor to say, hey, you're going to do something and then not provide the adequate funding that we need? The response can't be, oh, gee, we can't. The response has to be, here's our proposal. And so the reason that we put together a homeless action working group is that if we don't come back with something, we're going to get told what to do. I was asked, what advice would I give Nevada County since they're not in phase 1 of Care Court? My advice would be what I tell other folks that are in disasters. So I work on natural disasters. If you're not in the first phase, you need a partner who's in that first phase, and whoever is your lead needs to have that direct communication, maybe even participate with them. Because they're going, like I'm thinking of Tuolumne County. I was just there talking to them about their homeless action plans, what they're going to do for phase 1. What does that mean? How is it going to impact your county? The numbers are staggering across the state, and for some counties, I was talking to somebody, I think it was in Monterey, and they said, well, we have our 8 people that we're talking about, and I was like, we 8? We have like 800,000. So what we just need to be able to talk cohort to cohort at your level and figure out what we're doing. I think that in the next couple of months, we're going to see, as Karen mentioned, hearings. We're going to be advocating pretty heavily for the county perspective. And again, it's the comprehensive solution. He's going to want to see accountability, and we want to see that the accountability is not just at the county level, but also at the state level. We had a great conversation on the way up here about a state responsibility and a state action. But that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for the counties to make the decisions. So it's kind of a broad perspective. The one thing I would just end with is at any moment in time, when you have a question, you have a concern, I would get in touch with us or RCRC and just ask for some assistance, because what we're trying to do is that very simple thing of putting people together to help solve the problem, because it's not going to get solved in the next 2 weeks. It's not going to get solved in this legislative session. This is the beginning of a very, very long and difficult road with a governor who is pushing very hard, in some ways in a good way, in a lot of ways, in ways that are very difficult for counties. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Definitely complex issues. So actually moving over to further complex issues, I'm going to talk about broadband. I want to give this question to you, Tracy. Significant strides have been made with over $6 billion of funding being allocated over 3 years for middle mile and last mile infrastructure development. However, with the January budget proposals, we're seeing deferring $550 million of CPUC last mile infrastructure grants over the next 3 years. Last mile infrastructure is critical for Nevada County, whereas middle mile is not so much, obviously specific to us, maybe not for other rural counties. How will this impact county as well as the Golden State Connect Authority's work, and would this be slated for further cuts should we get hit by a recession?
Good question. I love talking about broadband. So in the governor's budget, there were two cuts related to broadband. The first one was the $550 million from the federal funding account, Last Mile Connection Fund. So as a reminder, that fund was $2 billion, $1 billion for urban counties, $1 billion for rural counties, and it's projects in those counties. It's not money to the counties. So the governor's budget deferred $550 million from that $2 billion to future years. The other cut, and I'll get back to that piece. The other not cut, I'm sorry, deferral that was made was about $575 million from the Loan Loss Reserve Fund. And that is a fund that's integral to our financing model for GSCA. So the full fund is $750 million, and what will be appropriated, proposed by the Jan 10 budget, would be $175 million for this year, and then deferring out to future years for the Loan Loss Reserve Fund. So put together, it's a little bit over $1 billion taken out or deferred for the broadband infrastructure fund. In general, I don't immediately think that it's detrimental to see those deferrals if they stay deferrals. So for the last mile fund, we still have 1.5 billion in there. And that fund is open to not only local governments, but ISPs, co-ops, electrical utilities, non-telephone entities. And so if you think about all of these people, all of these entities being eligible with local governments all at one time, I think that slowing down the process a little bit will actually be helpful to local governments, because I think we're a little bit behind the 8 ball. That's the whole reason that they had the Local Agency Technical Assistance Fund, was to help local governments get ready to do this. And so I don't think if it continues to be a deferral, it's going to be detrimental. I think what we need to watch for is cuts. As Karen said, I mean, the governor clearly sees the writing on the wall, and there's going to be squeezing happening. And for things like broadband, and especially the Loan Loss Reserve Fund that doesn't even have actual program rules yet, it's going to be very easy to swipe that money because it's not even real yet. And so I get a little more concerned about what the legislature decides, or after we see April, we see the numbers in April, what actually happens to that funding.
Thanks, Tracy. And I actually think we're going to ask you to kick off on the next one, and then we'd love to hear from Steve and Jonathan as well. So last year, the legislature adopted funding for climate resilience at $54 billion over 5 years. And while the governor is proposing a reduction to $48 billion, this is still a lot of funding, which reflects his affirmation of this as a top priority. We'd like to hear what are the most critical areas of funding that rural counties should focus on and leverage, and how can we best prepare? And additionally, what are the areas of the Inflation Reduction Act that counties can take advantage of to build resilience to extreme weather?
And so I will preface my answer with my portfolio includes many things, but not climate resiliency. So, and there are a lot of people here that have the depth and background. So I will give you my general answer and what I got from Stacey Heaton, who is our expert at RCRC, who's been doing this work for 15 years. So if you have further questions, she would be the person to talk to at RCRC. But the Office of Planning and Research and the Strategic Growth Council have robust grant funding programs, and our sense is that we're not going to see those clawed back for this fiscal year that we're in. And so our best advice is to be prepared to drawing down this fund by having your local climate action plan and identifying those in need communities. So those that are in the Cal Enviro Spring disadvantaged communities or those with low income areas. And then I would like to turn it over to Catherine because I know Catherine knows a whole lot about this.
And I'll be brief because I know other folks have to speak. But one of the things to think about is that the governor last year made a 5-year commitment with the legislature to funding. The legislature can't be bound in a future year. That's not legal. Can't do that. You can say that. It's great. I can make a promise to you and I can break it. So they have made some changes. I won't say they're broken promises, but they're changes. One of which really kind of hits at the heart of what I think is necessary in some of our mountain counties. And it's a very small thing. It's climate resilience centers. They're extremely useful. We know that in a PSPS event, we need them. And the governor had finally come around and the legislature had come around to making this a commitment. I've mentioned that I was just in Tuolumne County. I went to their Climate Resilience Center. It's exactly what communities need. And you have fairgrounds that could house these. This is a great place. And they've, quote, delayed it for a year. Well, I'm not sure what that actually means. I think it's sort of a dangerous, slippery slope. When it's on the delayed list and the budget gets worse at the end of the year, you know that that's going to be on the chopping block. But that's just one example of many programs that are sort of in that category. And I look at some of the things that we're trying to do at counties, like take over some of the fire and fuel breaks or making big changes to how we manage our lands and our properties in senior water rights areas, areas of origin. And those are the ones that I'm the most concerned about. Well, when we ask the question about bonds, I have a thought, but I'm not going to give it to you yet.
Steve?
Great. So really important to remember that what Catherine just said about a 5-year promise being just a promise is playing out this year. So the budget, the $6 billion cut from the climate budget falls across a number of different categories, including transportation, zero emission vehicles, a lot of areas that have a statewide significance. But like Catherine, I'm really concerned about the portion of the cuts that actually fall on rural communities more heavily. So for example, the Adaptation Planning Grant Program that directly provides local governments with funding to do climate action planning, which is really, really important, was cut from $250 million over the next 3 years to $25 million. We will be seeking the restoration of that funding. The Climate Resilience Center planning grants and infrastructure grants, that's a really, really big deal in many of these rural communities that are on the edge of the forest and the valley, where there are disadvantaged communities or high-risk populations like the elderly, or in our region, we have very high ozone levels from air quality, so we have a lot of respiratory problems in our region. That's a really, really big deal, right? I would argue that the cuts in some other areas of climate adaptation kind of mitigation, for example, the extreme heat funding cuts across the state and the sea level rise cuts, set up different elements of the climate adaptation planning community to fight against each other for funding rather than working together towards a larger pot of funding. And then across the board, the cuts to the forest management, wildfire resilience portfolio, although technically the cuts were only about 10% to forest and wildfire funding, it's important to remember that was 10% of $600 million that 3 years ago was $1.5 billion. or 2 years ago, right? So it had already gone down, you know, it had already been halved, and then it got cut by another 10%, right? That's a really, really big deal. So that will be on the table as well, I think, and is really important. And then one other observation before I get to kind of the mantra about bonds is that we are increasingly seeing housing funding being tied to climate adaptation and mitigation objectives as well. And it's really important to note that if you don't have a really good climate action plan and you're not able to actually demonstrate how your housing funding can be used to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or reduce vehicle miles traveled, it's going to be increasingly more difficult to get access to that HCD housing funding. These two issues are beginning to converge, and they've actually already converged in many policymakers' minds, which I think is really important. So what we're hearing out of the Capitol is what we're calling internally the 3 Bs. Budget, fight for the portions of the budget that will help rural communities. And I just listed some of them, and we've talked to the county about a lot more. Bonds, so we are hearing a lot of talk about a new water or natural resource or climate adaptation bond. There were 2 places 2 years ago where those bonds stopped, Eduardo Garcia's 2387 or whatever it was, and SB 45. So we're looking back at those previous proposals to see what the starting point for a bond discussion will be for this year. We know that there are authors already working on bonds. My guess is the water objectives, the drought, the flood objectives, the climate objectives, the wildfire resilience objectives eventually converge into a single measure. That would be the most logical thing to have happen. No one says that at the beginning of the process, but they always agree to it at the end of the process, right? Because there's only so much space on the ballot. So, you know, we're hearing numbers of between $7 and $14 billion for a water, climate, forest bond. Or climate resilience bond, whatever we want to call it. And those discussions are already active and going on. And then the final issue, so budget, bonds, backfill. There will be a scramble over essentially which portions of this get backfilled as Ms. Lang mentioned from the reserve. There's a difference of opinion about how much to tap into that reserve. Like we have saved a lot of money in the last 2 years. And Anthony Rendon and Robert Rivas are both on record essentially saying, we really think we should think about spending some of the reserve, right? So a lot of the debate this year is going to be, in a world of $20 billion or $22 billion in cuts, which $10 billion gets put back in the budget between now and May, right? So that's how we're kind of seeing things.
Thanks, Steve. And I just want to make space. Jonathan, anything to add from?
Sure. I'll add a couple of things just from the federal perspective, a few programs that I'd like to highlight. Under the Inflation Reduction Act in particular, there's a new environmental justice block grant program. Counties that partner with a local nonprofit will be eligible to use the funds from this program. And projects can be focused on things like urban heat islands, climate resiliency, reducing emissions and toxins, especially within houses and indoors. These dollars are going to be focused on supporting disadvantaged communities with a heavy emphasis, especially on tribal communities. So that could be something to keep in mind. The IRA also has some significant funding for forestry and water programs, increased funding for the landscape scale restoration program, and the state and private forestry program, which is particularly important to county governments because that's what's going to fund things like your state forest action plans, and will also allow states in some instances to kind of kick some dollars downstairs for forest management priorities. And then I'd also point to a few USDA conservation programs. These are going to face reauthorization under the Farm Bill, and I know we're going to talk Farm Bill a little bit later, but I think it's still important because these did get significant funding increases and authorizations under the IRA. These include things like the Conservation Reserve Program, which is when farmers sign a contract to plant native grasses and shrubs for a 10 to 15-year period. It does take their land out of production for that time, but it also can create incredible buffers for erosion and watershed health and other important environmental priorities. The Conservation Stewardship Program and the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, or EQIP, these are two programs that are focused on paying farmers and ranchers to meet certain conservation goals under their contracts, but they are allowed to keep their farms and ranches working. So it's really kind of an all of the above approach to ensure we keep the food and fiber growing in this country, but also can ensure that they're doing things like crop rotation and taking those other important measures that are good for the environment. For those USDA programs, it's over $13 billion will be invested over the next 4 years, in addition to whatever is authorized under the Farm Bill and appropriated by Congress later on. So those are some programs that I would draw your attention to.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Of course, we have some more questions. I just want to check in with our board members. We'll just keep on going, but please just interject if you have a question. Okay, so I'm going to shift over. I'm going to stick on the federal side here and have another question. We talked a little bit about the Farm Bill, so I do have a question about that. But I also want to highlight to our board members and to the public here today just the role that the National Association of Counties plays. The direct funding that the county received from ARPA was in large part a huge direct result of the hard work that the NACO staff did, including Mr. Sheffield today, as well as with our own legislative advocates. So I just want to say thank you, Jonathan, for being here and taking the time. And so with that, I'm going to kind of combine two questions here because we talked a little bit about the Farm Bill, but I think, in your opinion, what are the most key provisions that we need to be focused on? As Hassan mentioned, we're going to be meeting with staff, I think, in either next week or the following week to think about, from a local perspective, what do we need to be focused on our advocacy efforts? And so I'm curious what you think those should be. And I'm also going to give you a part B, which is also, I think that one of the biggest challenges that counties face, especially rural counties, is how do we embrace this waterfall funding without drowning? And I think, are there resources out there to help local governments do that? So I'll go ahead and kick it over to you. And then, of course, Paragon, please jump in as well.
Yeah, definitely. So for the Farm Bill, I talked about the conservation title and those programs. Those will be a key component of it. But I'll talk a little bit about the politics before I talk about some other programs. For one thing, I think it was Tom Joseph mentioned that around 80% of the Farm Bill funding and authorization is related to the nutrition title, so like the SNAP program, the food stamp provisions. There has been some discussion out there among House Republicans about pulling the nutrition title out and voting on that as a separate mechanism and drastically reducing that funding, and then voting on the everything else as another large package. There's been talk. We don't know if that's the plan moving forward. The Ag Committee hasn't held a single hearing yet, so we're not sure where they're going to go. But I will say that 10 years ago, when I was on Capitol Hill, House Republicans tried this, and it was really a disaster. They wound up getting completely rolled by the Senate, and the Senate Farm Bill was what wound up landing on President Obama's desk. So it remains to be seen if Republicans want to touch that hot stove again. So the politics of that will be key. Again, the nutrition title is really kind of the be-all, end-all of the Farm Bill for a lot of members of Congress, especially those that don't come from farm states or public land states. A couple of other things in the Farm Bill that I'd point out: the rural development title. This is going to fund everything from broadband programs to rural water development, access to phone lines and electricity development through USDA rural development. So again, something that you should definitely pay attention to. Many of your communities, your county, in fact, may be a beneficiary from the USDA rural development title and some of these programs. So those are also going to be a heavy focus. And I think that we actually have a little bit of an advantage here with this new Republican Congress or the new Republican House, because so many of their members come from these rural areas that are going to be reliant on these various federal grants. So that's one thing to keep in mind when you're on the Hill discussing it with some of these members. And then finally, the forestry title. First, the new Ag Committee Chairman, Congressman Glenn Thompson from Pennsylvania. We're kind of in a sweet spot with him because he's one of the few Eastern members that has a big national forest within his district. So he is very keen on doing something on timber harvest, trying to expand timber harvest and improve forest management. So you're going to see a big focus of the Ag Committee in general, but certainly on the Farm Bill in tightening down that forestry title and trying to do things like expand the categorical exclusions that were included in the 2018 Farm Bill. I wouldn't be surprised if we see at the very least those being reauthorized, if not expanded by the House bill. But as far as priorities for the counties within the forestry title, I would draw your attention to Good Neighbor Authority and stewardship contracting. Stewardship contracting is been the mechanism that the Forest Service has really used for timber sales lately. And the problem with this is that counties don't benefit from that 25% revenue share from a stewardship contract like they do under a typical federal timber sale. So that's a priority, is making sure that we're able to get those 25% receipts flowing down to the county governments moving forward. And similarly on Good Neighbor Authority, this was expanded in 2018 in that Farm Bill to allow counties and tribes to enter into these Good Neighbor agreements to conduct cross-boundary treatments on forests. Again, we're great and happy to have that authority, but we don't have that ability to take those 25% of the revenues and reinvest them into Good Neighbor agreements and continue that really good cross-boundary work. So ensuring that those revenue sharing provisions are in a Farm Bill is really our top priority within the forestry title. There was some discussion. I think Jeffrey mentioned the issue with counties having to deal with cost shares and federal matches. Two things I point out there, possibilities for dollars that may be available to your county right now if you need to meet some sort of a cost share. The Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund dollars can certainly be used for that, which is not the case with your regular ARPA funding. So it's important that that you keep that in mind. And you can also use your PILT funding for something like this. So you may have access to some dollars that you can use in a cost share scenario. But I also point out that there are quite a few provisions of like the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure law that allow the agencies to waive a lot of their cost share requirements. For example, the U.S. Department of Transportation's RAISE grant program. This is a program that funds transportation and freight infrastructure. This is authorized at $2.3 billion for this year, and that application process is actually open right now until February 28th. In some cases, in rural and disadvantaged areas, the Secretary has the discretion to totally waive the cost share requirement and put it all on the federal government. Additionally, the RAISE grant program is statutorily required to award 50% of their funding to rural areas. And in this instance, rural is defined as fewer than 200,000 people. So that's something that you would definitely want to keep in mind. Additionally, many of the clean water and drinking water state revolving funds have specific federal requirements for state governments to share some of the burden on the cost sharing side. And then there are solid waste infrastructure and recycling grants programs that have no matching fund requirements. And then I'd also point to a couple of other things. First, last summer, administratively, the Forest Service announced some big changes to their matching requirements for their various grants. They're going to now, in certain instances, allow in-kind and volunteer contributions to be taken into account. Dating back to about the 1990s, the Forest Service was requiring cash up front as the cost share, but they're not statutorily required to do that. That was a rule that was made by the Forest Service. So they've rolled that back, at least in the interim, starting last summer. And these cost share requirements are also completely waived by the Forest Service for tribal governments, if there's no statutory requirement for them to meet some sort of a cost share. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Additionally, the Inflation Reduction Act has up to 100% cost share waived for disadvantaged communities if they want to take advantage of some of those water storage and conservation projects with the Bureau of Reclamation. There's another $4 billion in grants available for local and tribal governments under the IRA for those communities that are most impacted by the Colorado River Basin drought, which of course California is one of them. And those include voluntary use restrictions, watershed and ecosystem restoration, and improved storage capacity. And there's some opportunities there where cost shares could be waived too. And then finally, I don't know if this is the case in California, but there are some states that actually, the state legislatures created a funding mechanism for counties to take advantage of these federal programs so that they can dip into that state fund to meet that federal cost share requirement. I know that Colorado is a state that has done that. There was I read a report about it yesterday when I was studying up before I wrote my talking points. There are around 20 or 30 states that have some sort of a funding mechanism available like that, I believe. So if that's not the case in California, I'm gonna give a very light assignment to my friends at the state lobbyists and say maybe that's something you could keep in mind as a priority moving forward if that's of interest.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. And I think that we're going to move to a question around water for you, Justin, before probably wrapping up with a question around wildfire. So just want to kind of lay that. We have about 10 minutes left and want to make sure again that our board, please feel free to jump in if there are other topics. But so Justin, protecting California's watersheds is critical for water sustainability, which means adequate forest management. What can rural counties do to build support through the legislature to ensure resources are prioritized for forest management as it relates to watershed health and specifically the Sierra Nevada region?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Thank you. Appreciate being here. You've got a great panel assembled and a great team internally and externally that represent you in Sacramento and DC. So we're proud to be part of that. Also wanted to just recognize Supervisor Hook, who was recently elected to be on our board of directors. So she's representing you all here in front of our organization as well. So happy to have her. So I think the biggest benefit and continued path forward that we need to take is collaboration. I think our association, I always joke that I've worked for 20 years as an underdog in California. And having worked with Tracy at RCRC, these associations that represent you in the Sierra Nevadas and the forested foothills, we're always the underdog. So we've recognized that collaboration is key when it comes to how we can kind of get anything across the line down in Sacramento. The other is outreach and education. We live and breathe some of these issues day after day and are very familiar with them and sometimes forget that others are not as familiar. We have wildfires every year. We recognize the severity, we see the severity. Some of us live within, the impacts of those. We experience the smoke. So a lot of California doesn't have those experiences, right? They see it on the news and then it's a flash in the pan and it's gone. We experience drought, similar situation. So I think really the outreach and the education, and it needs to be on the ground. It needs to be tours. It needs to be visual. People need to see, what's taking place in our forests, especially as Karen referenced, the turnover down at the state in terms of legislative representation. It's a continual ongoing education. And I think that we're moving in the right direction, probably faster, I think, now than we have for a number of years in sort of the advocacy around the need. But we need to make sure that we continue with that momentum. The last thing, and our association has really focused on it for years, my predecessor, John Kingsbury, I'm new to the association. John Kingsbury ran it for about a decade. And one of his priorities that I think is extremely important and that we're going to continue to carry the mantle on is this drawing the connection of forest health to the downstream impacts and why forest health is important to not just all of us who live here, but to people in Los Angeles, people in San Francisco, really kind of drawing the connection between forest health and the importance and benefits that those experience in the more urban areas. And again, I think this, getting back to the collaboration piece, really, all of these partners at the table work really well together and can strategically sort of identify how to best to move forward with the proposal and our policy direction. And I think continuing to do that is really important.
Go ahead, Catherine. They didn't want to give it over.
Jeff, yeah, we do have some questions. Heidi, did you want to stay or do Hardy?
Oh, thank you. This is a question for Hassan and maybe Joe or Jonathan. The 700K on the local and tribal fund, and then the environmental justice on the tribal, where would be an example of how that may hit locally? And do the counties control that, or does it go directly to the tribal governance? Like jurisdictionally speaking, is there any connection or overlap there?
For the local assistance and tribal consistency fund, there are two separate pots of money. There's the county funding and then the tribal funding. The tribes get their own funding directly from the feds, from the Treasury Department, and your county has its own share of the money that's totally separate. If you wanted to team up with your with a tribal government to do some sort of a project, you're certainly welcome to do that with the fund. So.
Okay, and Allison motion.
And Martin Pole could provide information, and we don't have a federally recognized tribal organization here locally, but we did receive our funding. And Martin, if you could speak to that, that'd be great.
Sure, I can speak to that. We have received one half of, I think Joe might have mentioned the $700,000+. It's very flexible, and I do thank Heidi. You prompted us to continue to keep an eye on these funds. But we will be talking about the use of those funds along with our ARPA dollars for various projects.
Okay, yeah, great. Thanks for that. And then on the forestry title, the 25% yield tax or whatever that comes back to the county, I think one of the pieces that Supervisor Hook brought up yesterday is just that the environmental restrictions associated with timber harvesting, and our county's, you know, historically speaking, been a huge producer of timber, which we're not anymore. Is there any pathway for us to advocate for doing something to get more, you know, timber sales, stewardship projects that actually end up in dimensional timber leaving the forest and getting some of that money back to start doing some fire and fuels mitigation? Because without that money, without utilization, there's no money for road maintenance or any of the other fuels treatment that we have. So is there any pathway to advocate for that?
Definitely. The Farm Bill is going to be one area to do that, and to be frank, it's probably what potentially probably the only thing that would land on the president's desk dealing with that this Congress. And like I mentioned, the new chairman of the House Ag Committee is going to take a very keen interest on expanding timber harvest on federal forests. So I would say that's one area. Another is going to be, now that the Republicans have taken the House, Congressman Bruce Westerman from Arkansas is the new chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee. And for the past, since he got into Congress in 2015, he's been the lead on what's called the Resilient Federal Forests Act. It's gone through several different iterations throughout the different Congresses, but it's essentially granting or it's designed to expand timber harvest, grant the agencies more flexibility in environmental requirements so that they can expedite that process. And that's legislation that we've endorsed every time it's come up in committee or even come to the floor. So that's another area that I would draw your attention to.
Okay.
And I'll just quickly point out that Congressman LaMalfa is on both the Ag Committee and the Natural Resources Committee. While he no longer represents Nevada County, he is a voice for the county. We've been told we have an open door, and he's still interested in serving the interests of the area. So that's one thing to keep in mind as we kind of move forward on this.
Yeah, good to know. One
I
quick
can add at the state level. Are you interested in
Yeah.
a state level perspective? So I just wanted to say that RCRC is leading on this. Where CSAC is partnering, we hit a wall. We hit a wall with timber harvest. And I think that with the wildfires, with where we're at, and with the understanding that forests are so important for watersheds, including if you want to read about Los Angeles figuring out that all of their dams got silted up from a wildfire, I think we've hit the point where even the legislature, who's very progressive on this, has come to the understanding that we have to harvest, we have to move logs off that have been burned, we have to actually make those differences. How that happens is challenging, but we have representatives on the Forest Task Force, which may be a little bit broad for everybody, but we're also in a bunch of different spaces where we're directly advocating for more action on the forest, on the land, and not just with 500 matching funds, but with real action through whether it's the Sierra Nevada Conservancy or others. But it can't just be grant funding. And I think Nevada County had a proposal where they were maybe thinking of taking over some of the maintenance of some of these projects. We're looking very hard as teams to figure out where is that funding mechanism. And there's so many controversial proposals that I probably shouldn't say out loud, but that partnership that Justin suggested, where you look at your downstream user and you ask them to support you, that model's already there. And the Colony River is already doing that with East Bay Municipal Utilities District. So why isn't it being used in other places?
The
That's the
North
question
Yuba
we have
River
to ask.
Partnership too,
North Yuba,
which
Placer
got
County.
$100 million from the Forest Service.
Right. But those are the models that we're trying to expand statewide to make sure that the forests in your communities that serve as the watershed are really actually being paid for. So I'll stop soapboxes.
But I think while we're talking wildfire, that point that like essentially the strategy and the recommendations beginning to come out of the California Forest Management Task Force, watch that closely because that's actually really important. As it has definitely become influential in what legislation is going to move forward. And their million-acre strategy is going to require scaling up forest management funding from our current $600 million a year to probably about $3 billion a year. So we need to find those funding mechanisms.
Chair, I want to be mindful we are at.
Lori, I think if we can go maybe 10 more minutes into this.
I just have one question.
Sue.
Yeah, just, even on the big picture, but on the small picture, we even need to look at that, some of the cuts in the Farm Bill, right? For NRCS. Those cost share programs are huge for people that want to do part of their own work, right? And again, forestry management plans. It can't be made so difficult that people can't go in and get those dead and dying trees off their property. So those are some really, that's on the small picture, but yet a big picture in a small community where people could do their own work with that kind of support. And I feel like that's really challenging. And getting rid of the CEQA NEPA, we need to not have that big expense on some of these folks that just need to do work on their own public land next to, and it's not just Forest Service, it's BLM where we have the biggest issues. So just want to still focus on the little guy too. That's the other part that we can get a lot of work done when people are doing some of their own with some of that grant fund or the funding to equip, right?
Yeah, it was just, you guys have answered the big question I have at my other hat working on water issues at the state. Waiting to see that forest management watershed linkage. I see it at the top of the state agencies, but not necessarily down at the staff level. And so I'm really glad to hear that those linkages are happening. We could look to counties like ours. We have this fantastic watershed organization circle that can help speak that they're making the link. Also, they've made it a priority years ago to link down to the Bay Area. Caleb, you can probably speak to that. But to help folks further downstream understand where their water is coming from. And then lately, Catherine, what you just said, the link to the eroding hills after the wildfires ending up impacting in a huge way water quality and water supply. So I think you can look to us to help tell that story, how those two things come together, but also alert us to where we can mesh those, and with climate resiliency, how we can pull those together into asks for funds. So you've already spoken about that, but I just feel like that's exciting to hear that link is happening, and we want to be connected to that in this county.
I think.
Can I ask a favor then? Hi, everybody. Can I ask a favor of this very large room? So CZAC is taking an aggressive stance on this. They hired me. I'm a water expert. That's what I do for a living. I don't know why. It's just a long-term career. We are aggressively partnering with Aqua, RCRC, CMUA, which is the Municipal Utilities Association, on a number of different, taking the water picture and understanding it from exactly this perspective. I want to, though, give you one cautionary tale. Bonds are wonderful. They look great. It's like a Christmas present, but it's a Christmas present 24 months in the future. And what the legislature and the governor will do as you create those projects that you put into a bond is they'll say, oh, well, we don't have to pay for that then, right? We don't have to put it in the budget this year because you put it in the bond. You can't guarantee that the voters are going to say yes to a bond. They probably will. It's environmental. But if it's passed, so let's pass the bond in June, goes to the voters in November, goes back to the budget for appropriation. By the time you see a dollar, we really are talking 18, 24 months. So be careful about how we categorize a project in a bond and think about, again, these partnerships as outside of that conversation. Just keep, it's very hard to keep those two separate. You want to engage 100% on both avenues. My suggestion is do everything all the time.
Another opportunity, we partner with the Urban Water Institute, Mesa Water District, and a Bay Area Association on putting together a conference and tour each year. California United Water is the name of the group that we set up and been a partner of. Last year we were able to host in El Dorado County and tour the Caldor Fire. And we transition, each year. This year is going to be in the Bay Area. But we really, with that goal of continuing to bring these groups together and really show the impacts of the work that needs to be done on our forests to those in Southern California, the Bay Area. But drawing those connections is, it's top priority.
One last observation on this. I couldn't agree more that you need to do both at the same time, right? Because one will cannibalize the other if you don't do them both at the same time. But really super important for everyone in this room. With 30 new members of the legislature, and probably in 2 years, there will be 40 more new members of the legislature. I'm reminded of an experience I had going into a legislator's office and saying, I'm from the Sierra Nevada, and them looking at me and saying, well, then why are you here? Shouldn't you be in Nevada? Okay. Like being present is incredibly important, and not just by your lobbyists and advocacy organizations. Take the time to go down to Sacramento and talk to the legislators about these issues. The staff, the staff issue that you brought up is really fascinating, right? Like the typical legislative staffer is a recent college graduate, and they probably know even less about the state than the elected officials do. I mean, I hate to be dark about this, but the reality is if you don't go tell them, they will not know. And the only thing they will hear is what they hear when they go back to their district. So it is really, really important to engage with all of these organizations and be present to make these issues known to individual legislators who can be friends of the Sierra Nevada.
You throw in the staffing issue Karen talked about earlier, and challenging combination.
Best part about it is they're generally like millennials and Gen Z, so they know more than they know, right?
Do we have any?
If I could jump in really quickly at the end, very unique to you and to Placer County alone, you have trump cards that no one else has, which is that you have Lake Tahoe in your area. And there are legislators who don't represent that area that give a big rip about Lake Tahoe. And so to the extent that you're framing things in a way that this forest health issue is good because it keeps sediment out of the basin, it keeps sediment out of the lake. Everybody cares what the clarity of Lake Tahoe is. I promise you. Like literally there's bumper stickers. You can be in any part of the state and you see keep Tahoe blue, right? Everybody sees it. I've noticed that with Senator Laird, who's the former secretary of the Resources Agency. Senator McGuire seemed to have kind of been given the mantle to protect Tahoe in the absence of when Senator Laird was not a senator, and Fran Pavley had left the legislature. There are people that care a lot about particularly the Tahoe watershed. You have the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, you have the Tahoe Conservancy, you have the Bi-State Compact, which I know is a little bit to the east of you, but your partner Placer is in it. And don't be shy and talk to El Dorado County and Nevada County and Placer County and hang together on stuff that you could lead on behalf of all of the water counties, the mountain water counties, because Tahoe is like, everybody knows it, everybody loves it. It's an international treasure, and you have a touch to it because of how close you get to it. And it does open doors that other mountain counties don't get to open. And I promise you, I use it. I throw it around. Our firm represents Placer County too, and it gets people's attention. And you just triggered this because of the Calder fire and driving up there. Like like legislative staff and all the policy committee staff that live in Sacramento, they're both like everybody's on 1580. Like, where do you think they're going this weekend? They're trying to get up to the mountain to go play in the snow. So even though they work for members that represent LA, they spend time in Tahoe. Take advantage of that. They go to Truckee. There are lobbyists that represent all parts of the state that have homes in Truckee. I promise you they do. So they all care about it. So people are going to protect what they care about, right? So use it and abuse it as much as you want. Don't be shy. And frankly, it's a way to get in the door for everybody else that doesn't have Lake Tahoe in their backyard. So that's my little spiel for you on that topic.
I'd kind of like to bring this to a conclusion with some thoughts that I had with this whole panel here. You know, it wasn't that long ago that when we had our legislation session during this, we would have Karen and Paul sit up there. And you can remember those, Karen. They were almost fun times. We can just kind of relax and you know, have a little soft drink or something. And I credit a lot. First of all, I credit this lady a lot and her administration. I credit Heidi in saying, you know, I want to get involved with NACO. And then as a result, Jeffrey saying, well, I got to go with Heidi. And the next thing I know, I can remember Jeffrey sitting in my office saying, hey, do you think we really need a federal lobbyist? Well, I already knew he thought we did. So, you know, here we go. And I look at this and I go, show me a rural county that can put together this kind of a symposium. This is wonderful. But then I kind of look at that organizations wise. Here's this wonderful body that we have up here. And then we have Jeffrey Thornsby, who to me is a analyst. And Ariel's with the CEO's office. So the only thing that comes to me is we've got this wonderful thing that we put together. We have the organizational structure that supports all of this. So I think that's something we can conclude with, and I think it's something we can look at as we're going forward. We've already seen the benefits. And I just want to thank everybody that's here today, and thank you for what you've done for Nevada County. Any final comments?
No, this has been great, though. I have a whole list when I come to RCRC for questions, so this is fantastic. And I have some things for Karen as well. It's really challenging when you look at some of the cuts or some of the things that are really going to help our small counties, right down to training and education in forestry management, right? We need people to learn how to use chainsaws and do forestry management. We need to find this biomass issue. We talk about managing our forest, but we have no place to do with our green waste. So we have a lot of work to do. And then a lot of the rules that come down from the top are not helping our homeless situation as well. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing and the information that you bring us. And hopefully we just continue to really work closely together to protect our rural communities the way they are, because it is a challenge.
Yeah, thank you. This has been awesome, and to see the growth of our state and federal advocacy and our involvement is just phenomenal. And I feel like my closing feeling would be, my goal was just to get us in there and get us known and get the advocacy from you all that we need. And now I'm in a place where I feel like the work I've done, it's time for me to reflect and say, okay, now we're in. How do we position ourselves best to get the most that we specifically here in the county need? So I hope that you guys will help us figure that out too. It's like a fire hose of information from all of you. And so we really want to focus down and figure out, like Ed says, we don't have a structure to follow up on all of this stuff. So really to narrow down where we get the most bang for our buck. And we depend on you all to help us with that. But I feel very lucky that we have so many great people working on our behalf. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, team. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this session
All right,
could have
we're
been
going to take a break and we will come back at 10:50. see, we have just about all of our supervisors in the room. All righty, so I'm going to turn this over to Kimberly Parker to introduce the panel for, oh, I'm sorry, to Tricia Tillotson. All right, Tricia, it's all yours.
Thank you, Lori. Good morning. So my name is Tricia Tillotson. I'm the Community Development Agency Director for Nevada County, and it's my pleasure to introduce the board's economic development objective with the following co-presenters: Kimberly Parker, our Program Manager of Economic Development, and Kristen York, the Vice President for Sierra Business Council. So I wanted to quickly start with some historical context. So at the board's 2020 workshop, an objective for economic development was introduced. It was updated in 2021 and again in 2022. The 2022 objective defined 6 clear economic development initiatives. And clearly, economic development is found in the work of many of our county departments, as well as local and regional partner agencies. Several of the board objectives, as you will hear throughout the workshop, are aligned with economic development. You will be hearing directly, for example, from broadband, cannabis, housing, and recreation. Cannabis, however, is another example of a board objective that has been a standalone for the past 3 years, and now it's progressed to the point where we feel that it's a core service. So today, cannabis will be right after this presentation, and then we'll be asking for your consideration to move it under the economic development portion. At last year's board workshop, we also discussed one position to manage recreation and economic development, but we also realized that both were substantial endeavors. So we were actually able to hire 2 positions. One was Kimberly, the Program Manager of Economic Development, and a second, the Senior Administrative Analyst for Recreation, Erica Seward, who you will hear from later today. We also recognize the value and opportunity in having these 2 dedicated positions focused on moving policy into action. So Kimberly Parker started as our Program Manager in August, and for her first 6 months, she was really asked to concentrate on the implementation of current initiatives, as well as developing a work plan that highlights our path forward. So today's presentation will include a review of what occurred prior to Kimberly joining our team, as well as what's been accomplished since the Economic Development Office was officially formed. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kimberly.
Thank you, Tricia. Good morning, Chair Schofield, supervisors, county staff, and guests. I'd like to start off by reminding everyone of the 2022 board objective that provided direction for the Economic Development Office this past year. We do believe that it will appropriately cover the work of 2023, so as you'll see going forward, we're not going to be recommending any change in verbiage of this objective. It reads, promote economic development by emphasizing resiliency and entrepreneurship, retaining and attracting high-quality jobs, investing in major infrastructure projects, and working in partnership with our municipalities to support our small business and tourism sectors. During today's presentation, my co-presenter and I plan to provide, first, a brief summary of economic development and our 2022 highlights with an opportunity after that for discussion. Next, trends impacting this objective. And third, suggested direction for 2023. We know our best work comes when it is matched with clear strategies that have action steps which are accountable. Later in this presentation, you'll hear that we are only recommending minor language changes to one of the 2023 proposed initiatives. We look forward to a lively dialogue, including your feedback and concerns and issues that perhaps you're hearing from your constituents. And while I know you are well versed in what economic development is, for our guests, I'll run through a quick definition I feel is fitting for a local government. Economic development refers to the intentional, concerted, and sustained actions of policymakers and communities that promote the standard of living and economic health of a specific region. I use the word intentional purposefully because planning and vision for economic development is critical. The economic development objective provides a roadmap for action. It ensures we identify and concentrate on needs that are going to create a net gain of funding for our community. Communities with more resources are better equipped to provide for their communities. Economic development increases tax revenue, job opportunities, and generates higher wealth. It also encourages innovation, engages thoughtful practice around the environment and natural resources, provides a better quality of life, and heightens a positive community-wide culture. These are our approved 2022 initiatives, and we'll take the next few moments to summarize the accomplishments and challenges, and then later you'll hear about our 2023 recommendations. I began my role, as Tricia said, in August 2022, so I'm just in my 6th month. Month 1 and 2 were spent for me internally listening and learning about county projects, as I had never worked with local government before. I also became familiar with some funding opportunities. I took over the management of several county contracts, and I focused on the first initiative, which, as Tricia mentioned, was to create an internal work plan. This work plan was completed at the end of September and is a 16-page document that is action-oriented and focused on progressing or achieving the 22 initiatives set by you. It had defined measurable outcomes. It talked about the Sierra Business Council contract, and it developed a strategy to engage our economic partners to ensure a warm handoff process that will make it easier for businesses and individuals to do work with us in the future. The internal plan is currently designed to go through June 2023, although we know that it may be adjusted after our discussion at today's board workshop. Regarding our second initiative, diversification, sustainability, and equity, these are core values of a strong economic development program. Valley Vision out of Sacramento was recently selected by the state of California as the regional convener for the SURF, Community Economic Resiliency Fund. We will be working with them closely during their planning and implementation phases. We, in fact, are helping to coordinate with the Nevada County Economic Resource Council a February 7th meeting to introduce Valley Vision and their processes to our local agencies and businesses. Also, with the addition of a grant coordinator at the county, the Economic Development Office is looking for grants, including climate adaptation. Not only are we looking for grants that will work within our county departments, but when we see a grant that may be more befitting for an outside agency or community partner, we are reaching out and passing those on. Examples of those include grants which seem well matched for our economic development partners, local jurisdictions, tribal communities, historic buildings and properties, housing projects, and nonprofits. Development of a Western Nevada County Economic Foundation has been ongoing, and I know you've heard about this before. A board has now been formed, and the group recently completed their bylaws. Soon they plan to launch their fundraising campaign. As you know, the county is committed $250,000, which will include a scope of work and a 2-to-1 match from them. At this time, the Center for Nonprofit Leadership continues to serve as their fiscal sponsor as they are getting themselves up and organized. The next initiative is construct infrastructure and further projects that support economic vitality. Throughout the year, the Economic Development Agency, or CDA as I'll refer to it going forward, their staff were the most involved with these efforts. In South County, the Higgins Area Plan was completed and shared with the South County Municipal Advisory Council, which met consistently throughout the year. In December 2022, the Board of Supervisors approved the building standard codes, which were implemented in 2023. Another example is the CDA's continued effort to increase access to their customers through the Building Outpost at Nevada County Contractors Association and the Over-the-Counter Plan Review Program. Considerable efforts have also been given to create a more customer service friendly atmosphere at the CDA lobby. While the following is anecdotal, a recent client shared, "I just wanted to send a quick note to thank all of you for your help yesterday. I can't tell you how amazing it was to have your input and engagement on county codes, which can be quite complicated. But I have to say, you really went above and beyond to answer my questions and help me find the right solutions. So thank you." A sample of community infrastructure meetings that we've been having include meetings with Rincon del Rio, North Star House, the Penn Valley Community Center, Truckee Railway, and the Lake of the Pines Strip Mall. These meetings include discussions on their needs and, where possible, how we can help direct resources to them or find funding that may help with their projects moving forward. Finally, we are just starting the work on the North San Juan Fire Suppression Project, which is also being led by CDA. And it's in the process of completing the engineering study and the geotechnical study of the prospective tank site for the location. Question is often asked about what's the difference of the work of all the economic partners in the area. The good news, I have to say, is there is plenty of work for everyone to do, and having partner agencies with focused directions and a collaborative approach is a great benefit to our residents and businesses. Imagine talking to a company thinking of moving to our area, or to an individual wanting to start the business, and telling them not only do they have the county, but they have 3 other economic development agencies, local government, downtown associations, and chambers who all want to work with them to ensure that their business is going to be successful. The diagram here shows examples of the functions of the 4 agencies. Each has a unique and distinct role, but we share a common goal of economic growth and vitality for our county. Recently, the leaders of all these organizations began meeting together so that we could better understand each other's work and successes of each other, but also have thoughtful discussions about how we can work together to better serve our community in the future. And this is just a sampling of some of the work that each of them do. Initiative 4, Support Business Attraction, Retention, and Growth, includes participation from many partnership organizations, including Sierra Business Council, the Nevada County Economic Resource Council, Sierra Commons, our chambers, Downtown Association, and cities. Through utilization of county in-house resources, the Economic Development Office is positioned and available to help local businesses with their economic goals. Appreciating the importance of our local business community, we seek to serve as a clearinghouse of information on programs and funding opportunities that may be available to local businesses. To date, in my first 6 months, I've participated in over 70 one-on-one meetings in the areas represented on this slide. Economic development is now fully integrated into the CDA, aligning with their priority initiatives in planning, building, environmental health, agriculture, cannabis, as well as working with the CEO's office and other departments such as the Office of Emergency Service and Information and General Services. Last year, CDA created an Outstanding Public Service Team, or OPS, and this works in collaboration with the CDA leadership team to look at and improve processes, workflows for multiple land use processes, and all of this that are going to benefit the customers that come into the CDA. And considerable attention has also been given to warm handoff processes, and we're seeing success connecting people and their business needs with agencies inside and outside of the county. One such instance was a couple that approached me that wanted to start a small business in Soda Springs. They ran a very successful nonprofit out of Tahoe, but had never run a small business. So I was able to work with them and provide in-county connections to environmental health, planning, and building, but also local referrals that included the Sierra Business Council, Economic Resource Council, Freed, because a lot of their work involves the disabled, and also the Donor Summit Association, because they are new to that area. And in December, there was a very successful meeting that we had with Beale Air Force Base to learn about how we might help our local businesses pursue federal contracts. We plan to host a meeting this spring, inviting businesses to hear about the types of contracts available through the Beale Air Force and the processes that might be available for them to apply as a vendor. And while securing up-to-date data and metrics for tracking purposes will take time, this slide reflects one type of information that is advantageous to follow. Through CDA, there were 480 planning permits, 285 building permits, and 104 cannabis new and renewed permits. There was a little bit of a drop this last year from these numbers, and we think that was likely influenced by COVID and people being cautious of a possible recession. But I think we're going to see an uptick in those this next year. As we move into 2023, we have new leadership in our building department and soon hope to have a new public work director and code and compliance director. We will continue to work on improved processes and permitting through the community development agency, and will direct and continue to work with engaging our local businesses to the proper resources. We'll find ways to interact and assist entrepreneurs interested in starting a business, and then we will direct struggling businesses to resources. This slide shows an increase in sales tax. Sales tax enables municipalities such as the county to use funds for development purposes that may include public buildings, roads, repairs, and other infrastructure improvements or county needs. It also provides an indicator on the pulse of the community. The top graph shows the trend over 5 years, with the blue line being sales tax and the green line is the transient occupancy tax, or TOT as we've come to know it. As you can see, there was quite a jump of sales tax, 29% in fact, and the same can be said for TOT tax, which was 15% increase, although we have to kind of really look at these realistically, and we can surmise that this steep impact was probably in large part a result of coming out of COVID and things starting up again, activity restarting. The chart at the bottom reflects unemployment, and this requires information about the extent and nature of the problem. This is information we don't necessarily have yet, but we're working on gathering more and more. It's things like, how many people are unemployed? How did they become unemployed? How long have they been unemployed? Are our numbers growing or declining? Are they men or women, young or old? Are they concentrated in one area of the county or one sector or another? You know, these statistics, together with other economic data down the road, can be used by policymakers to determine whether measures should be taken to influence the future course of the economy and aid those that are affected by joblessness. At this time, I'd like to introduce Vice President of Sierra Business Council, Kristen York, who will discuss the progress of their contract with my office.
Thank you, Kimberly. Chair Schofield, Supervisors, thank you for having us here today. I'd like to start with an overview of the economic development contract with the county. So this reflects your investment in economic development for boots on the ground work. And before I talk about it, I want to point out that all of this money is leveraged through other contracts. We receive through the SBA, through the CPUC, the EDA, and other organizations, where it allows us to use money from Nevada County to match with federal or state funds to amplify our services. So the Nevada County Economic Development Contract, we spend roughly 42.5% on business assistance. This is one-on-one technical assistance to businesses and the workshops we provide. The next biggest category is our broadband expansion. We have a full-time program manager, Carrie Sinoff, who works very closely with Steve Monahan and the broadband task force for the county. I serve on that task force as well. Third category is our partnership with the Economic Resource Council, and then followed by the Inclusive Collaboration, or the CEDS. This is the county's match, and it also includes other economic development programs. That may include housing, that may include forest and biomass. We past panel talked a little bit about some of those things. Then the Economic Summit. And the last two categories are also very important. It's not a lot of money, but I think that's because we don't capture all of our effort there. But advocacy and government affairs, that gives the county access to Steve Frisch and Stacy Corliss, our director of government affairs. And then the warm handoff, we have recently, since Kimberly's arrival, have a brand new process where we have a direct contact to Kimberly for every new intake into our Small Business Development Center. We connect directly to her so that she can provide extra services. Now, I know that sometimes there's confusion of, well, SBC does, what do? Like, they do all these different things. So I want to be clear, that's our economic development contract. SBC is also contracted with the county for a number of different grant administration programs. This came out of the COVID time. So we invested in personnel and software to be able to provide grant administration services at pretty much 1/2 of the cost of our local community foundations. So they typically would charge 10% for administration. We're able to charge 5%. That includes the California Micro Enterprise Grants, the ARPA funds, Firewise, which was distributed the first round, and now we are working with Department of Cannabis Control. We hope to get those out on the ground soon. The final area, Kimberly mentioned the SURF. Because we write your SEDS, we are working with Valley Vision to share all of our information and knowledge from that to not duplicate effort. So that big number, the 42.5%, where does that go? So last year, we provided over 1,200 hours of free one-on-one technical assistance to nearly 400 businesses in Nevada County. You can do the math, that's a little over 3 hours. Some businesses get more, some less. We also had 1,200 workshop participants. Those are both live and things like the Business Igniter, Pitch Camp, our entrepreneurship workshop series, and virtual. So 1,200 people. You can see the red trend line that I put that in beginning at 2018, which is when the contract with the county began, and you can see a positive trend line with the spikes during the COVID period, and that is a result of the extra funding we received through our Small Business Development Center. Oh, one thing I want to point out, of those 400 businesses, the youngest was 15, who in fact was the winner of our People's Choice Award at the Pitch Camp, and the oldest was 75, who came through the Business Igniter. So we really are reaching a broad spectrum of the county. Next, please. All right, I know you love success stories, so who is out there? All of our work is confidential. We have to receive signed permission from our clients in order to share their information. But I just want to highlight a few. One is Make Local Habit. You may be familiar with this store that just recently relocated to the old Williams office supply. They had been in business for a long time, but they really wanted to expand. So they came through the Igniter. We worked with them on their business transition strategy, their financing, a shift in business model. In their new location, they now, and their online store, they now offer goods from over 100 local artists in the county. RMU, this is a Truckee-based business. If this is the old CB White House, it's obviously not white anymore. This was actually like a dead area of Donner Pass Road, if you're familiar with it. Nobody went there. No, first of all, there's no parking. This now is, first of all, it's our first certified green business in the town of Truckee. And it is a very hip snowboard shop and bar. And you will never find me in there, but it is always packed. It is kind of the hipster central. But more importantly, it has breathed life into this town block where nothing was happening. So suddenly you're seeing other businesses pop up, which is fantastic. Third, Ola Granola. I use this one because she was a cottage food business. So that is a business regulated under the state of California cottage food law, cooking granola in her kitchen. She came through the Igniter, and now she is on her path to expansion and legitimizing her business. She sells her product at the farmers markets, and she's looking to expand. Next, please. So a broader success story, SBC is, we administer the California Dream Fund. We don't administer the funds, we administer the training. So this is a 7-week program. This is for new businesses that are eligible for up to $10,000 in microgrants. They have to complete the 7-week program and be signed off by us. We currently have 18 businesses in the program, Nevada County businesses. 4 have been awarded. That includes a mobile esthetician, a restaurant, retail, and a veteran-owned business that is an artist cooperative. While I'm here, I thought I'd do a SEDS update. That's Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. We are in the middle of our update. We have re-released the survey because thank you to all in this room who took it. We had an overwhelming response from county government, and now we want to round that out with some younger demographics, some of the nonprofits, some of the people we didn't reach. So we reopened the survey. We'll be closing it in a few weeks. But we are in that second stage validating results. We've held our first community roundtable. We're doing one-on-one interviews. Then we will work with CDA to prioritize the projects that will be included in the SEDS so that they are eligible for funding. And then we are projecting to have a draft available by the end of the second quarter. The SEDS is very important, and it's really related to that first panel on where the funding is. There is an overwhelming amount of funding. And what this SEDS does is it identifies that funding and it connects the dots to the county's projects. And these are projects at all phases. So it's very important. And I'm really happy to be working with Trish and Kimberly on this. So thank you. Happy to entertain questions anytime.
Okay, we're going to continue on. Thank you, Kristen, very much. We work very closely together, and SBC has been an amazing partner. But still under the Business Attraction, Retention, and Growth Initiative is another important area of work. I won't spend a lot of time on this because you recently heard about this on the update of the Community Resiliency Grants. But I do want to remind the board that in 2022, Nevada County distributed $107,500 in California micro businesses COVID-19 grant funding from the California Small Business Advocate to 43 county micro businesses. And also mentioned at the January 10th board meeting, the county also awarded $140,000 in second round funding of the Community Resiliency Fund grants to 3 entities for capacity building of support of small businesses. That included the Nevada County Economic Resource Council, Sierra Commons, and the Grass Valley Downtown Association. And while thankfully, quite frankly, that it wasn't needed this past year, we're working to ensure that the Nevada County Relief Fund is fully functional. So if it's needed again for disaster or in an upcoming fire season. To that end, we're creating a richer structure through the development of more formal written guidelines. We're updating the website and we're re-engaging our fiscal sponsor. In March, there's a plan to bring back a steering committee to perhaps add a couple new members and to move forward on a couple new steps, just so we are ready when fire season happens if needed. Our final 2022 initiative was Support Tourism. There's been great progress here, and I hope that all of you have had a chance to go visit the gonevadacounty.com website. It's eye-catching and it's full of tremendous amount of information that's sure to draw interest from people to our community. It's also a great source of information for locals looking for something to do. The site launched in August and substantial work was done on that prior to my starting. So I really have to thank the others in the county that worked on this. Local Freshies and Hatchback Creative worked incredibly hard on the site, and in September, the social media activities launched. There are now also monthly articles being written, and they're building a list for the e-newsletter. The next 2 slides are just very quick screenshots of the gonevadacounty.com website. There's been a great deal of local support in helping us secure fabulous photos, which, as I said, are really eye-catching. And in addition, all the tabs at the top, if you pull down them, there's just an incredible array of information that's available. And I wanted to share this screen as an example of how we're working to integrate businesses into the site, social media, and news stories. Economic development is certainly an important part of the tourism sector, and you'll hear more about that when we go through the 2023 recommendations. At this time, I'd like to pause to see if there are any questions, comments, or discussion from the board on the activities that have occurred to date. Okay, if we're good, then I will continue on. Earlier, we reviewed the 6 2022 initiatives. As you can see, this next year, we've reduced these down to 5 suggested initiatives. There is a change in the initiative 4 shown in black, which I'll explain when we do get to that initiative. The initiatives are broad, but will have specific goals, projects, milestones identified. It's important that we have actions that can be accomplished, and this will allow the public and the board to see the work that we're doing and how it aligns with the objective. Now I'm going to briefly highlight each of the initiatives and discuss them in detail. And please note that these proposed initiatives include projects, some of which that will take more than 12 months to complete. The first initiative is Cultivate Economic Diversification, Sustainability, and Equity. How will we do this? By number 1, we want to work with our local partners community organizations, jurisdictions, et cetera, to create a comprehensive and collaborative Nevada County Development Action Plan in 2023. As you remember, there was a action plan that was its own initiative last year. We felt that rolling this into the diversification and sustainability made good sense. So this has been put under that. And this is really a little bit more advanced than what we were talking about because this really focuses on our engaging with our community partners outside the county as well as inside the county. Number two, this will be the year that we really engage in SURF, again, the Community Economic Resiliency Fund, and their process with Valley Vision. Valley Vision will be making a presentation to the Board of Supervisors, just so you know, on February 28th. So they'll explain a lot more what they're doing at that time. Third, to revisit discussion on whether the community choice aggregation is a good choice for Nevada County. 4, we propose to continue the contract with Sierra Business Council. 5, we seek and submit grants that tie specifically to projects related to economic development, including climate-related funding, as well as planning and infrastructure grants. Coordination and collaboration in funding for planning and infrastructure development for resiliency is needed, such as hardwiring infrastructure like at our wastewater treatment plants. As a county team, we plan to move forward with the Regional Climate Collaborative, the RCC grant, which should be submitted sometime late summer 2023. And we hope to work with community partners to submit an ICARP grant in the spring of 2023. It's important with the second initiative that we find ways to make it easier for key development projects to move forward, recognizing that one of the biggest hurdles is infrastructure. This initiative is to construct infrastructure and further projects and plans to support economic vitality. As you all know, infrastructure projects are now higher than ever for our rural mountainous areas. And so something as simple as putting in a sewer line or road improvements or fire suppression system can greatly improve the fiscal viability of development. And while a county storage facility may not sound glamorous, by moving this project ahead, a building is then available that could be considered down the road for airport use, perhaps hangars or some other uses that could create revenue and jobs. Specific projects on the slide in those key areas of our county where development opportunities abound. Well, some of these projects were started last year. Most will need more than 12 months for completion. Those projects on the bottom two boxes are not specifically county projects, but are areas that we can still provide assistance. This assistance may be things simply like connecting them to resources, looking for funding opportunities, helping them work through their permitting processes, or other opportunities. This initiative must be nimble to address projects that may surface. As development projects are identified or as projects are added to the Public Works Capital Improvement Plan, or funding is identified for projects in other planning documents such as area plans and the Area Transportation Plan, this initiative will provide guidance to pursue those projects and funding at a conceptual level so that we can bring those to work with the board for consideration. And as Tricia mentioned earlier, please note that while housing, broadband, and recreation are also economic drivers and contributors, these are all being covered in other discussions throughout your 3 days. There's a tremendous amount of work that can be accomplished in the Support Business Attraction and Retention Growth Initiative through our office and hand in hand with all our local partners. The best way to move forward on this is to ensure that time is spent meeting with businesses to understand both their individual challenges and the sector or industry challenges. This year, we continue with work that was suggested last year. I'll review those. Support entrepreneurs and small businesses, sustain business technical assistance through the Sierra Business Council contract, identify capital and funding opportunities for businesses, increase assistance and awareness of the Economic Development Office's services to nurture the success of businesses at every stage of their development, and finally, sustain the Nevada County Relief Fund for future needs. And I have to say, again, in addition to Sierra Business Council, the Economic Resource Council and Sierra Commons are doing tremendous work in all of these areas. And so, we really see that we will be able to move the needle forward as a team going forward. Moving forward, there are also some additional work which a focused approach could be very beneficial. Last year, there really wasn't a place where workforce was called out. It was one of the things I noticed fairly early on. However, it is one of the issues that comes up almost consistently when I'm meeting with businesses in the community. I want to work more closely with our partners to better understand the current workforce challenges and identify ways that my office or our economic development partners can be of more assistance. Number two, we want to bring back the business task force that existed during COVID with a new format and an intent. In talking to many businesses in our community, they feel communication with the county is extremely important and they want to be more engaged in those discussions. Three, we want to engage with entities in the county that are focused on youth workforce. This is an area that while there's some entities in the community that are kind of working on, I've been approached several times about, is there a role the county can play on this? So I want to get involved in those discussions and see if there's a way that we can have some skin in that game. Four, promote economic development with a new KNCO radio show. We would like to start to talk about this with our broader community and get our broader community more engaged in the work of economic development. And five, we want to develop a business section on the website. It's very interesting. There's really no place, kind of that one-stop shop where you can go to and you can find out, how to open a small business or do a whole variety of tasks. So we want to build out that within our website. And I know this sounds like a big undertaking, but I believe working together with our partners and collaborating with other county departments, we can move these items forward. I will also say that I'm really excited. I'm going to have a SkillBridge intern that's going to be starting in February, and I'm going to use her talents to work on some of the more administrative areas of this work. She'll work on helping to create a welcome package as an example, and she'll work on the website. Fourth initiative in 2022 was to support tourism. And while tourism is very important to the work of economic development, we do propose a wording change to this initiative to allow focus on additional sectors going forward. We suggest support potential high growth sector development. Examples of this might include, but are not limited to, tourism, cannabis, and even agriculture. I want to start by saying that our local chambers do an amazing job with tourism, and I thoroughly enjoy working with all of them. Tourism, through an economic development lens, should focus on efforts that will help promote our local economy. The development of the website last year was a great start, as this is a tool to highlight development and the location of an amazing quality of life and a place where workforce is a draw. The site should also showcase our businesses to tourists and locals. For those traveling to our areas, we want to encourage visitation to a wide variety of locations as trails, wineries, restaurants, etc. We also want to take the Trumba calendar and make it the go-to place for events, activities, etc. And we propose to work on this to increase listings on the Trumba calendar by at least 20% this next year. And from an economic development position, we want to concentrate our work on bringing in tourists and directing them to diverse areas of our county. I know during the pandemic, certain recreational areas got hit really hard when there are a lot of various areas that people can be going to. We also want to promote business development and encourage the use of site for workforce development. Interestingly enough, and this came up in a conversation at the Economic Resource Council not too long ago, where it's being shown now that people who are looking for employment are now looking as much for lifestyle as they are for the position they want to move in. Wouldn't it be great to showcase our site and have businesses use this as a place to show potential new employees about all the things going on in our community that would make it a great place for them to live and work? Additionally, we do want to highlight recreation, and you're going to hear a lot more about recreation later. which we know has the potential to be a significant economic driver. We see great opportunities for agriculture as a sector in 2023. Hopefully, you've seen their annual report, which shows that they are a big economic driver. Our work in this area will include exploring an option for a certified cut and wrap meat facility, collaboration with partners to highlight local producers and certified farmers markets, promoting opportunities for agritourism, such as road signs for farm stands, and finding ways to partner with Sierra Harvest, the Resource Conservation District, and the Farm Bureau. For example, this might be helping to identify potential grants for them. Cannabis is also an important economic driver, and shortly you'll receive a cannabis report, so I'll let them cover their sector work at that time. The final initiative is to seek and secure funding and to advocate for new or revised legislation that supports the goals of Nevada County. And often, just as important, to continue to provide legislative input on those proposed regulations that could be detrimental to Nevada County, to our rural nature and those values which we hold important to us in the community as defined in our general plan. If appropriations are made available in 2023, we also want to ensure a strong list of Nevada County projects are submitted. And now that the legislative platform has been approved, we will also work with the board to advance those areas specific to the work of economic development. And I just want to highlight, in case you don't know what these two pictures are, in the left image, a wastewater membrane is being installed at the Lake of Pines. And this was a project that was funded through Federal American Rescue Plan Act funding, and it was completed in 2022. And then the right image is of the Donner Pass Road in the Eastern County. This was funded primarily by the Federal Highway Administration and General Fund, et cetera. I want to thank you for your time today. We are excited to move forward this year to build a vibrant economic development program. We believe that there is a strong focus on economic development. Over time, not only will we advance the goals, revenue, and opportunities within Nevada County, but we'll also expand our capacity within the community to advance economic vitality and growth. As I mentioned earlier, we believe this objective language recommended in 2022 is still relevant. And I'm happy to suggest that we don't change that language going forward for this next year. At this time, we are happy to use our remaining time, which is just a little over 23 minutes, to have discussion and questions for anyone on the panel here. And cannabis will be following shortly.
Time is left for the cannabis?
Oh,
okay, all right.
22 minutes.
Okay, board. Heidi?
Thank you. It's nice to see this all in one big package, although I look forward to the cannabis piece as well as part of it. Just, I have one question. I'm assuming that arts is included and incorporated as a small bit, but it would be cool to see that called out as a sector that we'd like to support as well, right?
I think that's, that's really a great idea, Heidi. I will tell you that I have been meeting with Eliza. We have been having conversations, I think, as you know, that they're going out again to do another economic impact study. So we have already had conversations about how to engage and involve with that. So I agree with that.
No, the high growth sector, I can see where cannabis falls in there and tourism too, but are you looking at other areas that would be considered high growth?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that this is just a brand new sector. And so certainly as we go into the planning process for, going forward after the board workshop, we will look at whatever, pertinent sectors have specific work going forward that we can include in that. And Tricia, I don't know if you'd add anything to that.
And Kristen has information as to. We specifically were proposing language to support potential high growth sector development with that general language because it's so all encompassing. Like Supervisor Hall mentioned, arts and and so forth. And then also there's the building and construction industry, there's the timber industry, there's all these different industries. So we wanted to have language that was flexible enough to allow us to dive into anything that comes up, as well as all of those that we already know. Kristen?
Sure, it's really important to look at what is developing in terms of funding for workforce development and infrastructure to support that. And I'll point to the SURF, which the state of California has identified high road transition jobs, essentially. And what that is are, I want to say recession proof or resilient jobs. So jobs that are not, you don't want to build a mono economy. You don't want to have seasonal jobs. These are jobs that are well paying year round. They have benefits, et cetera. And we're incorporating this into the SEDS as well. One sector you may remember from the prior SEDS, there's a biomass goal and then there's a natural resources goal. And we take this very, very seriously from our advocacy level. Both Stacey and Steve are on the forest biomass. I'm on the entrepreneurship task force at the state level. And this is important because we are also rolling out a Good Jobs Challenge, which is a workforce training program designed for forested communities. But when we look at that, Director Bullock mentioned earlier timber, but this isn't just about timber. Anybody who's tried to clear their own land understands how difficult this is and what opportunities there might be. So we look at the entire value chain. We look at a forested community. We're looking at everything from how do we train the logistics people, the people that are going to clear the land, they're going to transport, where is that going to go? Do we need to develop those facilities? Is it green waste, or can we process and turn into post and pole? Can we incorporate recreation into that and build shaded trailways and increase the watershed potential while we're doing that forest work? So this is all things that we're working on or being incorporated into your SEDS update.
I would just add as well that as part of the action plan process, I think that will be discussion that we'll also be having to help identify exactly what those particular sectors may be and where we can put the most efficient energy and time into making some progress forward and accomplishing some activities that really will help the kind of economic bottom line of that particular sector.
That, I think that clarifies it very nicely. So it's not so much looking at new businesses that are coming forward as much as it is identifying those industries and what support can go into that. So yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
And certainly the identification of new businesses, that will fall under the business attraction, retention, and growth, initiative. And I just have to say again, our economic development partners have been very, very, engaged and helpful. We're now having regular, communication, and I really want to commend, Sierra Business Council. In their process, we've worked out some more handoff, options for that. So I do feel that will happen. It'll just happen in a different box.
Do you feel you have funding for these types of programs at this point?
Funding I know is going to be, really challenging, this year. And I'm having conversations, with Tricia and Martin and others about the availability of funds going forward. I think funding will certainly, be a impact on how much we can actually do and what we can actually do. But I am also realistic and know that, it's going to be an interesting, challenging year on the general fund, projects. So, what we'll do as much as we can is, support those activities that we can get funding for, and then we will look for some options through grants and other avenues, partnerships, collaboration to get some of the other work completed. My goal is, I was not here when the initiative was designed and sent. The objective was designed and set last year. So I would, be happy to just hear any feedback about whether, you think that the office is moving in the right direction, or if you have thoughts of things that you're not seeing or aren't being, covered.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I know there's a lot of content there, and I can appreciate you coming into the office and basically starting from scratch and building that from the ground up. So I'm proud of the work we've done to get there. And I'm going to throw out a special thanks to Visit Truckee Tahoe for their input and energy that constantly goes in with our county staff and our partnership with them, because they're kind of this economic tie to a whole different relationship through the CCC and some other work they're doing. So, and thanks to all the panel members who came up today to talk. There's a couple kind of 60,000 foot pieces. One thing that struck me is we have this tremendous budget for the county is an economic engine in and of itself. This our budget, right? And so I know that we have buy local, spend local, outsourcing versus what we spend in house. And I just was wondering if thought's been given in your work plan. I haven't seen it, but I'd enjoy to sit down and talk with you about that. But maybe talking and thinking a little bit about outsourcing. How much do we spend contracting for services? HHSA comes to mind with other organizations, counties, institutions, and providers, and how much are we doing in house? That's one concept. And then the other piece is on the facility construction side. When we talked yesterday about how things get into the CIP, it's fascinating for me to think about like a community visioning process where things that are Supervisor Hall mentioned 5 and 10 years from now, like what can we build or what do we want to build? It's not necessarily at the level of schematic design and making blueprints, but it's really about what could we see our community doing 5 and 10 years from now that would be on the facility construction side that may lead us down this path of looking into, hey, does that deserve to get on the CIP, or is that a bright idea that we're never going to get to? Just those light touch type community reach around to like look and see what's going on out there. I think about different county facilities, right, as we look and figure out where to put all of our service offerings, and could we build something when we talk about the courthouse, could there be expanded services to bring some of our things we outsource back into county for as an economic engine? Because I think our budget definitely reflects the biggest in the county as far as spending goes. So just a couple things to think about there. And then on the Go Nevada County website, I think it's super cool. Just wondering how connected we are on social media and if it's promoted on social media. I'm not sure. In my channels, I don't see it a lot, but I think that's one key. And then maybe getting cannabis and recreation integrated onto that website.
Yeah, I'll address a couple things on there, and then if either Kristen or Tricia want to add anything, I'll certainly let them. I'll start with the Go Nevada County. There's actually the GoNevadaCounty.com actually has their own social media. So there's actually a Go Nevada County, Facebook, and I would encourage maybe if we can get you on and follow that. And we do encourage that it is shared out, and I think that our PIO people do share things occasionally out, and we know that some of the other areas do as well. Visit Tahoe Truckee has been very, very instrumental, as you know, in the work with that website, and very, very engaged in that. And we're just really starting the social media just really launched in September. And so really what we'll be doing over the next number of months is really looking at those metrics too, and working on, how we can drive some of those, particular areas. Regarding your observation about the future and going out, I would say that is really in part what we would be looking at with this action plan. We're not talking a master plan. What we're really talking about is a strategic kind of look at economic development in the county going forward. And not only just kind of with the county office itself, but with our partners. And so that's really what we want to engage in. And I think what we would see, coming out of that is, and I've looked into this a little bit. It's probably a 6 or 8 month process, that we would go through. And I've looked at that, and I think at the end of that, some of what you're talking about are projects that we identify. And one of the biggest challenges that we have had this year with some of the grant funding we've looked at, and Tricia and I have actually talked about this, both within the county and kind of within the community itself, is that there are some grants that they look great on paper and such, but our projects aren't either shovel ready or ready enough at this point to go after that funding. So really want to also kind of look at timing and how we can look at some projects and maybe move them forward in a way that they're going to be more eligible for some future funding coming up. And then I had one other thought, but I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, and I'd love to see clarification, Supervisor Bullock. When we talk about outsourcing and contracts, are you specifically looking at what is the economic value of the county contracting to community providers? Or are you looking at what are the pros and cons of contracting out versus providing those services in-house?
A great clarification. I think it's both, right? And how, should some of it be contained in-house or should it be contained within local service providers that we can, instead of going out of county? And if you look at our consent calendar or consent, we spend money because we have service providers that are highly specialized in other areas, which I understand that can be a value in any delivery, but can we look at it, I guess is my question.
Yeah, I would be very honest, and I didn't mean to interrupt Allison. I don't know if you wanted to respond to him or. But I would just say, we've got great providers in our county. And if you were to ask me if we were to direct more funding towards some of those providers, would we be able to move our objective further, faster? I would say absolutely. And, the reality is I am a one-man, office. And so while I have these collaborative partners, and I certainly have support within the Community Development Agency, the CEO office and such, we have to be realistic when you're, one-man shop, what you can really do. I think this is an important area, of work. And I think if some of the economic development work is able to move forward, then we will certainly see advancement in other areas. And I think we've certainly seen that with, the work of the Sierra Business Council contract this year. I mean, they've accomplished, so much. And then I know that the Nevada County Economic Development the Economic Resource Council had the fictitious, business contract. And, there's been some great work with that, with, new businesses starting up. So, my answer to that in short would be absolutely. And I know, Tricia, Kristen, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just want to address your community vision question. So as part of the SEDS process, which is not a visioning practice, but we have identified a number of priorities that the community is saying, and they're very, very clear. And it's housing now has jumped to number one. It was not there before. So, but in addition to housing, broadband, wildfire, and small business support, recreation took a jump up. And when we look at amenities for the community and community vision, people are talking about recreation, and luckily you get to hear about that today. And that's really, I mean, your timing is so perfect on that master plan because, what makes a community and sense of place are those amenities that they do drive economic development, but they also create that sense of community. And so that plan is going to be really important. And Design Workshop's done an amazing job on their outreach. I'm sure you'll hear how many people they've talked to, but the community is speaking loud and clear what they want to see.
Lisa, I hate to put you on the spot, but I think you've had a lot of experience in economic development. I'd kind of like to hear your thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't really have any questions, but just a few comments. Yeah, I have been involved in this for many, many years, and I'm really appreciative of the county making the decision last year to bring Kimberly on board to kind of oversee and bring all of these things together because in my experience, what had always been lacking was that person who could really tie everything together. So I was really happy to see your organizational chart and how much work you've done with all the collaborative partners. I think it was a really great idea, and I want to say I did work on it, but to partner with the Sierra Business Council, back in I think 2020 for the contract for economic development, because while the ERC was providing some great services, we just didn't have enough resources, I think, to cover everything. But the partnership between the organizations has been really impressive. The business, especially retail, service, restaurant, hospitality, it's changed a lot. COVID changed a lot for people, and we're seeing complete industries that probably aren't going to exist in a few years. For example, our current movie theaters are on the market, and how people recreate and go to movies and do entertainment is a lot different. So hopefully we're addressing those issues. And what I tell people now is, especially if you're going to open a retail business or a restaurant, people aren't shopping for goods anymore, they're shopping for an experience. And I think that's one of the reasons that downtown Grass Valley is doing what they're doing. While I wasn't 100% on board with the whole street closure thing, they are trying to help their businesses create that experience. So I hope that's something that you'll take in mind as you're working, with your local retail folks and your service industry people and your restaurants, because that's really, really important. And also, through social media, there's some discussion right now with some businesses that are really struggling. And I'm happy, if you're not aware, to pass that on, because oftentimes as small business owners, and I was there for a long time, you don't understand or you don't know where to go for the resources. So the outreach work that you're doing is really important. As a small business owner, you spend so much time in just trying to figure out how to do your business and keep your doors open. You don't realize there's all these great people who can help you. So anything I can do as a supervisor to help further that mission, I'm really happy to do it, and love the team that you've put together. I can't wait to hear about the cannabis stuff next.
Yeah, and thank you Supervisor Swarthout. I appreciate that, and I would love those connections. And I've actually been in touch with the people who are trying to sell the theaters and have had some discussions with them. And that's really sad to see that happening, but we understand. And I've also had conversations with all of our city and town managers, and have offered, as my office, if there are ways to collaborate and work with them in terms of either the attraction or engagement, for, we know right now, for example, restaurants is a huge, challenge, that I would be happy to do that. And, all seem to be very open to discussion. So I hope to be able to get together with them fairly regularly and have those conversations and see if there are avenues that I can help through the county.
Well, maybe we can wrap it up now and head into the cannabis portion, which.
Thank you, everyone.
Are you guys comfortable? Heidi, Artie? Sue?
I'm good. Lisa
We're good.
hit on what I
Okay.
was talking about, the small businesses and getting the word out about what we all do.
Okay. Ready? Lori, I think it's yours. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Schofield and supervisors. My name is Brian Foss. I'm the planning director. With me is Thomas Maioli with cannabis compliance, as well as Detective Martinez with the sheriff's office. And as PowerPoint comes up, we're going to give an overview of the cannabis objective and some of the accomplishments that have occurred over the last year, as well as discuss next steps of this effort. Our agenda will include just a reflection on the 2022 board objective. I get the board direction that your board gave us last January at this workshop, the ordinance changes that have occurred over the last year, and then I'll hand it over to enforcement to talk about some of their accomplishments, and then we'll wrap up with next steps moving forward. So just as a reminder, the board objective was to maintain and to continue to improve the cannabis permitting and enforcement program to promote permitted cannabis activities while implementing additional on-site supply chain license types and tools to mitigate impacts. And more specifically, discussion at last year's workshop included addressing enforcement changes, as well as adding additional license types from what we've heard from the industry that would be helpful, looking at ways to accommodate larger canopy sizes, address parcelizations and subdivisions, which was an unintended consequence of the way our ordinance was structured, requiring on-site residents, but while balancing environmental protection and neighborhood compatibility issues, because over this last few years of this program, we have seen some unintended impacts with neighborhood compatibility issues. So two main amendments occurred last year. The first occurred in June of 2022, and that addressed the section of the ordinance that has to deal with the enforcement and citations. And so there were a number of changes made there to make it clear and more effective for our cannabis and our multi-agency team to enforce violators of our ordinance. Then just recently, 2 weeks ago, it's fairly fresh, I believe, in everyone's mind, the board approved an ordinance changes that address some of our permitting requirements and permitting procedures. And they're listed on the slide there. And since it was only a couple of weeks ago, I won't go through them in detail. But it was intended to address those issues that I mentioned on the previous slide for streamlining our permitting process, as well as addressing some of the industry needs, as well as the neighborhood concerns. I'm going to turn it over to Thomas to talk about the enforcement updates that they've occurred over the last year. Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors. We appreciate this opportunity to share with you the successes we had this past season with both our cannabis compliance program for the permitted cultivation sites and the enforcement with the Sheriff's Department and other agencies addressing the unpermitted cannabis in our county. So for 2002 cultivation season, we received 205 complaints. 64 of those were unfounded, 24 were unverifiable, 121 were verified, 117 abated, and 86 open. Now these statistics are, let's just say, dynamic. You can be a verified cultivator, and also we have acted and completed an abatement while that case is still open, because what we do not only address the unpermitted cannabis, we also address all health safety concerns, building code violations, grading, unimproved septics, etc. So when we leave, that site should be no longer a nuisance for that community. So changes from previous years to this last year is the addition of one more staff member for code compliance. Definitely a huge benefit for us and our ability to move smoothly throughout the county. Proactive approach to egregious cultivation sites. This was something new to us. We knew where they were. They knew they were out there. However, we were complaint driven. Now we've modified our program. We're moving into a proactive approach. So we also had adopted ordinance 2510. What that did, many things in that, but one of them was allowed first aid penalties. That was significant just alone. What it did was encouraged compliance immediately from people who were cultivating without approval. So that was one of our big tools. That also clarified our appeal process and some staff safety. We used to post on site, put yourself up to the front door, and the possibility of run-ins was there. So it alleviated that also. And then we added one more tool to our toolbox. It was a pilot program for unmanned aircraft system. This is the SUAS. This is the drone program. Again, this is a tool in our toolbox. It is the last tool in our toolbox, and is only utilized when success can be found by other methods. So this is truly what you're going to tell the difference between 2021 and 22 season. So in 2022, we had slightly more cases than this past season, 222 to 205. However, if you look at the other chart to the right, the cases abated has gone from 43% to 58%. So that's less complaints, more abatements. Cases unfounded has gone up slightly. This is due receiving complaints or addressing sites that we had changes in the marketplace. The winter event, late December, early January, highly impacted the cultivation sites, structures destroyed, damaged, etc. And the cases unverified. So this is one of the significant steps we made this year, from 35% down to 11%. So big changes in one season with some simple modifications of our program. So to the unmanned aircraft system, this is the SUAS. So the number of sites that was implemented on was 120, and we were able to verify 69 sites. Now, what I want to say is that is sites that we were able to identify cannabis cultivating outside of our allowances, 6 or more plants. Again, this is a tool used on the most egregious sites. That is the last tool in our toolbox. And what happened is we get to the sites not currently cultivating, identifying this as 37%. These are also sites that may be considered unfounded, where the tool is imperfect. We use it from a public right of way. It travels straight up and straight down. There may be a site outside the distance of what we could see. Again, we need to be able to clearly verify cannabis being grown on site. Now that may be screened or within hoop houses that are fully enclosed. That would be an unverified site, because we need to visually represent cannabis on site to be able to write a penalty. And I guess one of the bigger outcomes is the anticipation was possible problems with this program. However, we have received no official complaints. We have not received any communications or anything from the public. Again, this tool is being utilized on the most egregious grows, so I wouldn't anticipate any complaints. So the ACP, this is the annual cannabis permits. So this is data. There's stories behind this data. This is where the true efforts of county staff, our program, and the resiliency of our cultivators all come into together. So we have 126 active ACPs right now. Those are sites that are fully compliant, made it through, received a conditional approval, made it through all state regulatory processes, and have had successful inspections by cannabis compliance. So our cannabis compliance team completes these inspections. We ensure that all conditions of approval, both local and state, are continued. And that's all CDA departments, from ag, environmental health, public works, planning, etc. And so the total inspections we completed to date on our permitted cultivators ensuring compliance was 130. So that is on top of also addressing the unpermitted cannabis. So collaboration addressing unpermitted cannabis. So Detective Martinez here is and his team is key with this. We work together. We tackle multiple sites throughout the year. We meet weekly during the cultivation season and the shoulder seasons, how we're going to move forward, how we're going to address what is more appropriate for cannabis compliance to take, or something that may very well be outside of the box for us that is more appropriate for law enforcement. And then one thing that we have done this year is we have collaborated, and the Sheriff's Department actually has benefited cannabis compliance staff in rural areas without communications, and supplied us security. And so the other agencies that we do work with, the State Water Board, Fish and Wildlife, Criminal Justice, Department of Cannabis Control, these aren't agencies we call and send an email to. These are consistent, constant emails, communications, people we know by first name. Apologize. So this is a case study. This is a site that both the sheriff and cannabis compliance addressed. 11,000 plants were abated. Penalties were issued in above $37,000. Those fees were paid in full. The property was sold, and all the violations are currently being corrected. This site alone has the amount of canopy area of 5 of our cultivators, or permitted cultivators in our county, and this group has also cultivated on 2 other sites with consistent size grows. So we can have 3 sites in our county cultivating up to as many as 15 of our legal cultivators. This is one of our main focuses. And just to wrap this up, the Cannabis Compliance Department completed 359 inspections. Our sheriff's department served 18 search warrants. Our fish and wildlife collaborators served 11 search warrants. We had 85,000 above plants abated, above 4,000 pounds of processed cannabis abated, 19 arrests, and 12 firearms confiscated. So those last stats are for a portion of the season when we're setting up our collaboration team. I'll hand it back to Brian.
Thanks, Thomas. So next steps, the program has been operating for 3.5 years, and we've learned a lot over the last 3.5 years and made some improvements along the way, and have worked with the industry quite a bit as well as neighborhoods. But we still think there are some additional things that need to be looked at, and potential changes or analysis would include potentially including additional zoning districts that may allow some or all of the license types. Currently, the zoning districts are for in agriculture, agriculture exclusive, and forest only. So if there was board direction, we could also analyze potential allowance in our commercial and industrial zones for some or all of those license types. There's also, in talking with the cannabis industry, a desire to have a direct-to-consumer type of model of an allowance, kind of like a farmer's market or a temporary type of an event where a number of vendors could come to a site and sell product during the day or maybe over a weekend. We also have heard quite a bit about exclusion zones and neighborhoods opting out of allowing cannabis cultivation within the neighborhood. So we are looking to explore a zoning overlay or an exclusion zone option for neighborhoods. And what came up at the board meeting a couple of weeks ago was compliance or in good standing with property taxes. That's not currently something that's built into the code, but that is something that we can explore and make a requirement of prior to approval of cannabis applications. So our recommendation, as Tricia alluded to at the beginning, the arc of the cannabis objective began about 5 or 6 years ago. As we all remember, there was the creation of the ordinance through the community advisory group. The original ordinance was adopted in 2019, and we've made a couple of changes over the last couple of years. Over 210 permits have been issued as of today. And so our recommendation is that we continue to monitor and maintain and improve the ordinance over this year and future years with board direction, and that cannabis permitting has basically become a core service under economic development. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or entertain our discussion.
Thank you, Brian. Heidi, do you want to start?
Pass it on to Sue.
Oh, okay. Oh, Lisa. Go ahead, girl.
I'll be very quick. I just want to throw out 3 things that I think are important that we look at as we're looking at changing the, making any additional changes to the ordinance. And I really support the work of what went into the changes that we made a couple of weeks ago. But just three other areas I think we need to have a discussion on would be any sort of on-site consumption that might be allowed. Because when you start talking about the farmers market model or the winery tasting model, with the difference between what we allow with cannabis versus wine tasting is there's no on-site consumption with cannabis. So it's not allowed for, I believe, in any ordinance. I know it's prohibited by state law in certain areas. The other would be cannabis tourism, which I think when you're talking about economic development, that's a really important component and what that would look like in our community. And then also, if we were going to do any sort of permitting for special events. I know that the cities both prohibit, at least Grass Valley and Nevada City, I don't know what Truckey's policies are, but Grass Valley and Nevada City prohibit any sort of events. But when you talk about, if you're tying cannabis to economic development, those are 3 areas that will truly bring some economic development. And then on the overlay issue, which I know was discussed extensively at our board meeting a couple weeks ago, I'm not sure that I would support that, but I would support maybe some additional um, regulation through the application process. For example, if someone comes in for a permit um, in an area that's on private roads or has a road association or a set of CCNRs, that we somehow are able to look at what those are before we start the permitting process for people. Because I really don't think at this point you're going to go back and disallow the places that are they're currently operating legally, but under neighborhood, with neighborhood issues. But I think moving forward, perhaps we could prevent some of those issues by our doing a little bit more upfront work with the people who are looking to put in, cannabis businesses on their property.
Well, yeah, I support all these. I think that the one thing too, especially with illegal cannabis, I just want to keep continuing to support our team that's working out there really hard. I think we've learned some things from last year. I think there's still some changes from the state. I finds me that hold our hands sometimes to the warrants when we go get them. That's a bit frustrating when you guys are really doing all the work on the ground and then you don't get the support from the state. So I'm going to continue to bring that up at RCRC, and I'm sure we will at CSAC as well, because I think those are important things where we all have to communicate and work together and collaborate with all the different agencies. But I want to commend you on the work that we did for this first summer. I think you guys did a fantastic job, and I just support you 100%, because what you do with the illegal cannabis, it only helps support our folks that are here really trying to do the right thing. So support that 100%. And then we did add a letter. There was something that's going to be in that was some of the changes we made to at least people be aware that there is a CCR or homeowner association, and that's their responsibility to look into that before they apply. I'm going to continue to encourage those homeowner associations to follow through with some of the regulations that they put out, because that's not we don't have that option to do that. I am still interested in the overlay zoning, which I know that would take up time for us, and I understand that, but it would be viable for us to even know, or maybe when someone comes in and say, this is an area that's being overconsumed. Is there water issues? So a zoning overlay might not be a bad idea to look into. So I'd like to talk more about that. But the rest of the objectives, I think those are all great conversations that we can continue to have. And Kimberly, you're going to become an expert in cannabis and what we do on that side of things. I could tell you there's not very many people on this board that probably had that in our background before 4 years ago. And we've come a long way. I'm impressed with the work that staff's done. It's been a lot for planning specifically. And so I would look forward to see where we move with this. I do believe it is a part of what Nevada County has as far as economic development goes. One thing we don't do, and I still struggle with a little bit, is how do we protect the neighbors? There's this real fine line about whose rights are more important than the other, right? And I don't know what the answer to that is, but I think we have to keep looking. Now, whether that overlay is some idea of help, I get challenged with that. I mean, where you guys are going to talk, we'll hear about a good neighbor policy later. We looked at a noise ordinance a long time ago. We changed something because you get a bad neighbor that really wrecks it for everybody is what happens, instead of being good neighbors. And that's what we all need to be. And I think even in the cannabis business is sometimes if you have that conversation, I like some of the setback changes that we did last time, need to look at how can we work with our neighbors and not just be, well, that's my right. So anyway, those are just some thoughts. I do like what we're seeing. Appreciate what all you guys are doing. I think you'll see different folks coming in for different ideas, because it is a hard business to be in right now with the way the economics are of cannabis. And so we need to support them in every way we can.
Yeah, thank you. I want to just thank the team for continuing to move forward on trying to make this productive and viable business in our county, and to increase the enforcement on the folks that have been the most problematic. And I appreciate that we're incorporating this into our economic objective. I think that's where it belongs, and it's kind of exciting to see where that will take this. I too support almost all of these proposals here, and I want to add on, I think what Lisa was saying, that I also would like to see us look at the wine tasting sort of model, so the direct to consumer sales in terms of what the state will allow. So just that's beyond the farmer's market, and that maybe takes some conversation, unless that was what you were thinking about in this bullet. So maybe we can talk about that a little bit. And then I weigh in on the neighborhood issue too. I think that working with the CCRs is the right way to go. Maybe doing some more checks with CCR regs when people come in for applications. But I very much hesitate to get into any more neighborhood regulatory stuff, even an overlay. And my concerns are several. One is the workload that would create for staff. And really to think about equitability, if we're going to start regulating what can and cannot go into a neighborhood, then okay, are we going to do that for ag in general? Are we going to do that for motorbikes? Are we going to do that? You know, it's just, to me, it's a really slippery slope. And I also don't know how we'd make that decision. So would the neighborhood vote on it? Who in the household would get to vote? How many votes means it gets an overlay? I think it's really tricky. So I am not a fan of the overlay idea, but I'm interested in more getting in the middle of neighborhood decision making, but I am open and interested in other ways we can help meet our neighbors' needs on that.
Can I just say one more thing real quick? 'Cause I like what Heidi just said there as well too. And I think we need to really look at the mitigation that can come from this. There was Diana, and actually we met with and had a conversation. So that maybe needs to be a tool that we use more too. The ag advisory mitigations that can go on, or mediation, I mean, yeah. So I think that's another avenue we could look at and see how that could play into some of what we're doing with our neighborhoods.
Thanks for the update. I had the privilege of going out with Thomas and his team and seeing the UAS in action. Was awesome tool, and the numbers, the data reflects that it's productive in the way that we do that, adding safety for our staff too. So I'm happy about that. And good job overall. I think the ordinance changes we made, I supported obviously, and great work there. I do, on slide 15, I do support investigating solutions around all of these items here. You know, the on-site consumption and the events are things I think that are economic pieces, and I call it farm stand, but I know that there's more to it than that. But all of that, I think, are possibilities in our kind of boutique cannabis marketplace that we have, because we're not going to compete against big counties that are growing large scale, massive, and that's not what we're about, and we don't want that here. And I think our ordinance that we just passed obviously reflects that on the canopy size. I want to just in general remove barriers of entry to all of that. I do want to focus on hammering the illegal grows and working as hard as we can to abate that. The environmental impact is incredible, and I think that we also have to call upon our state and federal partners to be a part of that with us. I don't think we're going to be able to do it alone at the level that I'd like to see it happen. So, and that's on us as elected officials, and I think I look forward to working with other elected officials there. And then on the zoning overlays, I don't have a position on that yet, but I do think that I'd like some more information at some level, either a workshop or one-on-one staff meetings or something, to just get to some of the nitty-gritty. Just my planning commissioner background leads me to believe that there's a lot of intricacy there that we haven't discussed as a board yet. And I'd look forward to meeting with Brian or having a workshop where we could get into it and talk about it. I think that would be beneficial.
Yeah, I'm with Sue. I would like to see a study of some type that says what would a exclusion zone look like. I don't know about the zoning overlay, but the exclusion zone, I think we kind of owe that to our neighborhoods, some of our neighborhoods anyways. And I don't know that I would even support it, frankly. I'm watching division within the organizations when we talk about these types of things. It's really unfortunate that we've caused a rift within some of our neighborhoods. But so I just think we kind of owe that to study that to see just, well, what would that look like? And then let us decide that. I think the idea of going to the neighbors and saying, oh, you've got a permit that we're looking at here. I think we have to be careful with that because then it becomes a planning a hearing with just about every permit that goes out because most people are going to object to it, I think. And yet what we're seeing is you've got 126 permits out there, and yet we're dealing with how many? 5, 6? It's not very many. And I think what we're seeing is in many cases, the permitted cannabis farmer is a good citizen and it's working out well. And we're able to monitor those folks too. So the exclusion thing I think is important to me to see some type of a study that we can take that a little bit further. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, because I've gone out with Thomas a couple times and his team, you know, I know we had said last year we're really going after the egregious ones. And when you had one like you used as an example, I know you had a full team out there, all the law enforcement people that you needed. But Thomas is not law enforcement, and in most cases where he's going out on a complaint, he's doing it by himself and one other guy in most cases, I think, or gal. So I think we need to look at the protection of those folks that, again, they're not law enforcement, but in some ways they're going out in a law enforcement manner. So I think it's something for their safety we really need to take a look at. And you know, also the fact that to put it under economic development, I hope that Kimberly doesn't have to deal with land use. No, okay. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for the work that you guys are doing. I think we've come a long ways. We really have. So it's in progress, and it probably will continue to be. But again, Diana, we've come a long ways, right? Okay.
So, Chair Schofield, I just want to reflect what I'm hearing in terms of policy direction to staff. So if we could go back to slide 15, please. So I'm hearing consensus from the board that considering adding commercial and industrial zone districts, cultivation, retail sales, and dispensaries, manufacturing, analyze direct consumer model farmers market, but also include events. Explore zoning overlay exclusion zone, but in the form of a board workshop. I'm also hearing looking at mitigating neighborhood impacts through the application process of CC&Rs and private roads and looking at those issues up front. So bringing recommendations back to the board to address those issues. I have not heard any board feedback in terms of the good standing policy in terms of making sure that property taxes are paid before a permit is provided.
Bring that one back up. I think we've talked about that a couple times, but it just kind of hasn't been a priority. I think if you're going to go into this kind of a business, you need to be a property owner in good standing with your taxes. You can't be allowed to do subdividing and do all kinds of things when you don't pay your taxes.
Their consensus. Okay, I'm seeing that there's consensus, the board members for that as well. So we'll make sure that that's included. And then I'm also hearing from the board, continue on strong focus, the egregious illegal grows. Then I appreciate Supervisor Schofield's focus in terms of ensuring staff safety. So when we look at our enforcement models, we'll keep that in mind.
Be sure they pay their fire tax too. That was a public comment the other day. What was that about?
Yeah, that was new information and we have staff looking into that issue.
That was interesting, but back to that too, I would like to say I appreciate that last year we have that partnership back with the sheriff's department so that when we do go out and there's those kind of places, the sheriff is doing that. So thank you for that because the one time I went out, they came with us and it was very rural. The phones don't work great out there. And so they have that backup. And so I appreciate that collaboration that we have going on with the sheriff's office. So thank you.
Sue, it's because you are valuable cargo. It doesn't mean the sheriff's with him. And I know Shannon can speak. I think it's workforce and, you know, there's not always the deputies, but I enjoyed having the deputies along too.
But your point, I really give, I want to give recognition to Under Sheriff Burgett and Sheriff Moon in coordination with CD and staff that this past year, there's been heightened coordination, working as a team, and we definitely appreciate the work of the Sheriff's Office in coordination with the division.
It's been working very great. And I just want to say on behalf of the panel, we really do appreciate the feedback and the continued discussion on cannabis and economic development.
Thank you. I didn't get a deputy.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to look into that. Right?
No, I mean, I'm surprised to hear this because when I went out with the team and I asked about that, I was also in a rural area with no cell phone and I mean, they assured me that when they feel like they need a deputy along, they call and they have one. So I didn't realize there was still a safety concern, or is there one?
Yeah, if I can clarify for you. So the collaborations worked kind of like this, where Thomas or his team, if they feel that they want the sheriff's present, myself, my partner, or whoever's available, we make sure to go with them to provide them security. As far as the warrants go, the warrants are written up by myself, my partner, or Fish and Wildlife. We execute the warrants. The non-sworn staff hangs back at a safe location. Once that location's rendered safe, we then notify them to come on in. So that's kind of been the process that we've gone through this last year.
And we are at 12:30 now, so is it okay to recess for lunch, Mr. Chair? All right, we really want to thank the panel very much. And we're going to recess for 30 minutes and come back at 1 o'clock sharp. All right, so this next section is on recreation, and I'm going to hand this off to Tricia Tillotson.
Thank you, Lori. Well, thank you. Let me just start off by saying thank you for the opportunity to present on this really exciting topic today, recreation. I'm Tricia Tillotson, again, your Community Development Agency Director, and today we're joined by Planning Director Brian Foss and our Senior Administrative Analyst for Recreation, Erica Seward, just to my right. Erica will be leading us through the presentation with our team to answer any questions you might have. There's a lot to cover, and we also have our special guest, Stephanie Grigsby, the principal with Design Workshop here, to provide an update on the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan as well. So with that quick introduction, I'll hand it over to Erica.
Hey, thank you, Tricia. And hello, Chair Schofield and supervisors. It's great to be here now on the other side, sitting here. I've normally been out in the audience, so feeling like I'm in the hot seat a little bit, but we'll get through this and it'll be fun. So we're looking forward to a really great discussion today, and wanted to start with providing an overview of the format of this presentation. We'll start with a brief background on the objective and how and why it was adopted just 1 year ago, followed by 2022 highlights, including progress that carries over into the current year. A presentation by Design Workshop will offer a peek into the process with the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, with some time for Q&A. Then we'll offer some key insights and trends that you should be aware of, which will lead us to staff's recommendation for the 2023 objective and initiatives, with ample time for discussion. And Lori and I spoke, and I think we're going to be getting back on track with timing, because I don't think we're going to take the full 90 minutes, but again, we'll see. Okay, so 1 year ago, you adopted a new objective for 2022 recreation. This was a result of extensive review and collaboration countywide, with staff and leadership determining response and action was needed in recent years due to significant impacts throughout Nevada County, directly related to recreating residents and tourists drawn to the rural quality of life and natural beauty of our area. The push to get outside throughout the pandemic also seemed to reignite a love for the outdoors, especially for those seeking refuge from urban cityscapes. To reiterate, the purpose of this objective highlighted here is to promote recreation with our partners, enhance recreational access, support health and safety, preserve our natural resources, and support economic growth from jobs to tourism that all benefit from recreation, as we heard a little bit about in the last presentation. 6 initiatives were identified that you see here, with the Recreation Resiliency Master Plan being identified as a priority initiative. Additionally, emphasis was placed on 5 initiatives, all working synergistically in support of the other. I think it's important to remind us how we got here and the county's role prior to 2022. As you know, Nevada County has historically played a minor role with recreation over the years through overseeing mitigation funds from new development that support recreation uses and infrastructure in benefit zones of Nevada City, Grass Valley, and Twin Ridges. We have played a supporting role with community partners for recreation and trail projects, and CDA and the planning department have addressed recreation through various planning and grant efforts over the years. In 2021, our board created 2 ad hoc committees led by Supervisor Hall and Supervisor Bullock for the Open Space and Trails Ad Hoc Committee, prioritizing solutions that promote community health, safety, the economy, environment, and resilience. This group identified the unique complexity in Nevada County with state and federally owned lands, the challenges faced at nearly all major river crossings, as well as lake access points, the importance of coordinating efforts, maintaining partnership, and the need for a master plan. Some highlights also included the continuance of the South Yuba River Safety Cohort and the Convene, Champion, and Catalyze collaboratives, which continue to this day and that I'll speak of later. It also involved board advocacy, which was successful in getting additional support from the state and federal governments with funding for projects like Independence Trail and others. A second ad hoc, chaired by you, Supervisor Hook, facilitated and coordinated discussion regarding organized recreation. The county then hired a contractor Sandy Jacobson to meet with organized rec providers and park districts, as well as grant writers to support projects that have yielded positive outcomes, helping to build capacity for these mostly led organizations. Subsequently, $2 million was secured through grants that support rural recreation and investment in our communities. With adoption of the Recreation Board objective, the ad hoc committees dissolved and leadership transitioned from the County Executive Office to the Community Development Agency, establishing a new budget in 2022-2023. My position, Senior Admin Analyst, was staffed in CDA and created to support the county's general plan recreation element and board objective a little over 6 months ago. And a temp analyst was also brought on this fall, and Alex Hayes is here as well in the back. Here's a look at the overall budget, which includes a 3-year ARPA funding plan of $979,000 and TOT allocation of close to $600,000. In addition, a $200,000 grant was awarded by the Sierra Nevada Conservancy to offset budget expenses for the development of the master plan. This totals roughly 1.7+ million for this focus on recreation, with 450,000 dedicated to the master plan. In just this first year as an objective, we're making great strides in seeing significant returns on this investment of staff and resources. Here are some highlights also outlined in your staff memo. So the first, which we'll get more details on from Stephanie, is the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan that kicked off this past September. Our board accepted $200,000 in grant funding from SNC and approved a contract with Design Workshop. Phase 1 kicked off to inventory, map, and assess existing recreation conditions, resources, and efficiencies throughout the county. Stakeholder engagement began with over 90 organizations beginning to participate. Next, we celebrated 5 years of the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort and all the great work that they've contributed to our community, providing health and safety solutions. This group is comprised of local and regional fire protection districts, law enforcement, state and federal agencies, local non-governmental organizations, and community representatives. Projects like call boxes, life jacket distribution, grant funding for the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund projects, a letter of support for the master plan, river and trail ambassadors, and so much more has evolved out of this monthly meeting group. They most recently worked with our team to help develop travel alerts for the Go Nevada County tourism site that Kimberly Parker spoke of earlier, that provides helpful information from weather and traffic updates to fire bans and emergency information to prepare visitors before they arrive. The Convene, Champion, and Catalyze group contributed to East County visitor management and recreation surveys, coordinating strategies for enhancing the quality of life for locals and visitor experiences during peak the peak period visitation. This group has been successful at improving communication between users, rec providers, and maintenance entities, as well as assisting with parking issues, signage, trash, and toilets. Members extend across the state lines of California and Nevada, and we are learning a lot from them regarding destination stewardship and sustainable tourism, as best practices are informing our approach on the west side of the county. So there's a lot to be learned. The Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund grant program also dedicated $415,000+ to critical projects addressing emerging issues, including new dumpsters, parking, and the river and trail ambassadors. Recipients listed here provided quarterly reports that continue. 3 of 9 projects are complete or close to completion, and I'll report on some stats on the ambassador programs in just a little bit. Another 5 are infrastructure projects queued up after weather permits to address unmet needs at popular outdoor recreation sites in time for the summer peak season, including parking, trail improvements, and vault toilet installs. One designee is also in the design phase and planning for a mile marker project. And we'll be reporting on this as progress continues and the successful efforts throughout the year. We've also made progress to enhance recreational access by awarding 7 community resiliency grants totaling $262,000 to rec providers for turf field replacement, adapting venues and facilities, improving water quality, trails and forest health, and providing free and safe family activities in response to COVID. The Nevada County Library also launched a summer and winter recreation collection to include free access to sports equipment, passes, gear, and activities, reducing barriers to participation as costs for equipment and supplies may be difficult for some. Last, the Pines to Mines Trail consultants made progress on fieldwork and research necessary to complete the draft environmental analysis, a project that will connect East and West County. For Initiative 4, we supported capacity and sustainability of our Western Nevada County organized recreation through advancing the administrative work with their board and staff members. We also provided Prop 68 gap loan assistance to Oak Tree Park and Recreation and Park District for ADA accessible playground, pavilion, and field improvements. Western Gateway also received $1.1 million from state parks with grant and technical support from the county for a new RV park and improvements to 3 ball fields and amenities. And Bear River Rec and Park District, in reference to the community resiliency grants, also was recently awarded $100,000 for turf field replacement. Okay, so I think what is most impressive and speaks to the energy and enthusiasm behind the recreation objective is the high level of collaboration among community partners. And I've been a community partner on the other side of things leading up to this time, and I need to give credit to everyone in this room involved in the heavy lift that recreation needed in response to what we were hearing community-wide during COVID and even before that time. Staff in the past year alone has convened over 200 plus stakeholders, sharing best practices, funding, and collaboration opportunities. We host regular internal meetings, weekly and monthly. We've hosted monthly CCC and cohort meetings. There's been 2 Recreation Coalition meetings, which is now a biannual initiative, and quarterly Western County Rec and Park District meetings. All groups have participated in workshops to inform the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, with staff managing the outreach and consultants for this project. Advocacy for public land stewardship with agency partners, BLM, the Forest Service, and state parks continues to be a high priority. The first regional Nevada County Sustainability Summit hosted agency directors, thought leaders, and recreation partners focused on climate, conservation, and recreation. And staff provided outreach and hosted a site tour in collaboration with OES during the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force Sierra Regional meeting with over 500 attendees. And I'd like to give a shout out for Heidi Hall as well for attending that, so thank you. And let's not forget the inspiring Heart of Gold gravel race, which attracted 250 plus riders, a majority of which were visitors to the area, to enjoy our beautiful outdoors on 2 wheels while reinvesting $100,000 back into local youth mental wellness nonprofits, not to mention the places they stayed, shopped, or enjoyed a meal at for the weekend, providing an economic multiplier effect. Your leadership in prioritizing recreation as a board objective has truly resonated and made a difference in Nevada County, but don't just take our word for it. Melinda Booth, longtime Circle ED, who was recognized this week, expressed, "It is inspiring to see the county making our public lands and natural resources a priority with the ARPA funds." Circle, but moreover the community, benefited from the $16,000 investment in the continuation of the River Ambassadors program at Highway 49 in Bridgeport, with expansion to Purdon and Edwards Crossing, to engage with the public on river safety, waste pickup, and responsible recreation. Ambassadors reported counts of 54,000 plus visitors at these locations just during the time that they were stationed, and who were also greeting them through bilingual messaging and outreach. This was new to the program as well. Here's a short list of waste collected and activities occurring during these windows. And Circle also during that time was providing monthly reports at cohort meetings as well, allowing stronger collaboration and responsiveness between stakeholders. Okay. This next slide really highlights how the ambassadors serve as recreation concierges and stewards. They really are our eyes and ears. They are present to greet, monitor, educate visitors, and address issues. Two organizations, Truckee Trails Foundation and Bear Yuba Land Trust, surveyed and assisted trail users throughout East and West County, even offering first aid and bike repairs to user groups at 5 trailheads in West County and East County's reservoirs, Johnson Canyon, PCT trailheads, and Donner Lake. Approximately 45% of surveyed users were not from Nevada County, but nearly all expressed that trails are very important. So moving forward, we will need to prioritize and standardize how and what we measure so that we continue to track progress, mitigate issues, and identify solutions. So I'd like to pause to see if there's any comments or reflection on the past year before we introduce our guest speaker.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to see all the progress. It's awesome. When we brought this to the board and staff were incredibly supportive of recreation as a board objective. Excuse me. And you know, with the confluence of our ARPA funds and quickly hiring staff, I'm proud of the speed at which we've traveled over this process and gotten to the master plan. I think we've got a really great opportunity in front of us to collect everybody's thoughts, both on the organized side and whatever we're calling the other part of recreation, and bring that together to be a convener, coordinator, organizer of the greater piece. And some of our partners are doing the same thing. And I think there's an opportunity there to, you know, obviously not replicate, but keyway together with other pieces. It's also great to see that since we've started this process, how many stakeholders have raised their hand to be a part of it. And I know all the meetings I'm in, people are always anxious to be a part of our recreation objectives, our master plan, to contribute, to make meetings, which tells me that it's important to them as well. The conservation elements that play into recreation, I think, are key. And I've seen just in my short tenure, the grant funding that we've applied at different places for restrooms and all the ambassador programs and the signage, it's working. So I think I'd just like to commend everybody for getting that done, because I can visibly see that. I spend time at those places on a regular basis. So I see that, and I hear from other people in our community that it's working. So kudos to everybody involved, because a lot of time government has this big long run out. But in this case, you can actually see it in front of you in the place that we care for so much. And just great. Keep up the great work, and please let us know what we can do to help you going forward.
Thanks. I think we're seeing the result of having you on, Erica, as our like a focus for all this information and all this work, and we can see it all in one place, and it's going to be exciting to see where we take it from here. I just want to go back for a minute, because over the past 5 years, so many people have been making this happen on their own, isolated, or in, you know, completely volunteer coordination. Artie was behind the Heart of Gold race. I think you brought that whole idea, and
Actually, I never think. Such a powerhouse. Big, huge thank you.
so thank you to Allison also. And on the Yuba River cohort, so Hank Weston was the original, and
You're correct. Nate Beeson and Hank
Nate
Weston.
Beeson, right, started that, and they were meeting, I think, once or twice a year. And then I came on and became part of it, and then Sue came on and took over for Hank, and we've been meeting monthly. And so Kudos to those leaders. Sarah and Jeffrey have staffed that group, somehow squeezed it in with all their regular work for a long time. So I want to give them a lot of credit for that. And then all the members of the South Yuba River cohort literally showed up almost every single month, except for a few winter months for the last 5 years. So state parks, BLM, all the fire agencies, Circle, who else? Bear Yuba Land Trust, who else? Sue? Sheriff's Department, Friends of Purdon, and then a number of our staff. So this just been an incredible voluntary coordinated group. And I think it speaks to our willingness to take this seriously and really want to move it forward by having you lead this charge. Thanks.
Well, I would just echo Hardy, and they both said it, and Heidi both said equally, because I tell you, it's really, we've come a long way, and especially with the Yuba cohort, I think, you know, our ability to look at how do we protect our river but still recreate it, right? And then fire safety, how that all ties in. So it's been a great opportunity to work with all those folks, and I am excited to see how far we've come in this last year. You know, for me, I'm on the organized recreation part of this as well, and we'll get to some of that a bit later probably too. But you know, Sandy Jacobson just did an amazing job working with all my different park districts, because that's one thing that's very unique about this, not to mention state parks. We have these beautiful rivers, and then we also have our park districts that are spread out through our community. So the recreation there's so many different directions here. So yeah, just love that. Actually just have a quick question. I appreciate the presentation and all the work that you're doing. On the statistical information that Circle provided and that the Bear Yuba Land Trust, how do they, what tool do they use to track those visitor numbers?
So each group was out conducting surveys. So you might walk out on a trail and see it. There was a slide image of a table, and you know, they're out there with their volunteers during certain windows of time with survey information that they're asking of visitors as they come through at all the key trailheads. So that's one methodology. Circle as well. And that River Ambassador program was able to expand because of the investment. So some of the numbers that we got were inflated because they were at several new locations where they hadn't been able to be there before. But then we're also getting you know, information and 2-hour time blocks talking about, you know, 1,200 people were out in the past 2 hours with 63 dogs, you know, and so the cohort was really kind of the sounding board, and the group providing feedback where we were able to track that regularly. So you'll see as we move forward, how do we sort of standardize our approach to tracking data from trail counters to other sources. You know, that's one area that we want to continue to explore, so we have established a better baseline.
Yeah, and those numbers were mostly just for weekends. Those were just busy weekends. That didn't count sometimes Fridays and Monday through Fridays.
Correct.
I'm good. Thank you.
Good. Okay. So we're going to move on to the next portion of our presentation. And
If I could I interrupt for a moment?
Oh, of course. Ma'am.
There's been some discussion in terms of the waterways as being navigable. And I have spoken with both Erica and Tricia on this. I just had a conversation with Catherine Freeman on this issue, knowing that she knows state information and water. And so was looking for some direction from the board in terms of my being able to do more extensive research in terms of the navigability of both the Truckee and the Yuba, because it is an extensive project, but it also ties right into our recreation and advertising our rivers.
So can you put context to that?
Yeah.
Because it goes back to access to recreation users. So if you could explain that, that'd be great.
So it's a long history, but there's navigability of a river affects the public's ability to access and to utilize, and protects that that recreational aspect. At this point, we do, my understanding is we do Um, for example, we have rafts going down Truckee, and that we give permits for that. So it's protecting basically the public's access to rivers. And
Give you some insight. The Hurstdale Bridge the Hurstdale Bridge where our construction project is, we have 2 bridges there. It's been the source of a bunch of a lot of friction and noise related to that area, and fishermen's rights and recreation and private property rights. Recently, if the Fish and Game has started censuring fishermen for being below the high water mark in the public access area near the bridge. And so I reached out to different organizations, and I requested that our county council try and get a ruling on that, because historically speaking, anything below the high water mark essentially was considered public access. We have, and Brian can correct me, 5 or 6 commercial rafting permits we issue. 4, thank you. And so essentially what that's saying is that the river's not navigable, and that those permits would be rendered void, and other recreational uses of the river would be essentially privatized, which it doesn't make any sense to me. It's not how we've ever interpreted it, and it's not acceptable to me considering what the river represents to our community, both in East and West County. So I think if we can get some help interpreting that and working with our legislators, particularly our state representatives for Fish and Wildlife, we're going to have to work it out soon.
I don't know if it's okay if I jump in here. And I was going to say this could be a task that we talk about under proposed initiative number 3 that we were going to go over here in a little bit. If you'd like to, punt it to that discussion, not to interrupt.
Okay. So with that, we're going to move ahead, and I have the great pleasure of introducing Stephanie Grigsby with Design Workshop, who is the contractor that was brought on board to lead us through the development of a recreation and resiliency master plan. So if you want to drive. Okay. Uh-oh, we got a new screen coming up.
Right. Well, while it's coming up, just good afternoon, board. Thank you for this opportunity to present an update on the recreation and resiliency plan. And just wanted to share that our team, which also consists of SPC, Steve Randall, and Dudek Environmental, we are just really grateful to be able to work hand in hand with the county, all of your partners and stakeholders and your residents as we develop this plan. It's an incredible investment that the county has made, and we're very honored to be part of it. So thank you very much. This plan is really about developing both an inspiring vision, but also marrying that to an action plan. I love the quote that says, vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision is just merely passing time. But vision with action can change the world. And that's really the metric that we set for this plan, is that we have a vision. We look at what recreation is for the county, but then we really marry it with an implementable action plan and funding strategies so that we can continue the great success that's already been seen over this last year. So first, a little bit about what is a recreation and resiliency master plan. It really unites 2 types of planning efforts in order to both identify these multi-benefit projects that can support both safe and equitable access. So it's important here when I talk about recreation, it can bring up many things in people's minds. But when I talk about recreation, I'm talking about not parks as individual islands in and of themselves, or the amenities within those parks. I'm really talking about the entire system. So that starts at open space and trails and the access to those open spaces, the natural lands, your rivers, your lakes, your trails. It also includes those organized parks. So those parks that provide fields, courts, playgrounds, and then the connection between those with the trail system. And then it also involves the programming. So those experiences that you have within those parks, how you connect to nature. And especially I think in Nevada County, that speaks to the culture of the county, the arts, and the thing that really makes the county rich and vibrant, how we think about what those needs are. And that's what we're saying is capturing the spirit of Nevada County. What is the makeup of the people, the lands, and then the culture behind it as well. As part of the plan, on the recreation side, it really provides the big idea for what the county wants, the county with your partners and ownership, people with ownership aspire to do within a planning window of about 10 to 20 years. And with that perspective, it needs to be tailored to your needs and both your opportunities, and then reflect the different landscape and then the cultural resources. It will provide specifics. So we'll look at what the recreation improvements and priorities are, and we'll also answer how, when, and where those improvements will be made, and the partnerships to lead towards implementation. It will also provide direction for you and your staff to take action both immediately in the short term. So we'll be looking at, what are those short-term wins that we might actually be able to move forward as we're doing the plan and developing the plan. But then what are those timeline and strategies over time? So you can, as new things come forward, you have a decision-making rubric to think about how you track in terms of making those decisions for recreation access. And because it's a lot of work has been completed to date, an important thing for us is really to build upon all of those previous planning efforts and all of the work that all of your different partners and volunteers have done throughout the county. The special part about this plan is the resiliency lens as well. So it means that we're evaluating the system not only in terms of what it looks like today, but we want to think about, how can we increase the ability of our recreation system to prepare, recover, and adapt from disruptive experiences. And this effort will then really establish the county as a resiliency leader to address those climate change issues through the lens of recreation and continue to make it a great place to live. So as we've just initiated discussions with stakeholders, we're really trying to align around what a definition of resiliency is. And I think as other initiatives within the county move forward too, aligning that definition as well. As part of the initial stages of the plan, we're discussing it as the resiliency is the capacity of any entity, that's communities, organization, individuals, or social and natural systems, to maintain their essential function and identity while also recovering from shocks and stressors or adapting and learning from those disruptive experiences. And so it's important to understand, what is that essential function? What is the quality of life, that baseline that we want to make sure that we establish for Nevada County, that as we absorb different changes, that we can maintain that quality of life. So as I mentioned, it also means that you're adapting and you're learning from those shocks and stressors. So shocks are those sudden severe events that really have substantial negative effects. They can, examples could be wildfires, floods, pandemics, recessions. And then there's also stressors, and these are events that build over time, such as temperature increases or the degradation of ecosystems or forest health. And so as we think about resiliency, we want to identify adaptation measures as part of our recreation plan. And so that could include, trails that are also fuel breaks. We could think of community centers that are, as part of their design, thinking about how they function in times of need. So how can they serve as evacuation centers? How can they help, be cooling centers with increasing heat? So thinking about those elements that are occurring in our communities, that we're really developing our parks and our systems to really be adaptable and be able to function in those different times. And the important piece here is then it also opens you up for more funding opportunities as well, because you're, again, thinking about multi-benefit and really thinking about how all of these things are really interconnected. None of them work independently. So as I mentioned, we're just in the initial stages of the project, which means we're doing a lot of listening and really just trying to understand and get the lay of the land from all of the work that has been done to date. So we have met with a number of people and are looking forward to now broadening that involvement to the broader countywide community. Over the past months, we have met with focus groups, topics such as organized sports, youth and recreation access, conservation and trails, and health and wellness. And we've also met with organized groups as part of your organized meetings to, again, facilitate these conversations to understand what the needs and the opportunities are. So we've met with the Recreation Coalition, the quarterly Nevada County Recreation and Park Districts, the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort, and the Convene Champion Catalyzed meetings as well. And then we're also hosting a number of one-on-one small group interviews with people ranging from the Forest Service superintendent to your Little League coaches and volunteers, really trying to get a breadth of input on all things recreation in the county. So because our conversations are still going, we're distilling them currently, but those will be, as we distill them, those will help inform us as we develop a countywide survey and again, look to broaden the involvement to the rest of the communities. But we'll share a little bit of a peek at some of the information that we've received to date. So in terms of understanding, what really makes Nevada County so special, and we've heard about the beauty, the river, the variety and diversity, both the communities, the landscape, your heritage, that it's the cultural heart of the Sierra, and that you have incredible volunteers and people, that small town commitment that really makes the county special. We're also learning from challenges, and as we learn from challenges, we can then look forward to addressing those challenges. So we've heard about crowding, trash, the management of human waste, themes of disconnectedness, that you have great resources, but they're not necessarily connected. There's not a place of information that people know where to go and get information or how to recreate, how to recreate sustainably, and also financial barriers. We've heard of some of the risks and stressors facing the county, specifically wildfire, the air quality issues that accompany wildfire, drought, water quality, population changes and tourism growth, social isolation, and an aging population. But even as we're thinking about some of the challenges, we're also, again, looking at those opportunities for the future and how we move forward. Some of those opportunities that have been discussed are, collaboration, again, building upon the partnerships that have already been established through land trusts, the tribes, the libraries, the schools, leveraging technology, volunteerism, opportunities for infrastructure, so improved parking, improved trailheads, restrooms, trail connectivity, and then also the role of the county as a leader and a facilitator. So as we move forward, we're distilling all this information. We are planning on meeting with the core team, which is comprised of county staff, and then we'll move towards meeting with the larger stakeholder working group, again, comprised of folks from those key stakeholder agencies and organizations. The input that we've received to date will help shape the county-wide survey, which we will share at the end of February, beginning of March, county-wide. And then we'll continue to engage with the community and these stakeholders throughout the year to get their feedback on analysis and recommendations, and really to help magnify the message. So a key part about being able to connect with these stakeholders in the early phases is so that way, as we go out to the community, we can engage and connect through all of the networks that are already established, because those are how people connect and listen and learn about what's going on in the county. So really building upon those relationships. Here's a timeline for what you can expect throughout the year. So right now we are right in that left-hand column of inventorying and mapping, gathering all of the existing data that's available for us to map and understand the current conditions of the recreation system, and reviewing all those previous plans, consolidating all of those projects that have already been identified into a consistent list, and then summarizing those environmental vulnerabilities. As we move into analysis and opportunities, that's where you'll see in February, at the end of February, March, that countywide survey come out. As we move into analysis, we'll be looking at benchmark comparisons, both for, again, the access to natural lands and understanding how to address some of those shared issues on that front, but then also on the organized sports, the organized recreation piece, what are we hearing and what do we see as some of those needs and gaps as we put together our first round of a potential project matrix, version 1. We'll have a larger community forum at that time. So, May timeframe, May-June timeframe, looking at larger, community engagement events to get input on that first round of the project matrix. We'll move into refining those strategies and really diving into the implementation plan, refining the strategies for financing, again, coming out to the community, working through the working group in end of July, August, again, a larger countywide community events to refine and get input on the plan, and then working through documentation and approvals through the board and bringing it back to you at the end of this year. So it's going to be a great year, and we are looking forward to, again, working hand in hand with all of the great staff and all of the great stakeholders that we've met today. And Now I think we'll open it up for discussion on any questions on the timeline process moving forward.
Almost.
Almost. The analysis and opportunities, the portion of the, the community forums working group and partner agency meetings. Is there a format? Are those going to be in person or virtual, or is that going to be Survey Monkey stuff? Or can you just tell me a little bit about that?
Sure. So the countywide survey will be digital. The community events, that first community forum, we are anticipating to be both in person and then also have a virtual option as well. So we'll have a specific meeting that is virtual where people can tap in, and then also getting out and being in the community. And we like to say we like to meet where people are. So similar to trying to tap into meetings that are already organized, are there events and countywide, are there events that we can tap into where we can be where people are, so it's not an extra burden to come to a meeting, so we can connect with people that way.
Just as one board member, my only request is that it's publicized far and wide on social media, and that we just get as much traction as we possibly can to get the word out there. There's so many of these types of process driven studies going on from different agencies, and it goes from recreation and traffic and other things that people get lost in the shuffle. So, and definitely engage me, and I know the CEO's office, in getting that word out. We're here to help you do that. And thanks again for your support. Great job.
I might suggest too, this could be an opportunity for the Greater Higgins Area MAC at one of our regular meetings. We're thinking in March, so that would be a great place to bring the South County into it also. And there's great interest in the recreation down there.
Thanks, Ed. I was going to say the same thing about Penn Valley Mac. I think that's another great place to bring it. Another question is, are our cities involved in any of these conversations?
We have had conversations with the city both cities to understand what their system is comprised of, what they're seeing as needs and opportunities. We are focusing on the unincorporated portions of the county, but recognize, again, we'll recreate in the cities that are from the county as well. So just understanding that system. But the recommendations will be primarily focused on the unincorporated.
And then perfect. Have you reached out to like Farm Bureau, Sierra Harvest, our Resource Conservation District?
Yes, there's a very long list of folks that have been invited to participate in the focus groups, and all of those groups have participated. And then to the point of the city engagement, they're all very enthusiastic, those that we've met with, from the city of Grass Valley to Nevada City. We've conducted interviews with them, really getting a sense of their strategic planning process and all of the great projects that they have underway. So we're looking again at system-wide, how we're making those connections from unincorporated into the city sphere.
Great, thank you.
Can you, what's the connection with the schools, and how are we engaging students in that?
So we have invited the districts, and we'll continue to invite them to conversations to be able to understand their system. We haven't dove into the specific piece on inviting students, but there's a lot of different fun ways that we could engage and get input from them as well. So that's a great idea as we refine that community forum.
Yeah, I think include Sierra College, but then also maybe the high schools. That would, I think, they're going to be heavy users. I think some of them of trails and recreation. So it'd be great to get their input.
I think we're good.
Thank you, Stephanie. And I'm sure there'll be questions related to the master plan as we move through the rest of this presentation, because we do reference it throughout and key findings as well. So with that, we're going to move forward into our next section, and then Lori's keeping me honest with timing as well. So let's bring us back to the present and acknowledge challenges and opportunities for Nevada County's open space and organized recreation priorities, furthering solutions that promote community health, safety, economic development, environmental stewardship, and resilience, while underscoring the pursuit of innovation and alignment in key areas. So in the past year, we have participated in discussions and followed activities and trends that underscore the significance of recreation to rural communities nationwide and throughout the Sierra Nevada, some of it which were shared earlier. The following slides will outline policy, funding, industry trends, and best practices to pay attention to for discussion later. Some validate our efforts, and others may help sustain recreation in Nevada County long-term in its current or future form. So according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, this is some information put forward on the slide. The outdoor economy is strong, and participation in the outdoors is at historical highs in terms of the number of participants. The study was done capturing all of 2021. 2022 hasn't been completed yet, but I'm sure we'll see an uptick in that. 164 million participants have been reported. While the outdoor industry is experiencing record-breaking economic impact and participation numbers, the overall economy has slowed. So this chart in front of you illustrates conventional outdoor recreation activities in terms of dollars spent and trends from 2020 to 2021. And as you look at this, keep in mind Nevada County's recreational access and interests. So boating and fishing was the largest conventional activity for the nation at $27 billion, with California ranking second nationally at $2.3 billion. RVing was the second largest conventional activity for the nation and increased year over year by $5 billion to $25.1 billion in 2021. Of the largest state contributors, California was in the top at $2 billion. Other notable activities include hunting, motorcycling, or ATVing, which we've seen in the little town of Washington. Equestrian activities all have increased. On-snow activities have remained flat, with California just behind Colorado, Utah, and spending at $505 million. This data is something to keep in mind as we consider recreational areas in Nevada County in anticipation for increased usage or need for investment, particularly our recreational lakes, off-roading areas, ski resorts, surrounding lands, trails, and access points. The good news is that the RV parks planned in the city of Grass Valley and Western Gateway should be in high demand once those are constructed based on the data we're seeing. We also should keep in mind the types of businesses that can support these sectors as well. This slide touches on travel, mobility, and access with stats derived from surveys by the Outdoor Industry Association. So in April of 2020, when COVID-19 pandemic impacts on the workforce became clear, more than 80% of white-collar employees and 19% of blue-collar employees were working from remote locations. Those numbers have decreased, but more than 65% of white-collar workforce continues to work from remote locations at least part of the time, with more than 1 in 4 working remotely 100% of the time. Outdoor enthusiasts are also very willing to travel more than 100 miles to participate in their favorite winter activities, with skiers and snowboarders most likely flying to their destinations. Mountain bikers, including those that bike on pavement, gravel, or dirt, are most likely to travel more than 100 miles, and 95% of them plan to drive to a destination trailhead. The same is true for winter sport participants. So that's the point of 100 miles in terms of day versus overnight trips and what those implications are. We are seeing this data reinforced by survey information from our Trail and River Ambassador reports, as well as participant information from our Heart of Gold race. So some folks even shipped their bikes into the area before they flew out. And think back to the previous slide where we talked about increased RV use and how these data points may be correlated with the willingness for people to drive to recreation destinations to stay and play. So as we know, and again, to reinforce the point, people will travel to recreate, and we know Nevada County is a desirable destination. The master plan seeks to outline recommendations that support our rural economy. This last bullet on the topic of rural recreation economy, Headwater Economics reports that counties with outdoor recreation economies are more likely to attract new residents with greater wealth and have faster growing wages than their non-recreation counterparts. These trends are particularly true in rural communities. Additionally, in terms of recruitment and new business attraction, households moving to recreation counties also have higher incomes on average than people already living in the community. These new residents may be business owners, entrepreneurs, or retirees with nest eggs. Many communities have demonstrated how trails can attract visitors who spend money at local businesses, injecting money into the local economy. Research around the U.S. has found that trails can also increase property values and improve public health, particularly in low-income neighborhoods. So more work should be done to track data, visitation, and understanding the economic impacts to reinforce the value recreation provides Nevada County and our residents, businesses, and quality of life. This next slide speaks to parks and recreation trends. Parks and recreation, libraries, and other community-based institutions are vital solutions that directly improve the conditions where people live, learn, work, and play. A recent survey of the parks and recreation field conducted by NRPA, the National Recreation and Park Association, found that more than half of agencies partner with local libraries in support of health and wellness programs and services. Parks, recreation, and libraries collectively provide a variety of benefits and have much in common that can be harnessed collectively. So here's some bullets to pay attention to. All address inequities and gaps in existing systems by the very nature of what they are, providing public amenities and access. All bring holistic programming and services into trusted community spaces. They provide low to no barrier opportunities for education, play, and connection, such as in-person or virtual health, wellness, and enrichment programming for youth and older adults. And they provide safe and creative opportunities to engage in physical activity and exercise programs. And lastly, they have the ability to serve as resilience and wellness hubs that can provide needed services like childcare, healthy meals, referrals to other social services and community resources, and promote social and community connection during times of isolation, grief, and uncertainty, as we've seen in recent years. We can point to how these relationships are developing and mutually supported locally with, just like in the North San Juan community, with their community center, its adjacency to Oak Tree Rec and Park District, and shared infrastructure opportunities. The mic cut out. The Rec and Park District has dedicated and leased building space for the North San Juan Library Annex as a terrific educational resource and community space where folks can access the internet and sign up for community services. Down the hill, the city of Roseville has a Parks, Recreation, and Library Department embedded in their organizational structure as a more developed example regionally. So investing time and energy into strengthening partnerships between parks, recreation, and libraries provides a greater opportunity to leverage resources and is one approach for future consideration. I'm going to go through these next slides fairly quickly. In terms of rural identity and alignment, I think we heard that in previous presentations. I'd like to point to our neighbors on the other side of the Sierras who continue to lead the way with their Eastern Sierra Sustainable Recreation Partnership, who are literally writing the playbook on sustainable recreation. Clearly, we understand that rural communities, unless heavily taxed, have limited resources to bear, so we cannot stress enough the need to align, leverage, and maximize efficiencies, especially when it comes to recreation, and we're doing that and working in tandem with OES facilities, economic development, and more. We must be proactive and coordinate in our messaging to residents, visitors, and downstream communities, telling our Nevada County story how we want it to be told, through advocacy, as we heard earlier, as well as through public safety and responsible recreation content that intercepts visitors before they even arrive. Leave no trace stresses the importance of connecting with visitors via multiple touch points and a know before you go approach, providing recreation and stewardship concierges that guide them through their experience. From what to do and where to go before arrival, at check-in at your local hotel or Airbnb, And as a last stop measure at the trailhead or with signs or kiosks, this will help alleviate the burden in terms of public safety. It's also an opportunity to educate and connect those coming to the area and the significance of our water supply and healthy lands. Last, Nevada County is at once a recreation, mountain, and gateway community that can benefit from strategies related to sports tourism, event attraction, and destination recreation as central to our identity. We are seeing that centering recreation within a county's identity leads to vibrancy, as in case studies with Bentonville, Arkansas, who directly markets to the mountain biking community, bolstered by a vibrant culinary, art, and food experience that welcomes visitors, as well as in the Willamette Valley that marries recreation, art, and agritourism in a thoughtful, coordinated destination stewardship approach. In terms of best practice models, Visit Truckee Tahoe has been educating and working with our team on destination stewardship and the benefits of looking at the quality of life visitor experience and sense of place. And as you heard earlier, looking at federal funding opportunities, there is money flowing from the federal, state to local level. I'll just point out with this slide that CalRec Vision is something that we're tracking very closely with recommendations that will be coming out as a state framework for aligning funding and resources, as well as working work happening with Sierra Nevada Conservancy, who wants to be a one-stop shop working with agencies to dedicate funding to projects. So with that, I'd like to bring forward the 2023 Recreation Board Objective, where essentially it is carrying forward the work that was happening in 2022. So there is no recommendation to change the verbiage. However, we are proposing directions with 6 initiatives in order to refine and expand the plan. So you'll see that outlined in more detail in your staff memo. These 6 initiatives are essentially the same with number 1 and 3 expanding. So the first will be to finalize and improve the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. The third will expand on looking at collaboration and optimizing efforts, again, working across many different county departments and working with community partners. And I just wanted to point out in the next slide how we plan to do that and various tactics. So we plan to expand scope and impact. First, we will disperse Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund, the round 2 grants up to $434,000 that were already approved through the budget allocation from this past year, as well as dispersing AB 1600 funds. We'll also continue to support existing Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund grant programs to completion, as well as ongoing grant cultivation and solicitation. Second, we plan to elevate the benefits of sustainable outdoor recreation and tourism with a particular focus on supporting our upper headwaters of the Bear and Yuba River watersheds and Donner Summit Visitor Management in partnership with Placer County, the Forest Service, NID, the Land Trust, Bear Yuba Land Trust, that is, Circle, Donner Summit Association, the CCC, and our ski resorts. The Donner Summit Public Use Trails and Rec Facilities Plan is close to completion, which we have been working closely with their consultant, Stantec. This plan will be rolled up into the Rec and Resiliency Master Plan with key projects identified as well to proactively explore innovative funding and financing strategies. On the west side, a public safety and responsible recreation campaign is under with the cohort. Number 3, we will align with and support efforts to enhance or establish community centers and resiliency hubs. This work is already underway, as you've heard about, and we plan to work closely with our county staff partners, including Penn Valley Community Center, as well as the town of Washington and our park districts. We fully expect that these projects and the concept of recreation and resiliency hubs will be a recommendation that comes forward in the master plan. Fourth, we plan to develop and strengthen connections, resources, and recreation opportunities in concert with the library. We've been working closely with them as well, and are excited to see how this evolves. We see it as an opportunity to sustain and build capacity for our organized recreation providers, specifically in Western County, exploring the feasibility of a centralized hub for a resource guide, recreation awareness campaign, increasing the volunteer pipeline, as well as potential technology solutions. Imagine signing up or accessing information on recreational activities and resources and checking out gear and passes all in one place. And next, we also intend to elevate our Nevada County recreation story through coordinated communications, planning, tracking metrics, and reporting on progress. Getting a handle on what we want to measure and the most cost-effective ways to capture and standardize information is currently being evaluated. As mentioned earlier, public safety and watershed education will add more depth and meaning naturally for those that are already passionate about outdoor and organized recreation. So that will be integrated into the content that we share. And in terms of capacity, we seek to establish a recreation and resiliency internship or fellowship program, exploring options, working with Civic Spark, AmeriCorps, and other partners, working with our CEO's office and OES. This will help us staff, manage, and sustain our efforts, increase communications and management of admin resources. And
Great.
most anticipated action of the year will be completing and beginning implementation of our resiliency master plan.
Thanks, Erica. No, fantastic presentation. And I know that we want to go ahead and use the remaining time to bring the board back to the policy recommendations, which are captured in slide 31. And I'll hand it over to the chair to facilitate that conversation. Thank you.
And I didn't want to forget either the question about navigability and, if the board would like to see us look into that further with county council.
Fantastic. Thanks. So we'll add that in terms of the policy direction.
Already have been working on this. Cost, Heidi?
Yeah, thank you for this comprehensive presentation. There's a whole lot in here, and I think it's going to be great to see the results of the plan. Really agreed with Hardy's comment earlier. Want to make sure that we get tons and tons of input in that, and then we can, narrow down what we want to do. I want to go back. The only thing I want to say is to go back. It's actually on slide 23, and I know this is a national slide, but what it doesn't include is, one of the main focuses in the West County is the Yuba River. So that's not RVing or boating or hunting necessarily. It's hiking and camping and swimming and sort of more low impact activities.
Yeah, and so this slide is more to articulate spending in these areas as an industry.
Right.
There's more dollars and investment that go into purchasing equipment and things like boats
Right.
or RVs that are obviously going to inflate these numbers, but there is evidence to show, conventional versus these sort of more passive recreational opportunities,
So, yeah, so just to take that as a jumping off point for making sure that when we develop a master plan, we're looking at how our county is unique so that the swimming in the Yuba River area, I mean, there's also the whole Truckee and that's a whole other piece, but I'm thinking particularly of the sort of camping, swimming, hiking, and then might laugh, but stargazing, right? We have people who spend time on their telescope. Shows what you know about stars. No. There are, and I don't know how big this is, but I do know that finding places without light pollution is hard. And there is a huge stargazing community here who know where to go and they set up these big telescopes and so kids can see. I mean, it's like there are these little niche recreational activities here that I want to make sure we capture and not sort of get lost in what the national picture says. So that was my point on that, on just using that slide as a jumping off point.
Noted on the dark sky initiative. That's big in Sedona.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thanks a lot. A huge amount of information. And I want to talk about stargazing. But no, it's a great piece. And I had the benefit of following along. So thank you for bringing it out here and showing everybody. I just had a couple questions. One of them is kind of a question to the board, and the other one's a question for you, which I know we've talked about before, but rescue and safety partnerships. So people like the little town of Washington with their fire department, now Graniteville, like I would just encourage us to think about how they fit into our recreation priorities, because there's cost and expense and impact coming from that like sector onto our priorities, and how we will be viewed as responsible in that interchange between those two things, the safety of all of this, and then how we support those people that are actually out there rescuing people when they break their leg, when they hike or crash a motorcycle. That's one question. The board question I have is, do we want to add on, I think it's on the board objectives, do we want to add something about at-risk youth, disadvantaged communities, or English as a second language, and how we work to integrate people that traditionally haven't had a big maybe desire or access, or I just don't know, talk about it, how those connections to recreation. I know you and I have talked about that, and it's probably in here somewhere, and I probably just missed it, but I just wanted to throw that out there if we want to see it explicitly in here.
Sure. I think he was asking.
I think that's a really good point, because we have some organizations here that deal with especially disadvantaged youth, and to make sure that they have full access to all the recreational opportunities, I think it's important.
Yeah, I might suggest under initiative 3, it's really to collaborate, to leverage resources and enhance recreation access, health and safety. And I think that could fall nicely under that initiative suggestion.
Yeah, as long as we're doing it, I'm sure we need to make any changes, but I just want to confirm that those are things we're thinking about. We have great organizations obviously here locally and countywide that can partner with us on that.
I'm hearing consensus of the board.
I think that would be great. I think it would be enhance what we're doing, and it's also, as a side, going to make it possible for us to apply for grants that would help us do that.
We can add additional language to number 3.
ESL, at-risk youth and disadvantaged. Thank you.
I can add to that too, that aligns with the statewide effort around environmental justice, as well as the outdoor access for all. So creating opportunities to reduce barriers to participation.
Awesome, thanks.
And Supervisor Bullock, you've also have been working in a program in Eastern County that also promotes mobility, recreation for everyone. So I think that would tie into that nicely.
That's right, yeah. The High Fives Foundation is doing extraordinary work in this space with access to trails and multimodal mountain biking and stuff. And so they're another partner that I think I've connected us all to, but you knew with them, but it's yeah, we have a real opportunity in front of us to do.
And our Independence Trail, I know
Yeah.
as well, in terms of creating access. Okay, we could add that language for sure. Thank you.
Is there any reason to change the 6 proposed directions if there's in the addition that Artie just suggested?
Well, we are seeking policy guidance on council's recommendation to do additional research and come back to the board on the navigation of rivers,
I'd support that.
navigable waters. Thank you. We could add that as a separate initiative. Is that what I'm hearing from staff?
Either a separate initiative or a task under the same number 3.
Okay, we'll add it underneath 3. Thank
My
you.
only word of caution there is some temporal quality to that. It has to happen soon, because we've got people that are coming, like Fish and Wildlife and hunters and fishermen are coming head to head in that area. And I think that's one piece that we can't wait till the master plan's done to get that done.
Yeah, and I think talking with the council could jump in. It sounds like the research has already begun reaching out to state resources, but we wanted to receive the board's direction before additional resources were provided.
Right, just to clarify, that's all I was seeking was board direction. When I start doing research that's more than I would anticipate, I like to know that I have the full board that is directing me. And this is something where I need to find out what is both the good and the bad before bringing anything forward. So I think what I would ask is just simple direction to me at this point, as opposed to putting it on any platform.
Well, Hardy, would you repeat what is happening?
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like we're mixing up.
We
Natural Rivers one.
We have what we need, thank you.
Okay.
Do we have what we need?
Well, I think the only thing that came up is we had this interplay between Fish and Wildlife and a fisherman in Hurstdale, and all of a sudden what has historically been considered the everlasting truth that if you're below the high water mark in a river public area, and if that's not the case, and we need official direction from county council to go and help us deliver a message back to our state legislatures and Fish and Game and some of the other stakeholders that indeed that's how we're interpreting it. That's how it's traditionally been interpreted. And we have these rafting permits that are commercial operating permits that we issue. And those will be in jeopardy if for some reason the river becomes some domain of private property or whoever's property you pass through. And we need direction. We need to get council working on that.
Board okay with that? Yeah, okay. We're
And
good.
we understand the timeliness of it in terms of seasonality.
So along with some amendments to number 3 and urgency on the navigational part of it, we recommend going ahead with the other, all 6.
And can you bring back up the initiative itself? And make sure that we have board agreement on the proposed initiative for next year.
They're shown here, the 6 specific initiatives.
Oh, the objective.
Oh, the objective.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. Is there agreement or any changes? All right, great, thanks.
And it's not like I've been lobbied by the stargazers either. I just want to say, I don't know where that came from. But they better thank me.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, Chair Schofield, our conversation's complete. All right, well, thank you very much for this panel. And we're also back on track. So we'll be reconvening. We have almost a 15-minute break. We'll be reconvening at 2:30. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 supervisors in the room. Did I 1, 2, 3, 4? We do have 5 supervisors in the room. Okay. All right, and to kick off the broadband, Chair Schofield is going to give us a few words.
Well, or Steve spoke to me and said, look, this can be a more interactive a session here. It's not really scripted like some of them. So as they make their presentation, if any of the board members feel like cutting in with a question, please do it. And Lori notes that we have 60 minutes, so it's 60 minutes for the whole thing. So Steve, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chair Schofield. And good afternoon, everybody. We have an esteemed panel here to talk about broadband. We have Kristen York, VP of Sierra Business Council, Pat Blacklock, who's the president of RCRC, and analyst extraordinaire Sarah Hollyfield from your office. Hollyhead, sorry. I don't have the clicker. Oh, now I'm not nervous. All right, today's presentation, this is the agenda for it. We're going to have a couple breaks for your board to have some discussion. So we'll take a break after major milestones for you to reflect back and ask any questions. And then at the end, after we do our proposed objectives for discussions to make sure that's in alignment with what your board would like to see. And again, as Chairman Schofield mentioned, please, if you have a question, just chime in, interrupt. We have a very seasoned board here, and we'll go with any question you have at any point. So, next. So broadband as an essential infrastructure. And last year in January, your board, thanks to Jeffrey, wrote up a policy on broadband and your board adopted it, really saying that broadband is a essential infrastructure for the community and for your board. And we look at broadband, you know, it's tied into economic development, health and wellness, education, public safety, recreation, people get their news and the weather, their entertainment, civic engagement, you know, people are watching this meeting from home right now, tourism to attract it. We saw the Go Nevada County website. And it's tied into climate and resiliency, teleworking, air pollution, and the list goes on. And we look at the three, I always say it's the 3 legs of the stool of broadband: availability, affordability, and adoption. So availability is what we usually see all the high profile efforts around. That is, can we actually get broadband at our homes and our business? Is it available? The second one is affordability. And that is, many of our residents, while they may have broadband that can come to their homes, but they can't afford it. So if you're a low income, fixed income family and broadband's available to you, but it's $150 a month and you can only afford $50 a month, then it's really not available to you, right? So we have to look at that affordability piece and then adoption. And rural communities already lag behind our suburban and urban counterparts in adoption. And what that means is people actually have it available, they can afford it, but do they have a device? Do they have the education? Do they know how to use that device to access all those things I just talked about? And rural communities lag. We struggle with that more. Senior populations, and we're a more senior community. And then senior ethnic populations even struggle more with that. So we have to do more outreach, education, and helping our community adopt it once they have it available. And with that, I'm going to go over to Kristen, because both these organizations have leaned heavy into broadband, and maybe a little comment on why.
Yeah, I was reflecting that, you know, Nevada County we wrote the strategic plan for broadband before COVID. This, became a priority of the board, whether it was documented or not, before COVID. And what did we find out during COVID? That it's way more of a priority than we ever thought. So I really believe that Nevada County's been on the cutting edge of this because the board has been so supportive. And we continue to be, which is great. I'll give you some more examples later in the presentation. But just on this availability, affordability, and adoption, those are probably the most important thing when it comes to accessing any funding. This is now about equity, and you're going to hear digital equity a lot. Nevada County, we have been involved in the current ACP Affordable Connectivity Program, where our staff is going out with, and Sarah, right, to libraries, et cetera, places where we can reach the folks that don't have access or either can't afford it, don't know how to use it, and promoting these programs. So the county is involved in this actively.
And I'll just briefly note that for RCRC, which is governed by county supervisors from 40 counties, they identified quite some time ago that rural counties have been neglected far too long when it comes to broadband deployment. And as a result, they began researching what are the national options, what are options nationally to bring fiber to areas where private providers are either unwilling or unable to do so. And that research ultimately led to SB 156, which set the foundation for some of the things we're going to talk about today, as well as the creation of Golden State Connect Authority, which is really the county supervisors saying, we're going to take a self-help approach to this. If others aren't going to do it, we are. We're going to take the laboring oar. And I'll talk a little bit later in the presentation about Golden State Connect Authority.
Chairman Schofield, just wanted to pause quickly here for you and your board to reflect on concurrence or thoughts on broadband as an essential infrastructure. And particularly, would love to hear from Supervisor Hall, who's leaned heavily into this, and appreciate her support and working with NACO and CSAC on this item. So.
Well, thank you, Heidi. I guess they're looking to you.
Great job, everybody. I think it's, I just, when I brought it to the board, it was what was being talked about, and I had to learn about it while I was advocating for us to work on it, and I'm still learning about it. So I'm thrilled that we've taken this lead, and I totally support us continuing to want to be in the front of the solutions, because I do think we've got great, deep staff knowledge, and we should just keep leading on that one.
No, I think you and I talked about it a little bit. I feel like we've made some real progress here, and yet we still get editorialized. The Board of Supervisors, they don't do anything about broadband. So, and it is hard to say, well, what have you done? And it is hard to show what we've done. And so I guess there's still that frustration there that you guys have to feel also.
No, you hit those points. I think, I don't even think any of us, I live rural, and I used to have just regular internet that was so slow. And then when COVID came, the reality of having to work from home was a real eye opener for me as well. I kind of live, you live rural, you got to have what you get, right? Well, it doesn't work that way so much. And especially when I saw what the education issues we were having over time. So I think the strides, because it's not just fiber, but it is broadband and how those are all going to tie together. And that's been really interesting to watch how you guys are all making that come together and connect, because that's the key. The fiber that you can reach, and then getting out to our broadband. And I get a call about it every week. So I feel like we're headed in a good direction for sure.
Lisa?
I really support the county's initiatives on broadband. I'm lucky I live in Grass Valley, so my district probably has more access to broadband than in others because there's not as much rural living. But I believe treating it like a public utility is really the way to go, because for a lot of people it is as important as having, TV, or maybe more important for a lot of people than having TV. But PG&E, I mean, it is a utility. You're not going to sell a house these days unless you have access to broadband. That's just the reality that we live in. So I think
I applaud the work that was done last year, and I look forward to being part of it this year.
I don't have a lot to add. I rely on my colleagues and staff in Sierra Business Council and our experts in the field. So I trust the progress we're making. There's little selected pockets of, deficient coverage areas in Eastern County that I'd like to work on. Steve and I talked, one of our grant funded projects fell through based on the economics of serving that area, and he's working on that. So I feel comfortable with the direction we're headed. And thank you to my colleagues on the board who have contributed some significant time. And I will mention that at RCRC, it's like Nevada County, oh my gosh, here comes Steve Monahan. I mean, it's like, it is awesome to see the work that this county has done in this space. And I just thank everybody for being so connected and committed to it.
Sure, Steve. Thank you, supervisors. And to comment on Chairman Scofield's comment, it has been an economic issue. If you look at the return on investment for broadband providers to build in rural communities with granite, with 200-foot trees, with sparse neighborhoods, big lots, it just doesn't make sense, and it takes funding. And if we have 50,000 approved parcels in our community across our county, and the average cost per parcel is in the 10,000 to 15,000 to bring fiber to it, you're looking at $500 million in investment to solve this problem. And that's why we've been working on it for 20 years, but there hasn't been a lot of movement. The exciting thing now is there's money coming down at the state and federal level to actually solve a lot of these and build these connections. So real quick, I'm going to go through kind of the major milestones over the last few years. So as Kristen mentioned, in 2019, SBC wrote our first strategic plan. Again, thank you to Jeffrey. He really leaned into that. We started our last mile grant program, and thank you to your CEO who had the vision to create a broadband team, which really to me was the biggest thing that really started moving our efforts forward. So we have Brian Foss, your planning director, Tricia, Caleb from the CEO's office, Jeffrey, Sarah, and a few other people, including SBC staff that work together. So we have all the different disciplines from across the county to really make impact. So that's been the biggest thing. We used $1 million, your board did, of ARPA money to support the race communications project. That accelerated about 600 connections to be built 12 to 18 months before they were scheduled to, right in the height of COVID, where we were doing remote school for kids. So that really helped that. And in addition, they agreed to build in 130 more connections that weren't originally on their plan. So we really got the bang for the buck out of that. Tricia worked hard with Public Works. They brought to your board a dig once policy. We joined the JPA with RCRC for Golden State Connect Authority. And we'll talk a little bit later, Sarah will, on the public speed survey that we did with our community. One of the great things was our community got allocated $75 million in federal broadband money. This was part of what the lobbyists were talking about this morning, the $6 billion allocated, $2 billion for rural last mile. So 75 million, that's the second highest rural allocation in California. It's the third highest allocation in California if you look at rural and urban. And I always say the good and bad of that is the good is we got $75 million. We're going to make an impact. That doesn't come to county government, it comes to the county. So different providers can go for that money. The bad of that is we need that much investment, right? So that's the good and bad of it. We applied for a local agency technology assistant grant and received $500,000. That's working with Golden State Connect Authority, and we started that project, and we'll talk a little more about that. Brian, your planning director, has done a great job. We have the EIR completed. It's been out to draft public review. We got that back, and I believe Brian's in the back. We're bringing that next month or March to February 20th. The final will be coming to your board, 28th. And then lastly but not least, Working with SBC, we've updated our strategic plan this month and it's published. So a little more on the funding, looking at what we've done. We talked about the CARES Act money that we use. Currently, we're looking at ARPA funding. It's a recommendation that you'll see on Friday to withhold $1 million of that or allocate $1 million of that to broadband, because we know as these projects come forward, we're going to need to work with our local providers or Golden State Connect, and there's going to be matching requirements for some of this money to make projects go or to get projects shovel ready for grant applications. We have our last mile grant program. We'll talk about that a little bit later. It's TOT funding. And then in the future, we have that FFA money, which is that 75 million that's coming down. There's been some reforms and some money that is supposed to be going to CASF, which is the California Advanced Services Fund. That's a grant program. So that program is what is building the 500 connections above Nevada City. That's a Race Communications. That's what's building about the 120 connections up on Banner with Nevada County Fiber. So we're looking at more projects being funded that way. And then the federal government has their BEAD program, and that's about $45 billion. And that's where Kristen mentioned, you have to have that digital equity component to be able to qualify for those kind of dollars. I was going to have Kristen talk a little bit about this.
I want to point out here, so this is really why advocacy and having a team at the county in place and a plan is really, really important. So like about 1 million years ago, or maybe 5 years ago in broadband years, CASF, you were unserved if you were below 6 megabytes per second. So that's basically DSL. I mean, it's really horrible service, right? You were considered, the minimum standard was like 10 megabytes per second. I mean, it was crazy. No, like that's, well, it's probably what I have at home, but it's still crazy. So the advocacy, and I know RCRC's done this, I know Steve's been a part of it, SBC has been a part of it, but the CASF, and I thought I'd never say this about the CPUC, but they have changed the rules. And so now the minimum for their new grant program connection is 100 megabytes per second. That is fiber. You are considered underserved if you're below 25 megabytes. This is a huge game changer. It changes all the maps, all of them. The other thing that they've done, they have 5 different grant programs right now, including the last mile that we've been, or the line extension we've been working with, but it's about, they have an affordable housing account, they have the digital equity, et cetera, et cetera. So they have 5 different accounts, but they also are starting to do education on things and best practices on things like micro trenching, which just probably doesn't even want me to say that word. It's really, it's a lot. Okay, it sounds great, but in our geography, it's very, and weather, it's very difficult. You've seen, I don't know if you have the same pothole issue we have up in Truckee right now, but our weather is not kind to our roads, and which means it's also not kind to micro trenching. So there's a lot to be done in that area. The other really interesting thing is the state of California taking the lead, I believe, from Nevada County, and they are starting to do some programmatic EIR best practices. So a lot has changed at that agency, which is a miracle. And I think that's great. The other great thing is that there will be more money coming available for our local ISPs. The BEAD program, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, so that's federal money that's allocated to the state of California based on some really awesome maps you're going to see in a second. Anyway, there's money coming and we're in a great position to access it.
So next, going to have Sarah talk about a survey that she did.
Hi, friends. Hi, supervisors. So in March 2022, the Broadband Work Group released the Need for Speed survey in both English and Spanish and promoted it countywide. And we developed this survey in-house to fit our county's needs. The goal of the survey was to better identify the state of broadband across Nevada County. Where was access most lacking? What were customers' chief complaints about their current broadband service? And how was the lack of broadband access affecting the lives of our residents? We also wanted to develop a body of evidence we could use in funding applications and in our state and federal advocacy efforts where we would need to demonstrate our county's need for better high-speed internet. The survey received 4,400 responses. The results of the survey are viewable by the general public in a user-friendly dashboard that Lindsay Gordon in GIS created. For privacy reasons, the public version does not show household-level data, but this is not the case on the version of the dashboard that we staff can view internally. I'm going to call out some highlights from the survey's findings for you. 1,100 survey respondents reported having internet speeds of under 10 megabits per second. So those folks probably can't stream video. An additional 571 reported internet speeds of under 25 megabits per second. So if you combine those two groups, 40% of survey respondents have internet speeds of under 25 megabits per second, which means if they can stream video, they can't also have somebody in the household browsing the internet. This is notable because the federal government currently defines broadband as internet service with minimum speeds of 25 megabits per second down and 3 up. I'm going to stop saying megabits per second because it's a mouthful. So those 1,700 survey respondents don't even technically have broadband service. They are considered by the FCC to be unserved. And as Kristen mentioned, both the federal government and now I know the state too are heading towards higher standards. And so the chair of the FCC has actually proposed increasing the federal standard to 100 down and 20 up. And that's actually the metric that's used in the new, in the BEAD funding that Kristen mentioned, the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding. And that program is actually going to prioritize grant funding to networks that are providing at least 1 gigabit of speed. And so I think the takeaway here is that we will never need slower internet service. As we move into the future, we will just always need faster internet speeds because of advancing technologies and whatnot. In the survey, we also asked respondents what they primarily use the internet for, and the top 4 responses were streaming services, so like games, movies, shows. Number 2 was employment, and that was almost tied with the number 1 response. Number 3 is a tie between public safety and social media, and number 4 is a home-based business. So obviously there's a lot of economic activity involved there. 36% of survey respondents rated their internet service provider as poor, while only 3% said the provider was excellent. And finally, in terms of the impact on the lives of our residents, one resident told us, "My employment has been affected by my poor internet connection." Another said, "My business relies on downloading software updates and uploading software that I develop. The lack of a fast internet connection hampers my business." And finally, Suddenlink service is fine when it works, but downtime is much higher than it should be, to the point where I am unable to rely on it for work, and my kids are unable to rely on it for school. We are providing the data from the survey to internet service providers to help them identify market opportunities, that is, areas where service is sufficiently lacking that they could put together a profitable project. In late 2022, the Federal Communications Commission kicked off a massive undertaking to develop accurate maps of broadband in our country in order to better understand the current state and equitably distribute future grant funds. The first map, referred to as the Fabric data, shows all broadband serviceable locations in the country. In other words, homes and small businesses where fixed broadband internet service is or could be installed. And local governments were invited to help correct this data by comparing it to our own parcel data and then submitting challenges to any discrepancies they found, such as missing parcels or incorrect addresses. Nevada County began this process in 2022, but we ran into a technical issue in the process of submitting our challenge, and we are still waiting for the FCC to advise us on a solution. The second map is the FCC's National Broadband Map, and this is a web-based interactive map that shows what internet services are actually available at each household and small business as reported by internet service providers. So as you can imagine, there are many inaccuracies in this map. However, this is still a significant step forward from the census block level data that was previously collected and relied upon. So the FCC has invited the general public to access and correct the second map via what they're calling a fixed availability challenge, which we county staff have promoted to county residents. So anyone can go into the map, look up an address, and submit a challenge to any incorrect data they find, such as which providers are offering service, what speeds they're offering, etc. Unfortunately, the process is fairly cumbersome, and in order to submit a challenge, you have to agree to having your contact information provided to whichever internet service provider's data you are challenging, which some people might find objectionable. The NTIA, which is the agency that will be distributing the BEAD funding that Kristen mentioned earlier, says that while this map will be used as a baseline for allocating broadband funding, it will also consider state-developed maps and additional data to make its final funding decisions, fortunately. We also hear that the CPUC is providing its own challenge to this data and will be applying pressure on the FCC to give extra consideration to some of California's unique challenges, such as having 15% of the nation's poorest communities. And finally, I'm just going to talk a little bit about what the BEAD funding will actually be used for. So the $42 billion in funding that Kristen mentioned could go to big internet service providers, such as Comcast or Spectrum, to help them build out connections to new neighborhoods and homes. But it could also be directed to small providers, public-private partnerships, and cooperatives, including municipal broadband projects. Any project that receives money from the states will be required to provide an affordable option for low-income households. And this funding will first target unserved communities that don't have widespread access to at least 25 megabits per second. And then next on the list are underserved communities, those folks who can't sign up for at least 100 down, 20 up service. One important note is that these speeds are based on an internet provider's maximum advertised speeds and not the actual speed that people are getting in their homes. And so final little bit of bright shining good news is that California will be able to allocate its BEAD funding to subgrantees, so for example, counties, however it wants, regardless of the data that is in this map. So the CPUC has their own data that they can fall back on.
Great, thank you, Sarah. And if you look at this, I don't know, you can see all the green dots. And if you look at this map, and this is a blowout of our county, everything is blue. So according to the FCC, by that self-reported provider data, we don't have a broadband problem in our county. Everybody can get at minimum 25.3 everywhere in our county. This is the problem with the FCC data. And that's why we're doing challenges still. So with that, we'd like to just pause real quick for any questions or thoughts.
I have a question then. Can we use the mapping that we've done? Does that have any consideration since we've done that?
The FCC will not take local survey data as a challenge, so we can't use it for that. They're asking individual residents to challenge on a per address basis. So, yeah.
However, I did reach out to a lot of the folks who took our survey and indicated that they either have no service or have horrible service, and personally gave them instructions on how to fill out that challenge and encourage them to do so. So hopefully that helped.
I mean, if you look at my district, it's almost all of them. Somebody probably has Starlink with the hundreds.
Well, Digital Path had 200. None of that makes sense,
No,
to be honest.
So that was just, I mean, I've seen that, but when you just really talk about it and think about it, yeah, it's a crock.
What we can use the survey data for, however, is the CPUC won't accept the data as fact, but what they will do is accept it as evidence that they need to come and do their own testing to change their maps. So it is useful.
Yeah, I guess, gosh, I'm disappointed. I thought they were fixing those maps and, um, so we've got a state map issue and a federal map issue. Is that right?
Correct, Supervisor. And the challenge is it's self-reported from the internet providers.
Yeah.
So especially the fixed wireless providers, they use, models of where their signals can go. But we have depressions, we have hills, we have mountains, we have drainage ravines, we have 200-foot trees. So what their models say and what reality is.
I mean, we haven't really had any, I mean, have we had any expansion of the the big providers? I haven't, we've got Race coming in, we've got all these little local folks that we're helping to try to get going, but we don't have any big provider coming in here saying, "Oh, we still want to get the rest of you connected." So they've just abandoned us, right? Or am I just not knowing that they're
So this is, it's an economic model for them.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if you remember me at your board meeting years ago saying that AT&T really doesn't care about you.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
They care about their shareholder profit, and it's still true, as do the other large providers, which is why we go with the smaller providers.
Right.
And Steve mentioned a factor of what it takes per connection. And I just looked up in California, the average subsidized connection for CPUC statewide was $4,000 per connection. We've had applications come in for last mile that are in the $10 to $16,000 per connection. So if you're AT&T and you're accountable to your shareholders and you're looking at a project with that's $4,000 per connection with a guaranteed revenue stream, or one that's 12,000, you're always going to pick that.
Right.
Yeah.
So then it comes back to what my real question is these the grant funding. So that's again disappointing that those same providers now can access those grants, right?
Yes, but one of another provision for these grants is now rural communities are identified as communities of need. So because there's an acknowledgement that this is what I mean by advocacy does work. When you explain to them over and over and over that the density is a factor and it's way more expensive to build in rural communities. So for example, if FCC applications, you get a bonus points of 10% if you are forested or difficult geography, if you are rural, if you have low density, et cetera. So there are bonus points for those applications. So could they come in, but it will help them make their business model work.
Well, and I was hoping, I mean, I know we've made huge strides, so that's the good news. I was hoping we'd be a little further along because my big thing now, I think people like Sue or those of us who have every end of road is going to get cut off. Every single little court off of a, dirt road is going to get cut off. They're never going to get service unless we require them through some grant conditions to make the economies of scale work by, for every 100 people you serve, you're going to have to add in those last 3 at the end of the road. Something that we require to pull those last people in who are going to be the most expensive to add. And I'm feeling like that just would push them away again.
No, actually, I think the way the new guidelines are written they do favor completing those projects. And I think you'll see there's some hope. So
Okay,
good.
I
don't want to give away the hope,
there's
but
more.
hang
Okay.
in there.
Okay.
And
Okay. Well, yeah.
And we're not the only county with this map
Right.
issue. I'm on the NACO Telecommunications and Technology Committee. And we were on a call and I brought up this issue. And there must have been 30 counties saying us too across the whole country. And been talking to the CPUC. They know it. They've done a protest to the FCC. So I think it's going to take some kind of advocacy legislative movement for these maps and how they're going to implement.
So thank you for all the work you've been doing. And just like I wasn't aware, I've sort of taken a back step because I know there was all this good stuff happening. But if that's a place that we put Jeffrey on our, our legislative agenda, that we can start reaching out and start advocating more or backing up your group, Steve, let us know, because we just need to keep pushing on this stuff. So thank you.
Just one more question. How are we working out? Everyone has their own little territories still. Remember, like we had a problem even when Race wanted to go up into the industrial area. How are they managing that? Because that's still an issue. I know, like I have Comcast. I had a lady call me. It's right here. Her house is right here, but they can't connect her. So just curious, what are we doing, or how are we managing that part?
Well, we're working with Sierra Business Council with the broadband team, and we're going to be publishing RFQ, request for qualifications. We're kind of modeling it after our neighbor Placer County did. They're the only county who's done this so far. And it's going to be out this month. I think we're going to get it out in the next couple weeks. And we're going to ask all the providers for their kind of wish list of what projects they want to do in our community, and partner with the county so we can deconflict so that we can get the biggest impact for that $74 million that are coming to our community as possible. And then we also have a project that we've been working with SBC on line extension, maybe tying that into our last mile grant program to be able to pick up some of that, because we get those emails. I get them like every week. I get an email from somebody who says, I can see the fiber, but they won't bring it to my house.
Well, the other side I see of this too, as we keep moving on with AT&T, is they're not keeping up with their infrastructure for our landlines too. So that's becoming more critical as we go too. In the last storms in my district, it was terrible. And I mean, I talked to the guy one day. They had 105 calls out for service and had 4 people working. So it was a few weeks. I know one lady just got her phone back. But she's afraid to switch over because she doesn't have internet as well. So that's another thing that we're just really seeing in our districts, is the issues with not being able to have a landline when you don't have broadband.
That's a great point. That's another reason why we need these projects to happen, because AT&T wants to get out of the landline business. They took a legislative run at it a few years ago, if you remember, and they just want to turn everything over to wireless. It's more profitable and it's less expensive.
I wonder if you could give us just a real quick summary of the Golden State Connect, and what that project is and where we stand on that.
Chairman, that's coming right up. We have a
Oh,
few
okay,
slides
all
on
right.
that. Okay, so we'll go into the next one, which Kristen's going to take lead on.
I think we covered a lot of these anecdotally. So CASF is the California Advanced Services Fund, which is administered by the CPUC. I mentioned those changes that are already in place for this new grant cycle. The BEAD program as well, which is the $42 billion that Sarah so nicely described. Digital equity requirements are literally in every grant application. It will be something you have to do. But that also, those are the underserved areas, which the numbers that Sarah gave you, pretty much most of our county is underserved, which means that most of our county will be eligible now for these funds. The federal and state service map, we talked about the quality, but it's across the United States, it's across California. The other issue we have is industry, supply chain, and labor. This was the issue with the project up in District 5. From the time that grant application came in until the time it came to build, the cost was 3x. We do expect that to start to level off. Part of the problem was when all this money was being announced that it was coming online, and I think one of the legislative analysts talked about a 2-year cycle from a bond to actually seeing the money. It's similar, right? Is that the large incumbents, AT&T, Comcast, et cetera, went out and bought as much fiber as they possibly could, meaning that the smaller, less capitalized companies could not access that fiber. So there was a shortage, also a shortage of labor, which we know is pervasive in every industry. But we do see that softening a bit.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I'll answer your questions, Chair Schofield, in a second about Golden State Connect Authority. Before I do, I just want to note that thoughtful planning sessions like this are maybe a little more rare than you think. And I hope that you take a moment to celebrate the good work that you're doing and that you've had it become part of your framework for governance here and the way that you do business. Because I can tell you that other counties look to Nevada County, not just for best practices, but for emerging practices, because you're leading the way, and broadband is one of those. So when you're done tonight, I hope you just take a moment to celebrate the good work that you're doing and know that you're benefiting your community and your organization by doing it. That said, I'll move on to why I'm actually here. Golden State Connect Authority. Golden State Connect Authority is a joint powers agency, a governmental entity made up of 39 rural counties. Nevada County was one of the founding members. It came alive about a little over a year ago, December 2021, and at that time had a budget of about 0. And now here we are a year later, and it's approaching 20 million in terms of its budget. And it won't surprise me if in a year from now we're at 500 million because of the path that we're on and the funding that was mentioned. It was formed to do 3 primary phases of work. One is to make sure every county has a broadband strategic plan. Nevada County already has one, but for at least 26, if I'm remembering right, of our counties, they did not. We were successful in getting a federal economic development administration grant to complete those for them, and that work is underway right now. Secondly, was to provide technical assistance to counties. We're going to talk about the local agency technical assistance or later grants in a second, but that's an example of that. And thirdly, is to actually deploy fiber in a municipal open access system. And again, where private providers are either unable or unwilling to do so, that's where GSCA is going to look to put a network in place. And the way to think of that is like an airport where the governmental entity comes in and builds and owns the airport. Private airlines come in and use it, and you can choose when you're flying which airline you use. The same would be true of an open access network where GSCA would own and operate it, but we would make it available to private ISPs to provide service to the home and expect to have multiple ISPs so that there's competition on the system and options for the consumer on the other end. So that's in a big picture where we're hoping to go with this. But where we are right now is what's depicted on this slide. SB 156 that I referenced earlier set the stage for several tranches of funding with the California Public Utilities Commission to then administer. The first tranche is what you have before you on this slide, local agency technical assistance grants. These are grants of $500,000 for cities, counties, other governmental entities to do broadband planning. There was 50 million initially available. Our goal was to make sure that our 40 counties were at the front of the line to draw down those funds. 30, as of today, 39 have successfully submitted applications, and I think all but 3 have been awarded, and we expect all of them to be awarded. Of those 39, we have, well, doesn't quite work out. So we have 38 agencies within those 39 counties. I see it doesn't work out that way because some of those are cities within those counties that are working with GSCA to administer the grant, including Nevada County. So what does that mean? It means GSCA is acting essentially as your grant administrator, and then we are subcontracting out 2 areas. One, we're working with Utopia Fiber out of Utah. Utopia Fiber is their version of a joint powers agency, and it is the largest open access network provider in the nation. So we partner with them so that we're not having to duplicate the expertise that they already have on staff, keep our overhead low. We have a master operations agreement with them to be essentially our project manager and operator. Secondly, we've contracted with Tilson Engineering to do actual engineering. So Utopia will oversee it, provide the project standards, if you will, the network standards, but Tilson Engineering will do the actual engineering to come up with plans for communities within counties like Nevada, so that when the next tranche of funding becomes available, which is the construction funding or the FFA funding that was referenced earlier, the 75 million, you're again at the front of the line because you've got engineering ready to go for the communities that you want to see served and have fiber to the home. And right now, we're on pace to have all those done in that order so that we can hopefully match it up with when the funding becomes available. I think Steve told me that your meeting starts next week in terms of the engineering here locally. So I was also telling Steve, if we stop to think about all that we're doing with GSCA, it could give me anxiety, so I don't. We just keep moving forward one step at a time and stay focused on what we think can be done. And so far, we're proving successful on that front to get there. I'll go to the next slide. So I mentioned that Nevada County is part of the GSCA model for that later grant. What that means is they're going to do conceptual design first. So there was a question about the local mapping that you're doing. It's vitally important because it's going to inform what are the conceptual areas where we think fiber can be deployed to the home in a reasonable way. Secondly, that once that conceptual design is done and then ground truth back home. They'll be checking in with your team at each stage. They'll go to high level engineering. Okay, we think these are the conceptual areas. Now let's put some engineering to it. Let's see what it starts to look like at that level. What are the numbers? They'll go through that exercise, and then they'll stop, they'll test the hypothesis, so to speak, to see if they're on the right track. And then finally, they'll get to low level engineering, which really sets the stage to go to construction documents to go after those FFA monies. That's what's going to be happening over the next few months. I do want to say, we've referenced the California Public Utilities Commission several times in these discussions. They've been an amazing partner. They have been wonderfully collaborative with us. Doesn't mean we always get what we want, but they are actively reaching out to us. I was on a series of meetings with the CPUC commissioner in several rural counties because she wanted to come out and hear directly what was happening and look to us to help get her out to those communities to hear that. More importantly, though, when they're developing the regulatory programs, they're actively collaborating with us and seeking input about how will this impact delivery of fiber to rural communities. So it's common for us to have critical comments to make about our friends in state government, but in this case with the CPUC, I want to speak glowingly of the work that they've done to collaborate with us on that front. I think I spoke to the conceptual design and the steps that we're going through there. I don't know, Steve, if you want to comment further with.
Yeah, I was just gonna, talk, Kristen. This is just an example only, but this looks, and this is actually from some work with Tillotson that we did a few months ago on where we could possibly do a project. So this isn't a commitment, it's just an example, but we'll be diving into this. We have a kickoff meeting on Monday morning. So if you look at one of the great things that we have in our community that puts us ahead of a lot of other communities is we have a middle mile. So if you look at that red line that goes on the left side or the right side, the left side is the blown out one coming up, at the Combi intersection, it comes out Wolf and then it goes, hooks into Courtney, comes through Grass Valley, comes up to the root center and then goes out Bartsville. That is the Vast Network Middle Mile. That was an ARA funded project. We've had it for years and years and years in our community. We have yet to have a significant project, last mile project built off that. We have several businesses, we have schools, we have one or two small neighborhoods that we're able to really be innovative and form a nonprofit to tie into it. But we don't have a major last mile project. So this project is looking at fiber to the home in areas that we don't currently have a wireline provider. That would be Suddenlink, Comcast, AT&T fiber somewhere. And this is a major area. We also have looked outside of Truckee. Truckee has some exciting things going on with the PUD up there as well. And then the right side is just a blow up of what this engineering looks like, and they actually look at how the green lines are the fiber and how it actually runs to every specific home.
I guess I just, first of all, thank you for saying that, CPUC. I agree 100%. And my mind has been changed in the past few years. So good leadership is good. But Heidi, I just want to alleviate your fears. I mean, it hurt. It's painful to hear what you're saying, but I understand. But there has been so much progress. And this is not the first map that's been done on this type of project. There has been projects advanced through the last mile grant program where we've looked at this type of engineering and it was not feasible. But the point is we're on the precipice of making this feasible now with the new funding opportunities. And you would have noticed on Patrick's slide that had digital equity right at the top. It truly is where the new funding is no home left behind. Because if we get to the end of the block and we can't get fiber there, we could at least shoot a very powerful wireless signal. So the technologies have changed, the funding has changed, the landscape is completely different. But the important thing to note is the county has been doing the work all along the way. You remember the word readiness we've been using? We're so ready.
Steve, what is the green line? Green lines represent?
Green lines are the actual fiber to the home out in the neighborhood.
That can be installed.
That can be installed. So this is a high level design of what a fiber network would look like in this graphic area. The Golden State Connect is looking at an underground solution. That's their their preference. I wouldn't commit to that because economic realities come into play and
I know that
yeah.
area, so that's why I just asked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to add, think back to the last time, but we use the word infrastructure, and I agree, this should be infrastructure. But when was the last time, recall, a major infrastructure project being built in an existing neighborhood, right? So you have a new, like, empty land, new development going in, that's covered. All of those homes are going to be connected because you can lay the pipe, dig the hole, etc. But what happens when you disrupt an existing neighborhood and tear up their road? And I mean, this is why it takes so much thought and time and engineering to get this right.
Because probably 50% of this is private roads as well. Um, these were the ClearPoint initiatives for last year. Caleb did a great job Tuesday giving an update on the fourth quarter ClearPoint objectives. So I'm not going to go through all of these. What I want to spend time, we've made progress on all of these and knocked most of them out. But what I really want to focus on is what we have planned for this year. So number one is complete the Internet Service Provider Toolkit. So this is what we envisioned with the environmental impact report and really having all the tools and processes optimized for providers to come into our community and build projects, to make it as easy as possible, to lower the bar as much as possible, and to be as shovel ready as a community as we possibly can be to compete for that money. Number two, manage county funded grant programs and support local broadband expansion. So that's our last mile program. That's working with GS Golden State Connect Authority. That's applying for digital equity grants because we can just do that to do more education, et cetera. Implement the county's broadband strategy. So looking at our updated plan and then taking some objectives out of that and having the team work on that over the year. Engage and inform the community about county efforts to expand broadband. And that's always a frustrating thing. Chairman and I were talking about earlier where unfortunately your board gets beat up sometimes about, well, you haven't done anything. Well, it's a $500 million problem. Seek grant funding. So we're going to continue to seek more grants. There's a lot of money out there. And again, that goes back to our be the most ready county in California. That's our goal. And then establish partnerships to advance and undertake broadband expansion and digital equity. And this is everything that we're doing with Pat and RCRC and Golden State Connect Authority. That brings us to our objective. This was last year's objective, and we don't have recommendations for updating this for the coming year. We think it's pretty comprehensive. But Chairman Schofield, I'll hand it over to you to facilitate a discussion with your board or ask the panel any questions on this objective going forward.
I don't have a question about that, but I'm going to ask, would this be a place where we talk about the update to our zoning ordinance? I just want to talk, so that came up in my MAC about updating our zoning ordinance for the telecommunication towers to align with our modern internet. So that, I mean, I think that kind of fits into all this, so I just want to bring that up. It makes sense. As we move forward to make that easier for them to get their towers up for that last mile part, possibly. Want me to do it later? I can bring it up at the end of the meeting, but this is broadband, so I just want.
We could talk about that right here. I would look to Tricia next to you or Brian in the back if, that's more of a planning item, but we can certainly put that into our work plan because they're both on our committee.
Yeah, Supervisor Hook, maybe what we could do, I love your suggestion to bring it back tomorrow, where we could huddle up and do some staff work. So we could talk about what those next steps would look like, if that works for you.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. We're talking broadband, so I didn't want it to slip away.
And how about the proposed objectives, Heidi?
Yeah, I just want to ask also, do we still have money left for the local grants that we've been giving? We do. So we're still doing, I know there's some projects that are ongoing. are we gonna talk about micro trenching here then too, or like get an update on where we are or is that something for tomorrow?
Supervisor, let me talk to the grant and then I'll hand it over to Tricia to talk about micro trenching because she's doing some good work there. The grant this year, we did not do, we had $250,000 of the TOT money for economic development, originally programmed for last mile grant round. We did not do that this year because there was so much in flux with all this new money and projects going on. And our pool of ISPs who were working on the projects are still doing their first year project and their second year project. So we didn't think they were really ready for another third round. So we took a pause this year on the last mile grant program. We do have in the recommendations for the budget next year is $250,000. Again, that's been our annual spend on that to go to that and do another round in 2023. With that, I'll give it to Tricia to talk about micro trenching.
Sure. Thank you, Steve. So micro trenching, it is required in California, and we do allow micro trenching and in compliance with state law. One thing that we are continuing to explore, though, with one of our local broadband providers is an alternative to our existing standards. And so that's for a shallower micro trench, if you will, while the larger broadband providers seem to have no issue with meeting our specs. One of our innovative providers is looking at maybe doing something shallower. So I just met up with him, for example, up on Banner Mountain, and we're looking at, hey, can this work in our shoulder of the roadway? We want to balance that though with the long-term vision and really the long-term sustainability of the fiber itself, the telecommunication conduits, and then also looking at our expansion of roadways. So for this road in particular, we looked at the active transportation plan, which calls for actually putting in a shoulder on the roadway for bicycles and pedestrians. And so that's one of the elements we're looking at. Trying to coordinate that with his shallower trench that he's looking or proposing to do. So I would expect that to come back to the board pretty soon for further discussion. Sorry if this is going in and out.
Thank you. I think that's helpful because it's a challenge to our standards, but it's an innovative way to get cheaper fiber out there. So, I want us to try to be as innovative as possible while making sure we're still doing the right thing. So I just think we need to keep talking about that stuff. Otherwise, I'm fine with the objective. Thank you.
Well, it looks to me like we're making some really good progress here, and there's no reason to add any dramatic changes to objectives or objectives. Am
And
I comfortable with that?
I see having a discussion tomorrow on Friday, and then adding Supervisor Hook's suggestion once we get more information to the board.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, panel.
Well done, well done.
Thank you very much. And I had a suggestion that we have a 5-minute comfort break. So just 5 minutes and then we'll reconvene for resilience. Our final presentation is going to be on resilience. And let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 supervisors in the room. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Ariel.
Thank you. And actually, as we're getting started, thank you, Lori, we're actually going to have our supervisors open this up for us. So Supervisor Bullock.
Laugh at myself. My computer, excuse me, decided to reboot right as I needed it here.
And if you're getting fried like I am, eat some chocolate because we're not done yet.
Yeah, there's candy around. So I just wanted to start out by saying that this is an objective that we've talked about since I've arrived here at the county, and I'm excited to see it come forward. We talk about climate resiliency in everything we do, and I think really it's been threaded through almost every, if not every, discussion we've had today since the beginning of the workshop. And so I think it's pretty fitting that we are here today, in advance of thinking about our priorities tomorrow in this comprehensive climate resilience presentation by Ariel and Jeff. And Steve, thank you for coming down and spending your day with us. I know you've got a lot of experience in this area. And actually, Steve and I sat down and the whole member of your team talking about this in great detail a few weeks ago. So it was my privilege to do that. I am going to read just a brief statement because there's some words I want to use and some things I want to say, and I don't want to mess it up. So I'm going to read from this, which I usually don't, but I'm going to in this circumstance. So climate change and resiliency are foundational to our way of life. Farming, agriculture, tourism, recreation, natural resources, and personal health are all casualties of extreme weather events driven by our changing global climate. The Nevada County Board of Supervisors and the entire community share investments in these spaces. This board objective before you today is supporting insurance on that core investment we make in all of our actions that we've already talked about here. Think globally, act locally isn't enough anymore, and the state and federal government have concluded that change happens with incentivized programmatic funding, which we've also heard a lot about. All of our grant funding, essentially speaking, will be contingent in some form on our county ability, to perform climate actions that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and resilience planning and programs that reduce the impact from climate change on our community and our citizens and the people of Nevada County. I really see this objective as a core supporting element to our Nevada County Board objectives, our way of life, our economy, and our health. All things we have invested great time and money in currently, and all things that we've talked about over the last few days. Essentially, this is a supporting instrument in those. Everyone in Nevada County and our region has a story about the impacts of climate change. It's no mystery. It affects us all equally regardless. And that's fire, smoke, drought, extreme snow, extreme cold, heat, etc. So I really see this objective as our insurance plan for the next generation. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Supervisor Hall and seeing the presentation that staff's provided for us today. So thanks for taking the time to listen.
Thank you, Hardy, for so eloquently laying it out, what we're trying to do here. And I will just add that while this could be a huge visionary topic, it's complicated, it's complex, it's deep, but really what we can and want to do here today is recognize that there are very clear local level things we can and should be doing for our own resilience and energy savings, much of which we are already doing, as you've heard throughout these 2 days. Many of the elements are already in some of our plans for our other objectives. So we can really focus very clearly on what we need to do here in Nevada County to set ourselves up for success on efforts that impact us in a good way directly, but also contribute to mitigating this bigger issue of climate change. And once we take that step and commit to doing the things we need to do locally, there are so many experts out there who are poised to help us. Some of them right here in our community, like Steve Frisch, the whole organization of Civic Well that I'm involved with. So it's a really great opportunity for us to get in and formalize some of the work we're already doing, enable us to take some of the next steps and bring in some of that funding that is now finally out there ready to help us get there. So thanks, and I look forward to the presentation as well.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Hall and Vice Chair Bullock. I kind of think maybe we're done. They did. I think we've been framed up so well. No, like Vice Chair Bullock said, I think that we really have heard this as an ongoing thread throughout not only our core services, but also all of our objectives and partnerships. So I'm really grateful to be here today presenting this with Jeff, and also acknowledging thank you so much to Steve Frisch for being here, really a subject matter expert. And also, Tricia, Steve Monahan, and Ryan too, who when we're in we're leaving plenty of time for discussion. And as we get into that, might have opportunity to see how this really aligns and has synergy with their work and leadership. So I'll start by briefly outlining our presentation today, in which we'll share some information and background and leave time for discussion. We'll begin by talking about why climate resilience is important for Nevada County, and especially why now. And then we'll look at some challenges and opportunities and provide an overview of the existing policy framework and our current efforts that are aligned with this objective. We'll conclude by offering 5 strategic focus areas and the proposed resiliency objective for 2023, followed by some discussion. We recognize, as I think has been alluded to multiple times today, we certainly heard this in our legislative advocacy session, that this may be the opportunity of a generation. And there are basically 2 driving reasons to address climate resilience now. And they're number 1, to mitigate the risk to our community, and number 2, to access funds that are out there now for climate adaptation and mitigation to benefit us locally. We recognize that we are living with and facing increasing health, safety, and economic impacts, such as we've experienced with recent wildfires, snowmageddon, and other extreme weather events in Nevada County. And right now, there is $48 billion of funding proposed in the state budget we heard about earlier today, another $369 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act, and another $97 billion is California's share of the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act, or IIJA. With this objective, we want to focus on ensuring that Nevada County takes advantage of these opportunities to safeguard our community's health and safety and our economic durability. So this proposed objective is grounded in resilience, and I think that term can be tossed around a lot. And so I want to stop and define it. And our definition is very much in alignment with the definition we heard earlier and really focuses that even further. Resilience is the capacity of a community to prevent, withstand, respond to, is this going in and out? I feel like I'm really, okay, and recover from a disruption. So just some examples of what that could look like in Nevada County. So to prevent, we can further strategies to prevent wildfire ignition through policy, education, and infrastructure. To withstand, strategies might look like the example we heard earlier again in our recreation resiliency, but heating and cooling centers or community resiliency centers to shelter our vulnerable populations in extreme weather events and provide community education to better prepare. An example of responding to might be bolstering response to PSPS by developing distributed energy generation and backup energy storage. And we can enhance our community's capacity to recover from these events that we can pretty much be sure will occur again through strategic action. And we think about this kind of in 2 ways. One is our capacity to support our human recovery. So how are we addressing health and safety with social services, healthcare, and mental health care services? And second, how do we energize economic recovery and support our businesses, both in terms of short-term recovery after extreme events cause closures or damage, but also long-term recovery as industries change and a new economy creates unique workforce opportunities. I'm not going to spend a lot of time outlining the current or projected impacts of a changing climate in Nevada County, but we know extreme weather events are occurring and will continue to occur with more severity and frequency, as identified in the Sierra Nevada Vulnerability Index that SBC has recently released, and Jeff will touch on later on in this presentation. But for example, 6 of the 7 largest wildfires in California history have occurred in the last 2 years, and 2 of those exceeded 1 million acres in size, and 2 that crossed from one side of the Sierra to another, something that had never happened before in recorded history. And we've, of course, seen the impacts of this, including dramatic increases and challenges in insurance costs. In addition to other costly devastation with wildfire comes poor air quality due to fire emissions, and extreme heat further exacerbates this risk. This is something that our public health folks have been working on for a while, and recognizing that certain community sectors are even more at greater risk, including our elderly, our infants, children with asthma, as well as people who can't afford air conditioning, and people that work outdoors, like our contractors or first responders. Water supplies and effects of drought will also be critical issues, including for our ag sector, as well as flooding. So this is a quick overview, and like I said, really the only slide about this, but the bottom line is that we know that these factors individually and cumulatively create very real threats to the health, safety, economy, and immediate quality of life. That said, we feel like we know that in the face of these challenges, we have agency and opportunity, which is why we're focused on climate adaptation, defined as the adjustments societies make not only to limit the negative effects of climate change, but also to proactively take advantage of the opportunities provided by a changing climate. And what that means for Nevada County is that even as we experience increasing temperatures, precipitation extremes causing flooding and drought, decreased snowpack, increased wildfire, we can identify and implement numerous strategies to limit the negative effects on our community and, in fact, take advantage of new economic opportunities. So, for example, this might look like partnering to ready a workforce, and I think we've heard about that a little bit, allusions to that in some of our earlier presentations as well, the opportunities, the workforce development opportunities through funding. And we've been glad to have early conversations with our own Nevada County Contractors Association for what that might look like. We know that heat pump installation is going to be a need, and that there's both funding for incentives to install heat pumps as well as train workforce in the state budget. So examples like that, we really recognize the opportunity to achieve win-wins or co-benefits and address community and environmental risks while creating community well-being and a strong economy. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeffrey to talk a little bit more about the economic impacts.
Thank you so much, Ariel. So the first thing I just want to highlight, no one is questioning if the climate is changing, and neither are we proposing that the county can stop extreme weather. However, the impacts of extreme weather and related disruptions do bring direct threats to the economic durability of our economy. I just wanted to highlight the difference of how I'm defining economic durability versus development. Development is the increase of jobs, the increase of capital in our economy. Durability is the ability to retain those jobs and retain the economic capital in the flow. So that's critical to our resilience. In the recent release, Sierra Nevada Climate Vulnerability Assessment conducted by Sierra Business Council, your team, I look at Steve, but which included Nevada County, along with 21 other rural counties, identified important climate vulnerabilities. And the slide before you just shows some examples of how some of those impacts will actually create economic challenges to our durability. And I'm just going to highlight just a couple of them. For example, temperature increase could impact up to 12% or even more than 12% of direct drops related to the recreational economy. Increased drought conditions can have a direct threat on our agriculture sector that represents over $21 million, as your livestock and agriculture report identified annually. Increased flooding brings real damages to critical infrastructure maintained by the county. Reports actually already estimate that there's over $1 billion of damage statewide just from the recent storms of this last month. Air quality, of course, has a direct impact, not just on human health, of course, but to negatively impacts businesses with business closures, school closures, as well as reduced tourism. Increased wildfire not only destroys homes, as your board is well aware, but it impacts the availability and affordability of homeowners insurance. And the environment, as it's changing, also is creating stress and a need for new diversification of the economy with new jobs in timber and forest management. Another key reason on why climate resilience is being brought to you for consideration, as Ariel already mentioned, of course, and as we also discussed this morning, which is recognizing the amount of funding on the table. State and federal authorities recognize that the impacts that I just mentioned, along with many others, place real risks to the public and the ability for the public dollars to sustainably fund recovery efforts indefinitely. As California has pledged up to $48 billion in climate funding initiatives over the next 3 to 5 years, that is changing. Obviously, it was with the governor's current proposal. But the above chart, I just want to highlight, does give some articulation and breakdown of some of the major investments that the state is looking at. That includes zero emission vehicle acceleration, our transportation, $15 billion of a number of climate resilient initiatives, $8 million in clean energy investments, and a number of different other components. Additionally, in talking about the federal, and I'm going to try to go quickly because I know we talked a lot about the funding components already, and with that waterfall of funding, I think that Jonathan Sheffield mentioned from NACO this morning, the $369 billion through the Inflation Reduction Act. This is a historic investment to ensure that rural communities are at the forefront of climate solutions. The investments affirm the central role of agricultural producers and forest landowners can play in solutions to invest smart agriculture, forest restoration, land conservation, and also with clean energy development. And then, of course, $47 billion in clean investments in infrastructure, investment and jobs acts, which roughly authorizes $47 billion in funds for a variety of resilience and climate-related programs. Money's on the table, and through climate objective, Nevada County may have a better opportunity to take its fair share of these funds while it remains available. Of 3,000 plus counties across the nation, every one of them is going to be getting lined up for the need for these funds. And we want to ensure that Nevada County is the most competitive as possible. But the good news is that we're not starting by scratch by any means. The county remains compliant with Senate Bill 379 that requires updates to our local hazard mitigation and safety elements that do address climate change. As a reminder to the board, the county has a number of policies that touch on climate mitigation activities. This includes your general plan safety element, which was last updated in 2020, your energy action plan, which was accepted by your board in 2019, and your local hazards mitigation plan, last updated in 2017. However, I want to highlight, as Craig mentioned yesterday, that's actually going for bid on the streets for an updated in the next few weeks. However, while the county remains compliant, there are clear ways to help continue to advance our strategic policy and planning that can help enable us to be more competitive for funding, leverage resources for our economic development, and align our existing work, say it again, to align our existing work already being done. This can help us become more resilient against extreme weather. The next slide shows, and your whole workshop is touching on a number of these, so I'm going to go through these roughly quickly, but some of the work that's already being done includes your facilities solar project that Steve mentioned yesterday, transit and transportation efforts towards zero emission vehicle efforts. Of course, when David Garcia mentioned about our work to ensure we're working towards compliance, which is a challenge for SB 1383 and organic waste. Of course, OES prevention, wildfire preparedness. Our energy action plan community work group that made some comments recently. And then also our recreation resilience master plan, which you just discussed. And of course, legislation partnerships, and the sustainability summit is one example of coordinating folks. So moving forward on our next slide, I also just want to articulate that we're proposing an approach that connects the dots, align and enhance existing plans and efforts to help build resilience towards extreme weather through a partnership with the board's office and the CEO. And Ariel's going to kind of discuss a little bit what that looks like.
Yeah, I'll just add a little before moving on to say that, practically speaking, we're not suggesting a new department or even new staff, but rather a strategic focus to align priorities, and would recommend a strategy similar to how we just heard from broadband and how we've implemented other successful strategies. I was just reminiscing on just it being only 1 year ago, that feels like much longer that I was here, being able to bring recreation to you, and how much has been accomplished in this year. But so we sort of have a model, and really heard from our partners this morning at RCRC and CSAC and NACO about the importance of local climate action plans. And our focus really will be about laying this framework. So this could look like establishing an ad hoc committee on climate resilience, establish an internal climate resilience work group meeting, again, modeled after that broadband work group that Steve talked about, how that multidisciplinary work group, including the board's office, the CEO's office, our IGS, in this case, some other partners, really to be able to have staff explore priority recommendations and bring them back to your board. We're also suggesting a Civic Spark Fellow for 23-24, and to really focus on strategically aligning funding priorities with plans and strategies. With that, we have identified 5 core initiatives that Nevada County can implement this year to position the county for resources and funding while accomplishing immediate progress. We're going to go in and describe these a little bit more on the following slides, but before we outline each of these strategies, I wanted to pause and offer to you, Chair Schofield, see if the board has any comments or discussion at this time. Okay, we're happy to dig in and move on. I just wanted to give some breathing room in case. So Jeff is going to share, I imagine you had time to read these through, and we'll go through each of them with a little context and color.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ariel. So the first initiative that we were proposing is really to protect and harden our critical infrastructure. For year one, what this really means is coordinating and supporting the existing work that's already being done under that umbrella. For example, organic waste, supporting solid waste and their issues related to compliance with SB 1383. For fleet and transit, supporting the efforts that they're working on in terms of transitioning our fleet to a zero emissions vehicle infrastructure and vehicles. As Tricia mentioned previously, there are challenges in meeting state mandates, which are compounded by lags in supply chains. This creates an opportunity of coordination and advocacy with partners like the Nevada County Transportation Commission. For example, we can access climate funding that can be focused on reducing vehicle miles traveled to help support potentially existing infrastructure. Additionally, we would prioritize or we would promote advancing community hardening, supporting both homeowners with more efficient homes and creating economic opportunities for local businesses. This is one of the goals outlined in the Energy Action Plan. I do want to highlight, and this was actually noted earlier this morning, that there are real challenges with the grid's ability to deal with the energy infrastructure. So that's an important component that we need to be thinking about from a rural perspective. Because right now, some of our infrastructure just can't handle it. And that's not just a Nevada County issue, that's a large issue, but that's something that we want to be thinking about, because that's the only way that we can ensure that our infrastructure is moving ahead. We will also assist OES in leveraging climate funding opportunities for wildfire prevention efforts. Just like Craig said, how can we get the bang for our buck? And then continue to support the broadband working group, because of course, as broadband moves up, so does less emissions potentially. In addition, we would also prioritize and work with the economic development team to think about taking actions on moving forward with the community choice aggregation. We would also explore strategies and partnerships to advance water infrastructure projects with NID and other stakeholders. Water is huge and important for our resilience, as you know. Again, where can we leverage strategic partners to expand resiliency? I'll kick it back over to you.
All right, our next initiative would be to enhance carbon storage and sequestration. And really, this is just about aligning ways that we can align with the state's goals around carbon storage to reduce greenhouse gases with our community's existing social, health, and economic priorities. So what that could look like practically, it aligns with your current recreation objective, which we heard about this morning, and the Recreation and Resilience Master Plan, recognizing the opportunities that we have within sustainable recreation to enhance the economy of our community as we preserve our cherished local places. It also looks like increasing forest health. So solutions that address climate change in our forests also capture carbon, clean our water supply, improve air and soil quality, create well-paying jobs, and support local economies. And I think that Supervisor Hook brought our attention to this earlier in these presentations about really how is forest health, how are we furthering these initiatives, as well as you brought up exploring biomass solutions. So addressing what we do with the tremendous amount of green waste is a regional question, and exploring these solutions and Nevada County's involvement would be part of this strategy. Also exploring strategies, and I think we heard from Jonathan around USDA's investments in this area, but supporting our local farmers and ranchers to promote a local food sustainability and production aligned with beneficial cropland management.
Again, and so our also another initiative is to enhance collaboration and to increase community capacity to achieve these goals. By leveraging previously strategies employed by other successful examples, I think recreation, I think broadband, the county can play a role as a convener, facilitator, and coordinator. This includes supporting our regional partners between NID, the cities and towns who we met with yesterday, the superintendent of schools and special districts. For example, the county and both cities all have energy action plans. We would propose working directly with the cities to integrate and consolidate these efforts to increase efficiency and to reduce duplication of efforts. Coordinating collaboratives and community work groups focused on climate resilience. We recognize, and in fact, we have heard from community members from Nevada County Contractors Association to EAP and other stakeholders that suggest that coordination is critical and needed. Additionally, we would also recommend formally thinking through how we can capture and work and to formally work on the Sustainability Summit. This is another opportunity to build regional partnerships to advocate for solutions for our region.
And of course, this is the money slide. It's pursue funding and advocacy opportunities to secure resources. And I think we've probably made this point throughout the presentation, but with unprecedented funding available, we want to pull down state and federal dollars that are focused on climate to address our own community's health, safety, and infrastructure priorities. So here are just some of the examples. And again, I think a number of these came up today, so I'll move through them pretty quickly. But the Adaptation Planning Grant through the Governor's Integrated Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Program, I think that's one of the programs that was mentioned by Tracy this morning. We're actually proposing a joint application with Truckee's Climate Transformation Alliance that would help fund our planning needs and help us identify our resilient infrastructure projects right away. Also, the Round 2 Regional Climate Collaboratives Program would be a capacity building grant that really will support us to focus on that forest health workforce. We also have an eye on the Community Economic Resilience Fund, or SURF, that you heard about in the economic development objective, but it really, again, aligned with climate priorities, and it's about building jobs for the future and developing sustainable local economies. There are multiple opportunities in the state budget, as Jeff outlined earlier, and looking at how we access these for local priorities, such as the example of energy investment resources to support our local workforce to install heat pumps. With the Inflation Reduction Act and IIJA funding, we may see opportunities to secure funding and partner with the NCTC to support Nevada County's zero emission vehicle infrastructure and transportation priorities. I also want to mention the advocacy element as well. And again, we've talked a bit about that today, but we really recognize that some of the state's climate strategies don't work so well for our rural community. And that really came clear. I think we used the example often of when we met recently with our superintendent of schools and talked about, the use of electric buses and how those get about halfway to pick up the students and then they'd stop. So, recognizing that these opportunities are available, but also how they work for our communities, and we will advocate for solutions that really work for us.
And I think one thing that's been highlighted that we've kind of a thread that we continue to hear is in order for the county to be competitive and effective, we do need a plan. Fundamentally, this does require, there is a required step in order to take advantage of the mass amount of funding that's on the table, and that's to develop a strategic plan. This is crucial because there's direct funding climate funding and indirect. And so I want to this is a really important point that actually was highlighted to me, that meaning that most grant opportunities at the state and federal level for non-climate projects, so projects that don't have to quote do with climate, for infrastructure, do have components requiring alignment with climate goals and net zero carbon, reduced vehicle miles traveled, and other resilience efforts. That means having a plan helps us be competitive for even non-climate related projects. This also aligns with our board goals, including broadband, economic development, recreation, and even our core services. In year one, we recommend taking initial steps to explore a planning strategy that would bring back to your board recommendations that identify policy and planning gaps, identify goals and metrics for climate resilience that are strategic in nature, develop an implementation strategy with recommendations on actions that we can take today. I think that's an important component when we talk about planning efforts is, well, as Catherine mentioned, you talk about a bond that's 2 years later. It's important that we're thinking about what we can also do today to help the county. So.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And so, as we conclude, there's sort of 5 core elements that we'd be moving forward, or the reason behind this proposed objective. And that's about meeting state laws, supporting our economy, protecting public health, preserving natural resources, and creating funding opportunities for our community. And so with that, after highlighting the challenges and opportunities we face and strategies that we might consider to adapt and strengthen resilience, we offer this as a proposed objective for 2023 to address our community's immediate and long-term health and safety priorities and to take advantage of unprecedented funding opportunities. And that is safeguard Nevada County's economic durability, environmental integrity, and public health and safety by preparing for, adapting to, and mitigating changing climate conditions.
With that, Chair.
We'll turn it over.
Sounds like a great objective. It looks to me like the key thing you're asking for is a climate strategic plan. Are you at that point?
Chair Schofield and members of the board, I think we're still earlier on in that, but I think we would want to be looking at the next steps. So I think there's opportunities to begin planning, but I think we would probably suggest, as Ariel mentioned earlier, is developing an ad hoc committee, getting the board's input along the way and moving forward and getting the input with also our department heads.
Seems like you already have an ad hoc committee.
So if I could just add some context to this. So a lot of this work is being done, and it's being done in different departments and different places in the community. And similar to recreation, before we continue to invest more staff resources, we want to come to the board for a full discussion to look at, do we want to make this a board policy objective where we could start aligning some of this work, measuring it, and then what you're hearing from our lobbyists this morning, preparing our county to be competitive for funding that could help elevate other board priorities such as broadband and emergency preparedness and other areas as well. So we're really looking forward to the board discussion today to see if you want to direct staff to make this a new objective. And then I would have us go back to slide number 12, where staff have outlined 6 initiatives, what it could look like in the next year.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome presentation. And some of that content I've seen and we've talked a lot about it, but seeing it all put together has been so helpful, just running through it top to bottom. I just have one comment, and then one question for Steve. I was thinking back on a lot of the meetings we've attended, at least in the last couple of years, and I thinking upon the Northern Sierra Air Quality Management District that Chair Schofield and I serve on. There's this constant change in our mission, vision, and what we're planning to do, and so we've hired different staff members, and we're using money differently because of the changes and that demand for resiliency that you've described here. And then I look at the town of Truckee and the cities and what they're planning to do to try and combat all of these effects of climate change. And then we see the state of California offering all of these opportunities for us to be funded, both to accomplish the work you've outlined here, but also all these other objectives that we've already invested money in, and then also coming down from the feds. And Allison, I think what you described, I think one time you used the word asset mapping, kind of to map out all the programs and the investments we've already made in this space and really cohesively put it together so we can all make decisions on that. So I like that. But I guess my point is we have the opportunity in front of us to be a leader in this space, considering all of our stakeholders and many of our constituents and other partners are already kind of making these demands and putting these demands on us. And we're obviously talking about that constantly. So we kind of have this leadership opportunity in front of us that I'm really excited about. And I don't think it's going to be expensive, nor is it going to be a distraction, considering all the other priorities we have. And I know we have a lot to talk about tomorrow too. The one question I wanted to talk to you, Steve, about is that I know with your experience, you've seen other communities go through this process from start to finish. And if you had a great example for us, what's next? What happens? What's the life cycle when a county like ours engages at the very infant stage on something like this?
Good question. I think what Jeff has laid out, what Jeff and Ariel have laid out is the beginning of a process of mapping all those assets, understanding everything that's going on, identifying all of the agency, private sector, and community partners that you would have to work with, and thinking through what that process is, right? So usually that organizing process is the first step. Some kind of data acquisition and management process is the second step, like really having a clear picture of, based on established goals and objectives, what are our, kind of resilient strategies? What would they cost? What would they achieve? How could they be measured towards meeting whatever your ultimate goal is, right? So it's this community discussion of kind of goals, objectives, implementation measures, right? And then, the next phase normally would be doing a formal climate action plan, which is a document that lays out all of those goals and strategies and everything else and does CEQA analysis on it. We would definitely highly recommend a CEQA compliant climate action plan for a wide variety of reasons. The most important one being it creates more opportunity for funding, and it covers all of your other building and development activities under the county's climate action plan, because if you're less than 5% of your emissions, it's considered de minimis. So it reduces the cost of development for future projects, both public sector and private sector projects, which I think is good. And then the final step would be implementation, right? Which is probably going to require programs over a period of years. And you really want to know what all of that is in advance. And that's kind of the point of what, in my humble opinion, Jeff and Ariel are proposing, is begin to think through that process. Like, don't make the commitment to do the climate action plan yet, right? Let the funding at the state level, develop, but think through, like, what is this really going to mean for the county? What does it mean from a policy perspective? What opportunities does it create, and how can you take advantage of them? At least begin the process.
Thank you for laying this out. Yeah, it's great to hear it a couple times and think through what does it really mean and what will it really mean for us. I mean, obviously, since Hardy and I championed this this potential new objective, it's something I would love to see. And I'm frankly chomping at the bit to get a climate action plan done so that we really can start going for those massive amounts of funds that will not be out there forever. But I think this approach is the better approach for a small rural county like ours, and for a variety of opinions that are out in the community, and to really figure out what makes most sense for us. And I do think this corresponds really well with sort of how the recreation objective came about, because we're going to see if we approve this and you come back next year and get ready to go to the next step and do a summary of where we went in 2022, it's going to look like that recreation plan. There's a lot that's already going on. It would be packaged. We would already be able to take some next steps forwards to data collection and maybe community outreach. And then it would start to feel really exciting, like, oh, this is all in one place. This is what it would kind of look like. And now let's talk about taking the next step. So I think this is a really good, careful, cautious, thoughtful approach. And my hope is that the county is ready to take that first step.
This is an area that I have never worked in, so I'm going to defer to my fellow board members, but I do support this becoming an objective of the board for the current year.
I think sometimes we have to look and see where things go. I mean, I don't want to see it get out of control like it is at the state level. We remember we live in an underfunded area with people, and when you add more requirements to, I just want to be careful when we move forward with this as well. We talk about how we make regulation and how we work and how it really affects the bottom line of our lower income folks. And as well as our medium and our folks in the middle, right, that are just struggling to kind of keep their heads above water. I just don't want to see something like this make it more difficult. While I believe there's a lot of importance in there, I just want to be careful how we do that. And I wonder, so this is part of like, I mean, just have a little tiny statement in here about the choice aggregation, Pioneer Energy. So we start this, then we'll be able to hear more about that project as we move forward.
No, that project is moving forward. The city, Grass Valley and Nevada City are rolling it out this year. We're in line to go ahead and implement it, planning this year with implementation the following year. I think what staff was outlining, that these are projects that are already happening that support this initiative, and it's just disconnected. And so bringing it together to what Supervisor Hall said, just an understanding what's currently happening, how does it take us one step forward, it would be the first step. But I appreciate what you're saying, and I love to maybe lean on Steve or Ariel and Jeff of how can we capture that in the initiative or the objective language, that the intent is not for more regulation at a local level.
Yeah, I think we could think through how we capture that in the language. It's certainly been a focus of the conversations that we've had, is no intent in what we're proposing to go above and beyond. And we had really good conversations, like I said, with the Nevada County Contractors Association. Again, we're not proposing breach codes. We're looking at actually, and a lot of the funding is aligned with just what you're saying, Supervisor Hook, is how are we actually creating opportunity especially for disadvantaged communities. So in fact, mitigating what is already, so there are, state policies that we will have to adhere to. And so how can we at the local level create access to supports both for our businesses and for our homeowners and disadvantaged communities specifically. So I want to affirm that that's certainly been a focus of all the planning conversations that we've had, but I like the idea of how we can capture that in the language, and I'm not sure what that would really look like, but maybe we can bring that back.
For example, the first thing you'll talk about is having heat pumps all installed. Do you know what a heat pump costs? And if you're a middle income person, now that you can't use gas, I'm just saying some of those things, when we look at a rural community, it's going to have a lot of effect. I just want us to look at that in the bigger picture. So I appreciate the work being done. I got an open mind to it. I just want to make sure that we really capture that. And it's not about giving or doing for somebody else. It's how do we make them, I get, you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, Supervisor, if I may, and then, hand it over to my panel is to also say, I think there's one component here that's not mentioned, but I think it's threaded really in everything we do here at the county is also advocacy, legislative advocacy. So just as when we met early on with our superintendent of schools, and I know you know this example where there's a concern with the zero emission vehicles for buses, right? And the example is they actually tested a bus and it went up to, and it basically died in North San Juan. So that's not going to work. And so I think there's also a component of advocacy when, you know, when we need to advocate for potentially exceptions for rural communities. And so I think that's by no means, that doesn't diminish when we need to do that and take those actions.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the one other thing I would add is that one of the opportunities early in this process is to think through, like, what are the actual costs associated with each one of these actions, and how can you make sure that you're making the right choice on how to invest money to get the most bang for the buck so you reduce costs in the long run for everyone involved, right? So you want to do the lowest cost things with the highest benefit first. And you need a rational process to figure out what that is, right? And, you know, I do think one of the things that the county would be really wise to think about would be, how do you stand up the workforce to do this stuff as well? Because that is a super big deal about how the community benefits from implementing these programs, right? Like an HVAC, you know, a heat pump installer makes about $80,000 a year in California. That's 1.5 times, I think, your area median income, right? You know, we're going to need 80,000 new forest workers in California. Like, think about that. Unfortunately, all of them went to Idaho and Montana, right? Well, now we need them back. Big issue, right? So how do we make sure that the things that we're doing create benefit? Right? That should be, I think, one of the principles of a climate action.
You just summarized what I was hoping to say, because there's this awesome economic opportunity to capitalize on changes in the way that we look at the world we live in. And there's all these jobs and all these technologies that we can bring to bear that will enrich the lives of people, not just from a conservation perspective, but from an economic. You're going to make money. We're going to have money and jobs. We don't sell a lot of timber anymore. We don't mine anymore. Those things are, well, I should maybe mine part what. But you know, it's changing, and I think we can change and grow with it. And there's real opportunity there. And I'm glad you summarized all the job economic parts.
You know, when we talk about the electric, what's it, the school bus that we're, you know, it reminds me of when air quality said to all the large diesel engines that they needed to convert to this different policy. I don't know if you remember this, and I mean hundreds of thousands of dollars for these new engines. They did it. They immediately didn't work, and Barb came out and said, "Oh, sorry, I guess you're going to have to go to this one." You know, they created another. I guess what I'm saying is, right now that bus didn't work, but it's going to work. It's going to work. And like Robin will tell you, we've had those buses on order for 2 years, I think, something like that. Trish will tell you this. We'll be lucky if we get them in 2 years from now, not to mention the infrastructure to charge them, right? So it's a ways down the road, but you guys have done a ton of work on this thing already. And I don't know what you expect from us except to tell you to go ahead, except maybe to tell you, you know, climate change is really a hoax. You didn't know, you know. I don't know what else we could tell you except, hey, this is great. You need to move forward with it. Are you looking for more?
No, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the board direction where tomorrow we'll bring this objective back. I think we could incorporate some feedback from the conversation today and the language. And then tomorrow you'll have an opportunity to take action on adding this as a policy objective next year. And then, as you know, we'll bring this back to your next board meeting where you would then vote on it formally in an open session. I'm seeing some nodding of heads. Is that the direction we're hearing from the board? Okay, great. All right, well, thank you. And thank you, panel, for all your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
A good report.
All right, thank you very much. Well, we are now at the wrap-up part of the day, so I'm going to pass out. And again, these are very helpful if there's anything that we can do to make tomorrow a better day for you. I want to touch base on the one expectation that we had, which was enough time for Board of Supervisors to have conversations and have the questions answered. So I am hoping, I've been checking in with you throughout the day, but hopefully that has continued to be the case. If not, please let us know, because it's really important. Staff's worked hard to try to make sure that there was enough time for conversation and all of your questions to be answered. You've had a lot of accomplishments today. The legislative update, federal and state, economic development, recreation, broadband, and resilience. So those were all the areas that were touched today. And then tomorrow we come back at 8:30 for breakfast, 9 o'clock is the meeting, and we'll cover housing, homelessness, the new topics for the Board of Supervisors, things that Supervisor Hook and Supervisor Bullock have brought up. Some funding, the funding direction with Martin will be back to do that. And the 2023 objectives, and then closing comments from each supervisor. So that's what's up for tomorrow. Any announcements from anybody?
I do. Tomorrow's Friday, and I would love it if you all wore red, because red is a day that we all wear to support our military that's deployed. So if you guys would all wear red, I would love to see you in red tomorrow.
All righty. I'm going to have to go out and buy something tonight. It's not my color, but I'll find something. Any other announcements?
Job well done today. Thank you, everybody that came out to support this.
Chair Schofield. You want to recess us?
All right, I will recess this meeting until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.